In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie, Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. I hope you had a lovely, lovely evening and night. Let's get into some news. I would be so disappointed if I had voted for a candidate who has this administration who thought the best people that they could put in the top level of government was Hegseth, Pam Bimbo, Ice Barbie, Cockeye Patel. I would just be second guessing everything that I did in my life if this is the person that I had put in charge of the whole United States of America and everything that that means. Let's talk about it. So, are we clear that Pete Hegseth is now trying to blame that double tap on another commander? Are we clear on that? He's trying to blame this on a commander with a chest full of medals. You know, a Hegseth who tries to make it appears that he has uh, some type of accolades from the service as he desecrate a pocket square with the American flag on it to emulate medals on his chest. We do know who we're talking about now, so I went all into why it was obvious that he shouldn't have been chose for the job that he has. But now that he has, we're going to go with it. So who's being thrown under the bus? First, they don't know 45, 47. I don't know. Pete said he didn't do it. Pete said he didn't do it. Pete said, Pete said, Pete said. Never know nothing. It seems like if you just needed time to get your official story straight, you wouldn't have came out to a press gaggle on your aircraft. It seems like you would have already gaggled with the people who are putting the words in your mouth after you got your story straight. But no, 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 no. No. If someone asks you a a question that should be asked of this administration, you can go into personal insults. That's what you can do. You can say that the reporter couldn't pass a cognitive test like you, and not address why is it that you're taking cognitive tests in the first place. I would be totally done with myself. I think I would be on a 5150 watch if I realized this who I had voted for. So let's get into the news of the day. Let me Now, Pete Hegseth had the absolute audacity after he tried to come out and lie and put this. He actually tweeted this. This came directly from Hegseth. Why am I putting this up here? This is a Canadian character. Franklin targets narco terrorists. So he thought that it was funny. He thought that for your Christmas wish list. This is what your Secretary of Defense thought that it would be wise to tweet out after he was questioned about double tapping that boat that they have not proved had any drug runners on it, any narco terrorists, as they would like to call them. They proved nothing of that fact. This is what he thought that would be intelligent to put out. I'm glad you do love it, and I'm gonna love it when he's before the Congress and the Senate, and hopefully before a court martial. And hopefully, I am really going to love it when this happens to him because of his ignorance. I'm going to love this more, though. Franklin goes to jail. Franklin brings the war criminal uh, to ICC. I'm going to love that more. I really will. I really will love that a whole lot better. So, everybody can laugh about it. There's laughs around for everyone. Yes, there are. So, Hegs have decided to put out a meme, cute, a AI meme of some character doing something illegal. Like this is a joke. Like people lives are jokes. And since you love it, I wonder how much you would love it if it was happening to you. I wonder how much you would love it if you were if it was happening to you. Because we are real clear on the fact that they have not given you any facts or any proof of any drugs on any of those boats. Now, Pete Hegseth is uh, trying to put this off on. He's not a civilian. He is over the whole Department of Defense. And Mike Mark Kelly is a civilian. They can call him back to service to court martial him. Duh. I thought you didn't know. I thought you no, I'm backing facts. That's what I'm backing. I'm backing absolute facts. What facts do you have that any drug were drug cartels? I'll wait because no one offered you any. And no sir. If you're a Klansman, you're in the wrong chat. Goodbye. Goodbye. Figured you would have to be a Klansman, uh, upholding bullshit. Of course, you would name yourself Klansman. Here, try someone else. Try someone else. So I just really can't wait until these investigations go through, because if he, why is he trying to put this off on a officer beneath him? Why would he be trying to put this on a officer beneath him? Yes, and he was also in the service. You know, kind of like Mark Kelly, who he is talking about taking from retirement and calling back to the service. Do you not think the same thing can be for Pete Hegseth, who was also in the service, who also retired from the service? You don't think he can be called back? So Mark Kelly can be called back to the service, but Hegseth can't. Come on. Who are you talking to? Who are you talking to? Mark Kelly can be brought back to the service to be court-martialed for a public service announcement telling the military to you can refuse illegal orders. But you trying to tell me that Pete Hegseth can't be brought back to the service to be court-martialed for unlawfully killing people in the Caribbean Ocean? Who you talking to? What you got now? Hmm. Nothing. Okay, let me continue. Okay, so let's get into uh, the I did it at first. I claiming I did it. I was there. We know exactly who we were striking, and to this day, we have no facts on. They were a trend day. Araga, we know exactly who it was. I was sitting there watching the strikes. You forgot all about that? Are we going to pretend like this was not the first strike, the first boat that was struck that had survivors? And you notice after that, whenever there were survivors, they didn't strike the boat twice. Then, if so, that is consciousness of guilt. That's consciousness of guilt because that wasn't the first time they had survivors. But that was the first time they had survivors and they just decide to unilaterally kill them. That is fact. So the next time they had survivors, they decided to pick them up out of the water. So you don't do that if you think you're right the first time you did it. You've learned something since the first time you did it. You learned that you were guilty of a crime. That's why you didn't try to do it anymore. That's what you learned. So let's get into all of the different stories that Keg Breath had to say. I concur. I concur. I concur. Let's get into all of the lies. Now he's trying to, and now I I was talking about the Black Admiral who was over that whole region, and I was talking about him yesterday on why it's obvious he resigned early. Why it's obvious he would resign early? Because all of this would have been shuffled over to people who are under the bird brain that 45, 47 decided to put over the whole military. The alleged drunkard who has been put over $1 billion budget and has an ego out of this world and who is so jealous that he is so beneath black four-star generals that he fires them all. Oh, that and his racism. There is that. So do you think that this general who was over that whole area, that black general, would not have been blamed for this? Well, he doesn't have him to blame anymore. He saw the handwriting on the wall. Unlike Hexelf is a bird brain, so of course he wouldn't see the handwriting on the wall. But let's see. Let's see what Keg Breath is trying. Who he's trying to blame it on. Okay. This link is number one in the description box. We'll go over there and check out Aaron Paranis. Now, let me share this with you. My links are always in my description box. Uh, this is a great reporter. Miss Queenie, hi girl. I haven't seen you in so long. It is good to see you. Drive, girl, drive. So, let's see all the changing stories of Hexeth, and let's show you what the authors of this turtle book has to say about Hexelf putting their character in a violent criminal helicopter. Let's see what the creators of this character have to say about this lawless criminal. Let's go.
Now, Pete Hegseth has been caught lying about his involvement in the possible war crime strike in the Southern Caribbean, and it's all on camera for everyone to see. It comes as both the House and the Senate, led by Republicans, are going to be investigating this possible strike, as senior military leaders are furious at Caroline Leavitt and Pete Hegseth for protecting Hegseth over senior military officials like Admiral Bradley, who, according to the White House, was the one who ordered the strike. But now this morning, we're catching on to the fact that Hegseth actually knew more about the strikes than he's letting on. And I'm going to jump right into that. But first, I want to tell you, I got named for Forbes 30 Under 30, and I am so, so grateful to each and every one of you who have subscribed, who have supported. Make sure to like, comment.
Oh my God. Thank you, Soul Sister. If you're not familiar with Aaron Paranis, his father was a went to jail. He was a whistleblower and about 45, 47 in his first administration. If I remember correctly, it was had something to do with that imperfect phone call to the Ukraine where they were trying to get Zelensky to lie on Biden. So because he knew he was losing that election all the way back then. Um, so this guy's father, I think he was a whistleblower. Go check out the story. What is it? His name was Liv Paranis. Okay, so long story short, this guy was in his third year of Aaron right here, who's reporting, was in his third year of law school, and they tried to sully his reputation based upon what his father had done, and what his father had done. He got a couple of years. I think his father got 4 to 7 years or something. Don't quote me on any of this. Go check it out. So he has come back from that, and for him to get uh, the top 30 under 30, he is the third ranking news reporting channel. I think Fox is first. I think the Daily Mirror is second, and he's number three. As a single individual, hunting down the news, go over there and join him on Instagram. You will get caught up on news stories all day long. So I really, really support him. And let me drop. This is his YouTube link that I'm gonna drop in the chat. I was so happy to hear that for him because they tried to sideline his whole career based on what his father did. And what his father ultimately did was give you the dirt on the Dirty Donald. And that was his first impeachment in his first term. So let's go.
Share and subscribe. We got named to Forbes 30 under 30 in the media category, and I am so honestly just floored. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. We did this. We did it together. We're redefining media. We're redefining journalism. But that's enough of me, because this award is not just for me. It's for all of us. But
let's thank the Midas Touch Network for putting him on. The Midas Touch Network, he is under their umbrella. So let's thank all of them for giving us this unfiltered media without being given to you through the propaganda filter that this for-profit media gives you news. So let's get into how Pete Hegseth is trying to blame this on someone else. And if this was a lethal kinetic strike and everybody understood that was we're going to kill everybody. So what's the big deal? And now that they found out it was a big deal, now it is somebody else ordered the second strike. What happened to that? It was a lethal kinetic strike. What happened to that? Now, let's see what we have found out by just paying attention to what people actually say instead of having it spoon fed to you through this lying administration. Let's go.
just jump right in to what Pete Hegseth said after the strikes on September 2nd.
So the president is sending a message to other cartels, right?
A very clear one. I can tell you that was definitely not artificial intelligence. I watched it live. We knew exactly who was in that boat. We knew exactly what they were doing, and we knew exactly who they represented. And that was Tren de Aragua, a narco-terrorist organization designated by the United States, trying to poison our country with illicit drugs.
We knew exactly who was in that boat. We knew exactly what we were targeting. I was watching it live. That's very
So if he was watching it live, you notice they cut it off. If he was watching it live after that first strike, he would have seen those people who were still alive in the water holding on to the boat. And he would have seen the second strike. Did he say anything? And we had to go back around and strike the boat again? No. Did he show that them go around striking the boat again? No. We knew exactly who they were. Who were they? Since you knew exactly who they were, can you tell us who those people were? Who were they? Oh, by now, you should have a piece of their hunk of their flesh and have run DNA tests, so you may finally actually really know who they were. But did he tell you who they were? We knew exactly what they were doing. Did you bring up any of the drugs that they were trafficking? Oh, they got wet and destroyed. Oh, okay. Okay. Let's continue. You were watching. I was watching. I knew exactly who they were. So if you were watching and you knew that they were going to make a second strike and you knew it was illegal, you didn't stop it, or did you call for it?
different from Pete Hegseth saying that he had essentially nothing to do with the strikes, that this wasn't his decision, but rather the decision of a senior admiral. Because this is what Pete Hegseth said last night. Admiral Mitch Bradley is an American hero, a true professional, and he has my 100% support. I stand by him and the combat decisions he has made on the September 2nd mission and all others since. So Pete Hegseth.
threw him under the bus and backed the bus over several times and continued to run him over under the I am an incompetent motherfucker lie.
The Secretary of Defense is now claiming he may have been watching it live. He knew exactly what was being used. He knew exactly what was happening, but it wasn't his decision and he had nothing to do with it. Let's look at the Fox News transcript that we pulled today. Let me read this with you. So the president is sending a message to other cartels, right? That was the question asked. Hexeth, a very clear one. I can tell you that was definitely not artificial intelligence. I watched it live. We knew exactly who was in the boat. We knew exactly what they were doing.
The reason why he brought up AI is because the president of Venezuela said that it appeared to be a AI image that they were broadcasting all over television, saying that it was a Venezuelan drug boat. That's why AI came up in the conversation.
And we knew exactly who they represented, and that was Tren de Aragua, a narco-terrorist organization designated by the United States trying to poison our country with illicit drugs. Last year, under the Biden administration, all 4 years, 100,000 Americans died from the use of drugs, many of which poured in from Central and South America through our southwest border. Now we're sealing the border, but President Trump is willing to go on offense in ways that others have not been, and to send that clear signal to Tren de Aragua, Cartel del Soles, and others emanating from Venezuela. We're not going to allow this kind of activity. You're poisoning our people. We've got some incredible assets, and they're gathering in the region. Moving on to the second question. I guess the question is, for the operation specifically, was this a drone attack or was this a hellfire from a helicopter? Helo. Hexeth, I can't disclose precisely how this went down. I can tell you it was precision. It was very well understood exactly what assets would be used in order to achieve the effect. So that's classified how it was done, but you can see publicly a lot of the assets that we have in the region. Folks, this is very different from what the White House and Pete Hexeth are saying now. And I think that's because they're being caught in a lie. They're being caught in a lie. And I'm not sure exactly who, they're trying to protect Pete Hexeth. But I will say this, what's interesting in all of this is that if you go back to September 2nd, they released, let me show you this, because this is the video of Hexeth
So
talking.
the president is sending a message to other cartels, right?
A very clear one. I can tell you that was definitely not artificial intelligence.
So that video that they're showing alongside Hexeth, that is the video that was released publicly of the boat strike. And if you look at that video, there's only one strike. They never released the video of the second strike. The second strike video has not been made public. Why? Maybe because they knew from September 2nd that second strike was likely a violation of international law, a war crime. They did not want you to see that second strike. But we know that second strike happened because that's what
And we also know we will be seeing that second strike. We will be seeing two people who were alive after the first strike hanging on to that boat. And the best thought that Hexeth had, the military under the guidance of Hexeth was to illegally strike that boat a second time against all military orders. So yesterday, I played to you portions of his confirmation hearing where it was brought up how Hexeth is so against all of these pesky Geneva Convention laws that the military has to go by. You know, and seeing that with Mark Kelly and Elizabeth Slotkin, hearing him being poo-pooing Geneva Convention laws, laws created in wood paneled rooms while people were smoking a cigar. They only constricted the war fighter. That is what he said about the Geneva Convention laws. Mark Kelly also said that we know that you have problems with the Geneva Convention because you wrote about it in your book as well. So we understand. Now I played all of those clips from his confirmation hearing from the jump that they knew who they were putting in this position. A whole motherfucking fool. A whole motherfucker who actually got pardons for people who were convicted of war crimes, went to 45, 47 in his first administration and got, I believe it was 3 of his buddies pardons for committing war crimes when he was in the service. He was in the service with them, but he was a Fox News weekend co-host when he went to 45, 47. And 45, 47 sitting up indulging Fox News all day, thinking that these people are his good buddies, did one for his good buddy and pardoned people who were convicted of war crimes. But he didn't want to talk about that during his confirmation. So, the thing about it is he was confirmed. The thing about it was, after all of that, the Republican senators confirmed him. So you ought to have some ink for all of these motherfuckers that confirmed him to the point that who had to come in and cast the deciding vote? J.D. Vance bought his switching ass into the cabinet to break the tie of Democrats who wasn't letting his nomination go through. So here comes J.D. Vance with his eyeliner purse and switching his hips into the walls of Congress to get Hexef in. And this is that for this bullshit, knowing this shit, discussing this shit in his confirmation hearing. And now they want to do an investigation. You had your chance to do your investigation when he was questioned before a panel of senators, and you guys decided to vote him in. Investigate your fucking lack of doing your job. And investigate you sitting on your ass and not doing your job for your constituents. That's what needs to be investigated. Why you thought it was okay to put this man over $1 billion military budget when he bankrupt the two veterans installations that he had been over. Make any of this make sense? So enough of fucking disgust in this whole situation to go around while the whole world is looking at us. The UN has already said that these were war crimes. So he wants to be like a dictator. So there he is, have us on the list of war crimes, committing war crimes. Like Benjamin Netanyahu, like Vladimir Putin, isolating us, making us a laughing stock. Because these senators are such pussies that they don't understand that they are in office to represent their people, not to represent this motherfucker who it has them so scared that he's going to finance somebody to primary them if they don't do what he says. Weak men. There's enough disgust to go around. Let's continue.
Caroline Levitt told us just yesterday. Caroline Levitt confirmed, placing the blame on Admiral Bradley, that there was, in fact, a second strike.
That's why you've seen a drastic difference in this administration's policy with respect to the last, and it's one of the many reasons the American public reelected this president and support this Secretary of War in conducting these strikes.
So to be clear, to clarify, Admiral Bradley was the one who gave that order for a second strike.
And he was well within his authority to do so.
And a separate question, the president several days ago said it was his.
And he was well within his authority to do so. He was well within his authority to do so. What branch of government, what branch of the service have you ever held? I'm pretty sure the only branch that you've held was the branch of that old man that you married to, that old billionaire you're married to, who you tried to get you to buy you a seat in Congress and was unsuccessful, and still have outstanding bills because you didn't think that that you should have to pay the people who worked on that fledgling campaign that you lost. And you married to a billionaire and you still haven't paid off all your bills from your campaign. Bitch, the only branch that you have held on to is a branch that will shoot a baby up in you so you can secure a financial future, ho. Let's continue.
Attention.
Admiral Bradley gave the word for the second strike, but the second strike video was never released publicly. And let's go to what Sean Parnell, this is the chief Pentagon spokesperson overnight, was saying. What was confirmed is that the Washington Post and CNN peddled a fake news narrative that Secretary Hegseth gave some sort of kill-all survival order. That is a dangerous and irresponsible lie, and you should be ashamed for pushing it. But immediately after the Washington Post story broke, what Sean Parnell said was a little different. He said that essentially the entire thing was false, that there wasn't even ever a second strike. But that turned out to be false. And, well, even Fox News, Brit Hume, is saying how to point the finger at someone while pretending to support him, reflecting on what Pete is saying regarding to Mitch Bradley, the admiral. And, well, this has even stirred up annoyance within the publishing community. Because remember, Pete Hegseth used Franklin the Turtle as a narco-terrorist. Well, look at what Kids Can Press is saying this morning. Franklin the Turtle is a beloved Canadian icon who has inspired generations of children and stands for kindness, empathy, and inclusivity. We strongly condemn any denigrating, violent, or unauthorized use of Franklin's name or image which directly contradicts these values. Never in my million years would I have had White House condemned by Franklin the Turtle for mocking
Values. Values. How dare you use this image that promotes values, something that Hegseth knows absolutely nothing about. Hegseth, who was accused of SAing a woman and settling the case via a financial payment and a non-disclosure agreement. Hegseth, who said that he would stop drinking. The only thing that would stop him from drinking would be if he got the job as this job as defense secretary. And on the first trip out of the country, you saw him with a shot glass with brown liquor in it at the podium as he's presenting to all of these dignitaries from other countries. This Hegseth, do you think he knows anything about values? This Hegseth, who had impregnated the next wife while he was still married to the former wife? Three different wives. This Hegseth, who is using your tax dollars to then have all of these heavy details over all of these many families that he has produced out here. This Hegseth. Okay. That's good.
war crimes. But that is where we are this morning. And well, it really seems like the walls are closing in on Hegseth, on the White House, and they want a scalp. And that scalp is Admiral Bradley. But ask yourselves this. Why haven't they released the second strike video? And why, later in October, When they launched a strike on another boat in the Caribbean, 2 survivors survived, and they were let go to their home countries in Ecuador and elsewhere. Why'd they let them go? Like, comment, share, and subscribe. More updates coming soon.
There you have it. Let me get out of this. Hold on. Let me. I just wanted to share that with you. Conservative only value winning. Anything else is recruitment and uh, v- uh virtue signaling. Oh, virtue signaling. I apologize. I concur. I will agree. I wanted to share that with you. Now, something he said made me think of something else. But now, let's talk about other people in this administration. Uh, you guys may not know about this. Um, Cash Patel. Let's talk about the choice of for FBI director. Cash Patel gets absolutely smoked in shocking report for GOP-led committees. All fucked up. Okay, it's sharing. Let me tell you this. This is from the inside. These are agents who have made these complaints to GOP senators. Let's be clear. They know have the power to question what's going on in the FBI. Uh, they are giving information. 24 active and veteran FBI agents detailed what they see as the many failings of FBI Director Kash Patel in a devastating 115-page report that is meant to be presented before the GOP-led House and Senate Judiciary Committee. Devine, a reliable Trump backer, obtained in a leaked copy of the report, which she published on Monday. Now, there has been many questions if 4547 was going to get rid of Kash Patel. And 4547 keeps saying that, oh no, he's doing a great job. Oh, see, Cash, you have fans. But nobody's paying attention to how Kash Patel has been a fuck up ever since he has come into the administration. What everybody is trying to get you to ignore is the fact that this dumb nuts, this cockeyed fool, had the audacity to always be making FBI announcements on Twitter. You know, like when Charlie Kirk got shot. He said, "We've captured the killer of Charlie Kirk." Like when there was people who were arrested in Michigan, that he called them a terrorist cell that was arrested in Michigan and has not come back and corrected that when it was none of the such. The FBI wasn't even done investigating, and he got on Twitter and said that they caught a terrorist cell in Michigan. Did you guys hear about that? You may remember where I played for you the other day, where the shooter in Washington D.C. who shot those National Guard people. The shooter was shot in the hospital. At the time, Kash Patel took to the stand and said that the FBI was going to do everything they can do to apprehend the shooter when the shooter was already apprehended and in the hospital. This numbnut, uh, the Kash Patel, who's over the FBI, who had over 1,000 FBI agents scrubbing 40 names, 47 names out of the Epstein file, who paid over $800,000 in overtime hours for them to do it within a short period. I think it was 5 to 7 days. $800,000 worth of overtime hours of your FBI agents to putting your FBI agents on the street with ICE, all of that type of stuff. This is who your administration decided to put over the FBI. I would be embarrassed to have voted for somebody who is using our tax dollars and our fucking FBI in this manner. But I guess if they're just covering his ass, it's all okay. And they are looking for waste, fraud, and abuse and cutting out agencies that protect you as a consumer and clawing back your money from these corporations that are stealing from you, that are charging you all of these overdraft and expensive bank fees. That's where they decided to get waste, fraud, and abuse from, as they constantly increase the Pentagon budget. The Pentagon that has Palantir out here surveilling you, and all of these cameras that they're setting up to survey you. But they have no money to give you health insurance. They have no money to give you health care. They actually had no money, they say, to fund food stamps in, was it November? Do you think that this administration gives a shit about you? When this is what they're doing, and they're doing it with your own fucking tax dollar. You are paying for contracts for Palantir to surveillance you. You're paying for that with your tax dollars. Okay, I went off on a tangent. Okay, let's get back to this story. The report included the agents calling the FBI a rudderless ship, all fucked up under Patel's leadership. Among several embarrassing anecdotes agents used to illustrate Patel's poor leadership. One of the agents interviewed for the report called Patel very personable and likable, but argued that the 47 appointee created a culture of mistrust, uncertainty among the ranks. Patel began his tenure at the FBI by purging many top officials, including the highly respected then acting director of the FBI, Brian Driscoll. Patel also fired senior veteran FBI special agent Walter Gardenia shortly after Gardenia wife died of cancer. Let that sink in. As he's flying his bimbo all over the country in the FBI's jet. The same Patel who always bemoaned current directors in the FBI. All they're doing is flying around in private jets. All they're doing is flying around in private jets. So he had a stick up his ass that the prior Christopher Wray was allowed to use the FBI private jet. That hurt him for some reason. And then he gets into this position that he is unworthy of, and that's the biggest thing that he does is fly a bimbo around in a private jet, flying to MMA matches, flying to boxing matches on your dime. Okay. Devine also explained that Patel's action after the murder of mega influencer Charlie Kirk also undermined faith in his leadership. Devine wrote, some of the heavy criticism stemmed from Patel's behavior in Salt Lake City after the Charlie Kirk assassination. He is accused of giving premature public remarks that potentially jeopardized the investigation, taking credit for the work of other agencies when the suspect was arrested, and for yelling and swearing at the agent in charge. Both he and Dan Bongino were criticized for arrogance and in a unfortunate obsession with social media and a wait a minute and an unfortunate obsession with social media. One source said that they need to stop talking, stop posting, and just be professional. Another said they are spending too much time on social media and the public relations and are too often concerned with building their own personal resumes. The report detailed a shocking moment in Utah the day after Kirk's assassination, in which Patel refused to get off the FBI plane in Provo without having an official FBI raid jacket. According to a highly respected source, he refused to get off the plane unless they went out. And how come if he needed a raid jacket, he didn't wear his raid jacket, his FBI raid jacket. What he got there, and he figured out, hey, it would have been better if I'd been in costume. So he refused. You remember that press conference that was held back and held back and held back? That was because Kakai Patel was sitting on a private jet, refusing to get out because he forgot to bring his costume, his FBI raid jacket. So what happened in that situation? Let's see what happened. Patel apparently did not have his own FBI raid jacket with him and refused to step from the plane without wearing one. Read the report. Devine added about the incident. FBI agents at the Salt Lake City field office, busy working on the Kirk case, had to stop and ask around to find a FBI raid jacket, a medium-sized one that would fit the toddler, the petulant toddler who was having a whole meltdown on the plane. When a jacket belonging to a female agent was delivered to Patel on the plane, he complained that two areas on the upper sleeve did not have Velcro patches attached. Velcro patches attached that read FBI. He got a size medium jacket for his toddler size ass, and then I had the nerve to complain. Well, they don't have the patches that say FBI on the arm. I want patches. Patches, I say. I need patches. Patel would not leave the plane until he had two patches to cover those areas. So members of an FBI SWAT team took patches off of their uniform and ran those patches over to Patel at the airport. The patches were then attached to the loaner FBI raid jacket, and Patel disembarked from the plane. You feel safe now? The report also detailed how Patel called and berated special agent in charge of Robert Bowles, who was in charge of the Kirk investigation, with an expletive-laden tirade over perceived blunders, as he was the one who was reporting that they had caught the suspect twice over social media. But he's berating the FBI agent in charge who didn't do any of that. Insecure. That's an insecure toddler that's doing this. Deputy Director Dan Bongino, a former Secret Service agent, later called Bowles and apologized for Patel insulting him, saying that never should have happened. A source in the report, dubbed Alpha 99, added that Patel did a disservice to the FBI by breaking with the Bureau tradition and norms by taking credit for the good work by other agencies. He said that they had bought in Robertson. They had nothing to do with Robinson being in jail. The FBI had absolutely nothing to do with Robinson being in jail. And Kakai Patel got up there and said, "We got him." You didn't get him. We're clear on that. At least the FBI is clear on that as well. Okay. Okay, where? Okay, where am I? Patel did a disservice to the FBI by breaking with bureau traditions and norms by taking credit for the good work by other agencies on the Kirk investigation, and that Patel appeared to claim. To, wait a minute. The Patel appeared to claim to killer. That I think that's the wrong word. To claim to killer would not have been the killer. Would not have been found without his direct involvement. The Bureau reports comes just days after MS Now reported that President 4547 is weighing whether or not to fire Patel amid a bevy of negative press coverage, including scandal over his use of private government jet to visit his single girlfriend. The White House quickly denied the report. Divine rough treatment Patel in the post is certain to reach the 4547 administration, as 4547 is a regular promoter of Divine's work on social media. So, how did Miss Divine come in contact with this report? That this secret report. She is a Trump fan. How did she get this report? Do you think that 4547 is the one who leaked this report to her? Let me see if I can get some more information beside the obvious that the FBI put in this report. Let me see. Let me share this page with you. Let me share this page with you. Hey, Cheryl Burnett, it is so good to see you. Daryl Roberts, you mad? Okay, I'm happy that you're mad. Uh, I'm so happy that you're mad. I'm just reading. I'm just reading a little news, a little facts. I understand why you would be mad. I would be embarrassed. Try to put more energy in uh, uh, touching the part of you that is embarrassed as opposed to being mad. Damning report labeled FBI rudderless ship under Cash Patel, with him and Dan Bongino more concerned with building personal resumes. This is the New York Post that broke this story. Let me see if there's something that I haven't already gone over with you. Uh, FBI Director Cash Patel is facing withering criticism from an alliance of active duty and retired agents and analysts days after the White House denied media reports that the president is about to fire him. So they said, "You're not going to fire him? You may want to know this. You may want to reconsider after you hear all of this. Please review this." Let me see. Okay, I lost my place. Here we go. A troubling new report card on the first 6 months of Patel leadership concludes that he is over his head, and his deputy, Dan Bongino, is something of a clown, according to the alliance, which in two previous reports warned about crippling DEI and polarization of the FBI during the Biden administration. Uh, the Patel-led FBI is described in this 115-page report as a rudderless ship and fucked up. Okay, let me see. Patel is described by multiple internal sources as inexperienced, with one source saying he has neither the breadth of experience nor the bearing of an FBI director needs to be successful. Another source, a self-proclaimed, a self-professed 4547 supporter, said that Patel is not very good. Uh, Maybe insecure. He's definitely insecure and lacks the uh, requisite uh, experience or the measured self confidence to be FBI director. However, an additional source described him as very personable and likable, while noting he created a culture of mistrust and uncertainty among the ranks. So who cares about him being personable if he has created uncertainty among the ranks? That's crazy. Some of the heady criticism stem from Patel's behavior in Salt Lake City. We went over that. Both he and Bongino were criticized for arrogance and an unfortunate obsession with social media. One search said they need to. Okay, I read that. Is there anything new? Oh, here is the report. Here is the 115 page report. Can we get to that? Let me see. I'm not going to read a 115 page report. I'll download it. If I find something good in the report, I will let you guys know. How about that? The report was written in the style of an official FBI intelligence assessment, analyzing reports from 24 FBI sources and sub-sources using anecdotes to illustrate troubling themes. The case of the medium-sized raid jacket is one example. They said medium size, not the FBI jacket. They had to insert the medium size raid jacket. Is one example. Okay, we read about that story. And here's Dan Bongino, who also is the deputy director of the FBI, who they brought in a second deputy director allegedly to work with Bongino, who nearly had a motherfucking crying fit when he was on Fox News that he had to get up and go to work every day, and he was in the office every day. And I don't see my family, I don't see my wife, we're separated. Who almost had a whole motherfucking nervous breakdown simply because he couldn't sit in his drawers all day and do a fucking podcast and talk shit about people who were out here doing the job. And what is wrong with Bongino? Remember Bongino used to be have those fluffy muscles and stuff. Where are his shoulders now? Did they have to take him off of any juices or anything to get the position of FBI? Because he used to sit up in tight t-shirts and stuff. And this guy looks like a 60-year-old cancer patient. What's going on with Bongino? Who knows? FBI special agents. Okay. Oh, okay. The jacket. Okay. I guess I'm gonna have to go in and actually read this report because everybody's just concentrating on the jacket. Did a disservice by breaking breaking bureau norms and tradition, by taking credit for the good work of other agencies in the Charlie Kirk killers turning himself in. At the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia, Patel was said to be upset when he heard about a discussion that took place among a few dozen FBI personnel about his request that he be issued an FBI firearm. With details of the discussion, when details of the discussion were leaked, Patel ordered everyone to get polygraphed to find out who had criticized him. According to the source, named in Alpha 95, who is described as a highly respected leader and person of integrity. Alpha 95 was dismayed by the order to conduct polygraph examination, which were needlessly punitive. But the to demonstrate the internal resistance facing Patel. The report states that 4547 derangement signal remains alive and well under the left-leaning factions embedded within the ranks of the FBI, and FBI personnel openly expressed disdain for the president. One source blames the past recruitment policy, which prioritized hiring teachers who were more left-leaning in their personal views. Okay, FBI. Okay, uh, television and FBI field offices are reported to be turned to leftist channel MSNBC, MS Now, and CNN, but not Fox News. The report, subtitled "A Pulse Check of the First 6 Months of Patel's Leadership," will be presented to the House and Senate Judiciary Committees this week. It was never intended to be a hit piece in any way, shape, or form, said the authors, who requested anonymity to avoid jeopardizing their position. But the anecdotal report from the FBI personnel skewed 80-20 negative. How could it? You're talking about Patel and Bongino. How could it be anything other than 80-20? I think it should be 99-1 in the negative. There is good news for Patel in the report card. The rollback of DEI policies under him is welcomed by multiple sources who say it was reduce the administrative burden of having to hire non-white people. Reduces the burden. Okay. And women. That reduced the burden. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Let me see. While FBI morale elsewhere remained low, one source reported that high morale among personnel working in counterterrorism and criminal investigation in a FBI field office joint task force, who, unlike during the previous administration in the White House, are completely supported by the DOJ and the FBI field office, respective U.S. Attorney's Office. Another source reported that operational effectiveness has improved because prosecutors are being more aggressive to stay in the administration's favor. Patel firing of a number of senior executives deemed complicit in the past abuses were welcomed by one source, but reforms have not gone deep enough and should be brought to the mid-management level. The authors say they would like nothing more than for the FBI and Patel to succeed for greater good and for greater good and the nation. But that redemption and resurrection of this proud agency will never be achieved unless there is full transparency to expose critical culture and operational deficiencies. They concluded by advising the notoriously thin-skinned Patel and Bongino to heed the criticism if they want to succeed. Okay. Uh, okay. Uh, this link is in my description box. These two links are going to be links number 2. If you want to go back and peruse this information, you are more than welcome to. Where is it? Here we go. Okay, these are links number 2 in the description box. So, what do you guys think? I have to read the report. The report was released by some unnamed source who is a close ally of 4547. So I'm wondering if they released this report because 4547 is looking for a reason to get rid of Kakai Patel. It could be, I don't know, but it definitely could be. Now, Let's see. To share with you. I have to put that first link in here for you. Here we go. So I also wanted to talk to you. Is there a fake Melania Trump? Is there a stand-in for Melania? Now it's being rumored that there is a actual stand-in for Melania Trump. That the real Melania is not the one that you see in a lot of these shots going to and from the helicopter. They say you can tell if the if 4547 hand is being held, that you know that that is not the real Melania, because we have seen her slap his hand away when he reaches out to hold her hand. So there is a big brouhaha is about a fake fill-in Melania. Let's uh let's check out this story. Let me share this with you. So y'all think it's a fake Melania? It could be. But let's check this out. This is number 3 in my description box, link number 3.
That's not Melania.
It's a man, baby. Yeah, yeah. Come on. Why won't this wig come off?
We all know that Melania can't stand to be around Trump. She famously won't even hold his tiny little hands. But it might go deeper than that. The internet is abuzz right now with the idea that Melania so loathes her husband that she's paid a body double to take her place. And Melania is so fake, like normally, that it's easy to see how this theory has taken off. You could replace her with a coat rack and not notice much of a difference. The switch came just in time for her favorite season of the year, too. This year, Melania is making her hatred of Christmas known through the complete lack of effort that she's putting into it. After all, she's got her own grift to attend to, an autobiographical documentary that absolutely nobody wants. Folks, this is a wild and hilarious journey, so buckle up, hit the like button, subscribe, and let's get right into it. Turns out the Melania Trump replacement theory goes back to 2017, during Trump's first term, when folks noticed that Melania had mysteriously disappeared for weeks on end. People claimed that Melania had been replaced by a body double and that the real Melania was either dead, refused to attend occasional events, or had exited from public life entirely. This conspiracy theory popped up once again earlier this month when the Saudi Arabian psycho, also known as MBS, was let into the White House. Melania was getting roasted for this rather hideous green dress that she's clomping around in, which seemed oddly out of style for her. This user JPS says, "This is sick. I'm weeping. Either Melania is packing on a few or that was a fake Melania." Aunt T replied, "I was thinking the same thing. No way in hell Melania would wear a dress that showed her back fat. That's a stand-in. If I went on the internet and people were talking like this about me, I think I'd hire a body double for public events too." And while this is mostly just silly teasing, it is strange that Melania has a tendency to wear these large, dark sunglasses at indoor outdoor events in which she just awkwardly stands around. Going as far back as the election last year, someone's pointing out that Donnie couldn't find Melania today, so he brought fake Melania. And wouldn't you know it, the conspiracy just continues to grow, as last night Melania and Trump returned from their Thanksgiving festivities at Mar-a-Lago, with Melania sporting again those suspiciously large and dark sunglasses for what is
I wear my sunglasses at night so I can.
clearly a nighttime flight. Lucas Sanders here says, here's Donald and Melania returning to the White House from their Thanksgiving vacation trip to Florida. What do you see? And everyone responds with, not Melania. Fake Melania. Also, Trump can't walk well. Astute observations. They're holding hands, so I doubt this is the real Melania. Excellent point. That's
Okay, so I just wanted to get your take on that. Do you think that there is a fake Melania?
saying weird stuff like Merry Christmas, when we all know how she feels about Christmas.
I'm working like a my ass. I know Christmas stuff that, who gives a about Christmas stuff and decoration, but I need to do it, right?
But I guess this year, some
All of these immigrant bans, and this is how Melania talks after fucking her way through New York City, and she still speaks like this. Now, let's get into the grift that Melania has to do. She doesn't give a fuck about Christmas, but she found a way to actually sell some Christmas ornaments to you. Are you guys buying your red, white, and blue Christmas ornaments from Melania Trump? Let's get into her Christmas ornaments.
uninspiring. So really, Melania is just using this Christmas as an opportunity to promote herself. She was sure to include a link to the Melania website where you can buy special limited edition ornaments. I mean, wow, look how great and
$90 for this one. $75 for a Statue of Liberty Christmas ornament. Who would have thought? A USA ornament. Oh, but of course, how corny is the GOP? I see no ornament under $75 in this economy. In this economy. Oh, so I guess Madam Face Bezos with her Madam Puppet Face will have these USA ornaments and all these red, white, and blue ornaments on her billionaire Christmas tree. Is that what who's buying this shit?
amazing these America-themed ornaments are. I'm sure it's just a coincidence that I can easily find the exact same limited edition ornaments on Amazon being sold by Chinese resellers for a quarter of the price. And if you can believe it, the grift just keeps on going. Melania has somehow gotten it in her head that people want to hear about her life. She seems to be ignorant of the fact that the more people find out about her, the less we like her. Just ask the people in her own home country who keep destroying statues of her. And yet, she really thinks that this film is going to become the next, like, funny girl or something, but more like funny looking girl.
The book was such a success, and I'm very proud, and I get so many messages and letters how they enjoy the book, and they would love, my fans and people would love to hear more from me. So I had
the book was such a success. Who wants to hear more from you? Who wants to hear more from you, Melania? Who? Show us these fans and letters. The book was such a success. Now, let's be clear. Peter, Shinnerin. Hey, up them chick. No one's holding you here. You're free to leave at any time. This is not a mandatory a channel that you must be at. If you don't like it, please leave. So let's continue.
an idea to make a movie, to make a film about my life. My life is incredible. It's incredibly.
So, what I'm curious is the Epstein a part of your life is going to be in there because Michael Wolff said that you were in fact introduced to Didano by Epstein. So you have threatened to sue him for $1 billion, but when he got that letter from you with the threat to sue him for $1 billion, he countersued you, and you I haven't heard anything else from you. So is unfortunately we won't have your deposition in there. But the question I have is your relationship with Epstein going to be in there? Uh, Hmm? Are you are we gonna talk about all of your modeling? She got paid 40 million for this movie about me. Everyone wants to know about me. Jeff Bezos paid to play and paid this bimbo $40,000, $40 million for this movie about Melania. Are you guys breathlessly waiting on this movie about Melania? They have a release date. She is talking about the release dates of this movie that they paid her $40 million for. Is anything about Melania worth $40 million other than her position, that her bimbo position in the White House? What was that campaign that she had in the first administration? Uh, what was that campaign? Let's how was that campaign? I think she has a ornament on there. Go first or first. How here it is. Is this it? No. Let's see. How is that campaign that for to help children be best or something? How is that working out? How is that working out? I don't know. Let's continue.
On account of being woefully uninspiring. So really, Melania's just using this Christmas more like funny looking girl.
The book was such a success, and I'm very proud, and I get so many messages and letters how they enjoy the book. So I had an idea to make a movie, to make a film about my life. My life is incredible. It's incredibly busy. And I told my agent, I have this idea, so please, go out and make a deal for me.
And guess what, everyone? We finally get a release date for Melania, the film. We only have to wait 2 months for this masterpiece to drop. And honestly, I cannot.
See, I gave all of you Trump turds a breaking news. If you learn something new, hit the goals. You Trump turds, you angry people. Maybe this will excite you.
Wait for this utter train wreck. I wonder if they're going to cover the part where she was sex trafficked to the United States through a shady modeling agency and then overstayed her visa and then hooked up with Trump during the height of his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein. I wonder if that little nugget is going to come up in this movie. What do y'all think? You know what? Should we do a watch party, like a live stream reaction to this hot pile of garbage when it releases? It would be like Mystery Science Theater 3000, except instead of science.
Okay, there you go. If you have not subscribed to this channel, the link is in my description box. It's called Really American. America first, really American, America first. This is this channel. Go over there and check them out. The link is in my description box. I just thought that I would bring you guys a little news that you may want to use. Now, let's see what else. I had a couple of more things I wanted to share with you guys. Do I want to? Let's let me see. Let's talk about all of this distraction that is going on. Let's not be distracted by the war crimes and all of this. That's going to work itself through Congress and hopefully work itself through a military court or a regular court. But let's keep our eye on the ball. Let's understand that these Epstein files have been subpoenaed by Congress. And they still haven't gotten all of these Epstein files. Why, oh, why, oh, why? The point that there's an investigation on something that they said there was nothing else to see, and now mysteriously there's an investigation going on. That means nothing to uh, the subpoena, the subpoena that has gone out to review all these files. They cannot use where we are investigating the Democrats. No, you said that there was nothing else to see and there were no more clients, Pam Bimbo. And what's it? I think Kakai Patel was there when she announced that as well. And the Ghislaine Maxwell groomer who got Ghislaine Maxwell that Camp Cupcake prison sentence after he went and visited her. The under Bimbo, Pam Bimbo, Todd Blanche, he was also at this announcement that there was nothing else to see. So let's get into this.
He's convinced himself that because he waived you to Donald Trump wants you to forget the Epstein files ever existed. He's convinced himself that because he waved around a bill and pretended it forced the release, we're all supposed to clap politely, look the other way, and let him slither out of the room. Move on, folks. Nothing to see here. But we know exactly what's happening behind the curtain. The same old coordinated scrub job, the industrial strength redaction machine whirring overtime to erase Donald Trump's name anywhere it appears. And now the whole operation is getting exposed by Trump's own pal, Dan Bongino, the guy he shoved into the FBI pipeline specifically to help with the cleanup job. The new leaked emails make it clear. This wasn't a one-off. It wasn't spontaneous. This was the plan all along. And it's blowing up in his face in real time. We're going to get into all of it. But before we do,
this link is in my description box. This is link number 4 in my description box. Go over there and check this channel out.
If I could quickly ask you to leave a like on this video, and if you haven't already and you enjoy our channel, hit that subscribe button because it goes a long way in supporting our work. Now, before we get into what Bongino leaked about Trump's Epstein cover-up in those emails, I want to start with what Robert Garcia just said about why we cannot let up, why we have to keep pressing the FBI and DOJ, especially now that Trump's entire strategy is to make us bored, distracted, and willing to just move on.
Well, again, the Oversight Investigation and the Oversight Committee is leading the Epstein investigation. And so our work is ongoing every single day. Let me just start by sharing also the difference. So we have a law now that's been signed by the president that is asking the DOJ to release the files. Incredibly important for all the members to be on record and for this to sail forward. We also have a subpoena that was passed by the Oversight Committee that forced the hand of all the release of these documents, including the Department of Justice that we've been seeing over the last few weeks and months, and it will continue to produce documents. The difference is we know that the DOJ right now is somehow claiming there's going to be this new investigation or this kind of sham look at Democrats out of the Southern District of New York, which Pam Bondi, of course, announced recently. And there's concern that the language in the legislation speaks to there being a possible, look at, well, we may not release documents if there is an active investigation going, which, of course, is just a deflection on behalf of the Department of Justice. The subpoena doesn't have that language. So even if Pam Bondi wants to use that language to slow down the release of documents, she can't do the same for the subpoena because it does not include that language. And so she has to release the documents and all of the files regardless of a sham investigation. And now there are two strong efforts to ensure that we get those. As far as what's next on oversight, we're now looking at the bank records. We're looking at what were the financial crimes that were happening, who and what powerful men paid enormous sums of money to rape and abuse women. And that's what's next for the committee.
It is important to remember, as Robert Garcia keeps hammering home, that a subpoena for the Epstein files was already on the table long before Congress passed any bill. The Oversight Committee has been chasing these documents for months. They've been pushing the DOJ, pushing the FBI, demanding every scrap that shows exactly how deep Donald Trump's cover-up goes. And now the White House is pretending none of that existed. Trump is out there trying to rewrite the whole timeline, claiming the files are only being released because he magnanimously told Republicans to do it. Please. He couldn't stop them if he tried. The momentum was bigger than him, bigger than his whining Truth Social posts, bigger than whatever fantasy storyline he's peddling this week. So now he's doing what he always does, scrambling to shift the narrative. And for anyone who still believes Republicans don't desperately want more information buried, or anyone who needs a gentle shove back into reality, all you need to see is what happened the moment Eric Swalwell moved to subpoena Dan Bongino, the guy who has been a central player in keeping the Epstein files buried.
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to Clause 2K6 of Rule 11, I move that the committee subpoena Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino to produce and testify what the director is unwilling to discuss and share with Congress, the files related to Jeffrey Epstein, including witness interview records, including FBI Forms 302, search warrant materials, records relating to the initiation of investigations, records relating to financial transactions and payments, evidence collected from wiretaps. The FBI director said today that they've already released these documents. Bongino has reportedly considered resigning from his position over the refusal to release the full Epstein files.
I'm delighted to see that my colleague can read, and I move to lay his motion on the table.
So the deputy director of the FBI, the guy who's been knee-deep in the Epstein file handling, the guy with his fingerprints all over the cover-up, gets subpoenaed to appear before Congress just to answer some questions. Basic stuff. And if everything were as transparent as the White House insists, that shouldn't be a problem, right? If you've got nothing to hide, you don't start sweating when someone turns the lights on. But this is the same Dan Bongino who went on Fox practically in tears over the unbearable hardship of having to show up to his office. Oh, the horror. Oh, the agony. I have to work. Spare me. You'd think a man that put upon might welcome a little break in the form of testifying before Congress. Sit down, answer questions, get a camera pointed at him. It's basically his love language. And yet, Republicans shut it down. Funny how that works. Almost like they know exactly what happens when Bongino gets sworn in and the staffers pull out the receipts. Almost like this sudden burst of protectiveness might have something to do with the panic swirling around his leaked emails, the ones laid out in the article right here. Dan Bongino scrambles to explain Epstein file email redaction. FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino is on the defensive after the release of an email showing he'd been made aware of the Trump administration's sweeping redactions of Jeffrey Epstein files on his second day on the job. Bongino 50 was appointed to the post in March, having caved out a career as a MAGA-friendly podcaster who regularly demanded the government's full and unredacted release of all documents relating to the late pedophile financier. But with the Trump administration having fought a months-long campaign to keep the file secret, which included a frantic scramble by the FBI last spring to make sweeping redactions, Bonho has since changed his tune with minimal explanation. The former law enforcement officer insisted in May, a month after the March and April redaction sprint, that the administration was taking its time with the materials in order to protect Epstein's victims. He had not publicly addressed the file since that time. But internal FBI emails published by Bloomberg over the weekend showed that he had been forwarded an email on March 18th, the day after he joined the Bureau related to guidance on the types of redactions to apply to the Epstein files. After some question what that said about his role in the redactions, Bongino broke his months-long silence on the matter late Sunday to say the email was really just not that big of a deal. Folks, I entered on duty on March 17th. The emails in the chain you see forwarded to me at my request were sent before I began in my position. Bongino wrote on Twitter, I want to review what have sick been done before I entered on duty. It was a priority, and as you can see, they responded immediately. I'm glad that these emails are available for your review. He did not elaborate further on the redactions or what is in the files. However, the internal correspondence obtained by Bloomberg's FOIA files raises questions about Bongino's role in the, quote, special redaction project, as well as about the project itself. The documents show the Bureau scrambling over several months the first half of 2025 to prepare Epstein-related records for potential release, running up almost $1 million in overtime for staff as the administration dithered over what to make public after promising to release all the Justice Department's Epstein files during his campaign. Trump put Attorney General Pam Bondi in charge of the matter after his return to the White House in February. Bondi further stoked anticipation of major revelations to come by telling supporters Epstein's client list was sitting on her desk. According to Bloomberg, FBI Director Kash Patel then ordered roughly 1,000 agents to the Bureau's Central Records Complex in Winchester, Virginia for crash redaction training on what he dubbed the Epstein Transparency Project or Special Redaction Project. Between March 17th and March 22nd alone, the Bureau paid $851,344 in overtime. From January to July, staff logged 4,737 overtime hours, more than 70% of which occurred in March, as agents work nights and weekends. On May 10th, at this point, having apparently been aware of the redaction process for almost 2 months, Bongino wrote on Twitter, there are voluminous amounts of downloaded child abuse material that we are dealing with. There are also victim statements that are entitled to specific protections. We need to do this correctly. But I do understand the public's desire to get the information out there. So Bongino was made aware of these redactions and he just sat on them for months. Didn't touch them, didn't address them, didn't so much as blink, even though on day one he was briefed that there was a special project to do exactly what we all know they were doing. Strip Donald Trump's name out of anything radioactive, then sift through the rest and make sure only other people got burned. We know that's what this was. We know that was the job. We know that was the mission. The plan was simple. We combed through everything, folks. Nothing to see here. Time to move on. Don't word. But here's the problem. If Donald Trump, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, and Dan Benino now claim they still need more investigation into Bill Clinton or Larry Summers or whoever else they want to throw into the meat grinder this week, then one obvious question pops up. Why did they close the investigation months ago? If there were more people to chase, more dots to connect, more ghosts to hunt, why wrap it up? So what exactly were they doing all that time? Because they sure didn't release anything new. So what were they redacting? What were they scrubbing? What Black Sharpie marathon was happening behind closed doors? It doesn't take a conspiracy theorist. It takes a functioning brain cell to conclude they were scrubbing Donald Trump's name. That's the story these emails are screaming. This whole tough on crime cosplay administration isn't tough on anything except hiding its own fingerprints. And Jasmine Crockett called it out here.
Absolutely. One of the things that we had actually talked about when we had a closed door meeting with the survivors earlier this year, along with the speaker, was the speaker said, hey, I'm committed to doing everything that I can. And then obviously he did nothing. But one of the things that we talked about in that closed door meeting was that we needed to expand the breadth of this investigation. And we didn't just need subpoenas.
She's not, no. Yes, she is.
That were coming from the oversight committee, but we needed some out of financial services as well, so that financial services could be digging in, because that is the equivalent of the specific committee that oversees Treasury. We know that there
follow the money
were signals because of the type of suspicious activity that was taking place as it relates to Epstein. We know in talking to survivors about how much money was kind of going in and out with wires internationally. And we also know that there seems to be a lot of corporations that have been set up, not only in the United States, but internationally, a lot of shell and fake modeling agencies that these girls would kind of be run through. We also have been told.
What kind of agencies? Didn't 4547 own a modeling agency, and too bad that Casablanca character is no longer living and breathing. Isn't that the agency? I believe the Epstein owned a modeling agency. 4547 owned a modeling agency, and there is a whole lot of stuff about this. I think his name was John Casablanca, who ran in their circles, if I correctly. You know, the Casablanca who married I think she was 18 or 19-year-old when he married her, and he actually said that he had relationships with 15-year-olds. I guess nobody remembers that.
That there had been a mechanism to make sure that they could get immigration papers that were not necessarily had not necessarily gone through the proper vetting and done correctly, as well as some fake marriages. So there's just a lot. And the thing is, you can't pretend that this sophisticated system was only reliant upon two people. Yes, these two people may have been at the top, but with the level of sophistication, I'm just not sure that there's still not activity that is going on. And that is why this matters even today. I know you went back to the 90s, and yes, you're right. There has been a miscarriage of justice for so many decades. But the question is, by ignoring this, are we still allowing for those same loopholes to make sure that children and women are being victimized today?
I am never surprised. I am always disgusted. That's the entire theme of the Trump era at this point. A government where the bar is in the basement and somehow they keep digging. And yes, there are layers upon layers of Epstein cover-ups. Not just the ones from the 90 seconds, the 2000s, the 2010 seconds. We all know those chapters. I want the story of the first Trump administration, and I want the story of this one. I don't just want the Epstein files. I want every scrap of correspondence from the people who spent years burying them. Every email, every memo, every panicked little delete this moment. We're going to fight for that, and we're going to talk about it every single day. And if you want to support that, as always, hit that.
The more they try to cover up this miscarriage of justice, the more they shine their own light on it. So I just wanted to remind you of what they would rather talk about, why they are doing strikes, why we have all of these boats ready to send Venezuela to enrich people who are already billionaires. Now, the redistricting that Texas has found out that their new map that they created will not be allowed. Uh, let's hear from Mark Eliza at the democracy docket. He also is a contributor to the Midas Touch. The link is going to be number 5 in the description box. So let's hear. He is an actual attorney who actually has won a case that he filed against 4547. If you do not know, um, one of his law firms is one of the law firms that were targeted by 4547's administration. So if you're not familiar with Mark Eliza, let's familiarize ourselves with him. Let me share this link with you. And he's talking here about the redistricting of maps. Now we understand when the judge ruled that Texas map is unconstitutional, and it's unconstitutional because no map can be uh, redrawn based on race. So what did 4547 do? He put out a bird call to Texas. He directly told Texas that they need 5 more seats, and Greg Greg Hot Wheels Abbott went right to work, and they redrew their maps. So they tried to pretend like, oh no, this is just something organic that we have to do. Well, maps are usually redrawn during the census, because during the census they know where their population is, and people who are uh, people who are represented by their government, by their Senate, their Congress, their state Congress people, they know where to run based upon where the population is. So they try to pretend like, no, we can redraw our maps at any time. And they were already in court about their prior map that they drew in the census. So a dummy in Texas decided to say out loud that race has something to do with their maps. And so they can no longer use their maps. And this triggered California to go and put redistricting their maps up to a vote to the public. So that vote did pass. This was triggered by Texas doing the bullshit upon request for 4547, because he's afraid that the Republicans will not have power after the midterm election because of how horribly he is polling right now. So if there is a midterm election at this juncture of the game, um, it may be questionable the outcome of this election. May be questionable. All of these side races. Now, there's a race in Tennessee that is going on today that a lot of people are looking at, because 4547 won Tennessee by over 22 points. Now, so that means the GOP candidate should easily win this race. The area that they're running in is a whole Republican district. However, the Democrat, she is running as a Democrat socialist. I was trying to think of that word yesterday. She's running as a Democrat, not only a Democrat socialist, and she is within the margin of error. So they are hotly watching this race. I know a lot of Republican voters are ashamed to show their faces now. So they may not show their faces at the voting booth. So this may be actually won by a Democrat socialist. So I'm going to watch this race as well, because Tennessee is a red state with a red governor, and this district that she's running in is red, and 45-47 won it by 22 points. So let's get into what happened in Texas. Texas that kicked this all off, and Indiana and Missouri, North Carolina, all these states are talking about redrawing their maps to make it more favorable, so a Republican could win these races. But Indiana thought about it, and they said, no, we're not going to do that. And then after this Texas map got shut down, 45-47 had JD Eyeliner go to Indiana, and he's putting pressure on Indiana to redraw their maps, but he fucked up. 45-47 fucked up when he was talking about Tim Walz, and he called Tim Walz retarded, and it insulted a state congressman in Indiana who has a special needs child, and said, I will never vote for redistricting these maps. And another, I think it was another Congress. I think I'm going to call him a congressman. I did the story on yesterday. Also said that what 45-47 is doing is against the Hatch Act, and he's trying to use people who are on the government payroll to affect a change in their maps, and he is definitely not voting for it. So it doesn't seem like he's going to be successful in Indiana. So let's see how the numbnuts who started all of this redistricting and tried to pretend like it was organic, and only to try to disenfranchise Black voter representation.
I've been litigating voting and election cases for more than 30 years. And during that time, I have been involved in some of the biggest ones. And I've also seen my fair share that have frankly gone off the rails. But I've never seen one like what we are watching take place in Texas, where after Republicans redrew their congressional map, a lawsuit was filed, it won, and boy, then the fireworks really started. So sit back, grab something to drink, because this is going to be a ride. But before we get into any of that, subscribe to this channel to stay informed about how you can defend democracy. So all of this started, as you no doubt remember, when Donald Trump insisted that Texas redraw its congressional map in the middle of the decade. It is called mid-cycle redistricting. Donald Trump thought he was being smarter than everybody else by pressuring Texas. After Texas, he pressured Missouri and North Carolina. He has tried to pressure Indiana, so far without success. Florida is going to undoubtedly do his bidding. And he set up a bit of a chain reaction, right? We saw California on the Democratic side. It redrew its map through the ballot initiative process, rather. We've seen Virginia start to take its steps forward to redraw its map. And anyway, we've been watching this go back and forth, but the cornerstone of all of this, like the place that it all starts and that everything else is kind of like an addition to or chain reaction to, is Texas. But I got to tell you, there isn't any chance that Donald Trump had in mind the debacle that Republicans have created in the state of Texas as they tried to gerrymander this map. The problem for Republicans began when the Department of Justice sent a letter to the state of Texas saying, you need to redraw your maps. And you need to redraw them because the maps that are in place that the state of Texas drew in 2021 used race impermissibly to create so-called coalition districts. Now, coalition districts are where the state tries to meet the Voting Rights Act by combining more than one racial group together, but where the racial groups oftentimes vote in harmony with one another. So, for example, you might have a place where there are not a sufficient number of Black voters to create a Voting Rights Act district, but if you pair them with, for example, Hispanic voters, there are enough. So there has been a legal debate over the years about whether or not the Voting Rights Act permits or requires or is neutral on the question of coalition districts. So the Department of Justice sends this letter to Texas saying, hey, the map you drew in 2021 impermissibly created these districts, okay, these coalition districts. The problem is that the state of Texas was in the middle of a trial when they got this letter. And it was a trial about these very districts. And the state of Texas's experts and the state of Texas's state legislators who had drawn these maps testified under oath that, in fact, they had not used race to create any of these districts. That, in fact, these were not coalition districts that were created by the state, that to the extent there were Black voters and Hispanic voters and white voters and Asian American voters, whatever the coalition is, they were naturally occurring. They were just people who happened to live near one another. And in fact, the map drawer, a Republican legislator, went so far as to swear under oath that she didn't even have racial data available. It was not turned on her computer when she drew the maps. Now, she testified this way because it was a defense against the claims that were being made in that case by groups that were challenging the 2021 map. It is against that backdrop that in drops the crackerjack legal team from the Department of Justice that sends this letter to the state of Texas that says these coalition districts were created by the state and are unconstitutional. So now the state of Texas has a problem. On the one hand, it has a letter that says these were impermissible coalition districts created by the state. On the other hand, it has the sworn testimony of the state legislator saying, I never used race at all. So what did Greg Abbott do? Well, being the coward that he is, being the sycophant of Donald Trump that he is, he, of course, embraces the letter from the Department of Justice. And so when the mid-cycle redistricting kicks off, this letter was intended to be a prop to give Greg Abbott, the governor of Texas, a reason for, out of the blue, calling a special session to redistrict. So that's how the special session kicks off. And the next thing you know there is a new map that has been created. And lo and behold, this new map destroys the coalition districts, right? So it actually accomplishes the goal that the Department of Justice laid out, which was undo these coalition districts. The problem, again, is that it was undoing districts that were not created artificially by the map drawers. These were districts in which various citizens of different ethnic groups just happened to be living near one another. And so when this new map is introduced in the legislature, it is a racial gerrymander. Now, what do I mean by that? A racial gerrymander is any time race is used as the predominant factor in moving a significant number of voters of a particular race into a district or out of a district. Okay, that is the definition of racial gerrymandering under the existing Supreme Court law. So if you have a district and you move a significant number of black voters in on purpose, or you move a significant number of Hispanic voters out on purpose, that is a racial gerrymander. Now, there are certain circumstances, for example, compliance with the Voting Rights Act, where that may have to be done, but it at least raises a question. It at least raises a suspicion that something bad has happened, because under existing Supreme Court precedent, using race as the predominant factor to shuffle voters in and out of a district based solely on their race is suspect. It is forbidden under most circumstances. So here's the state of Texas. It is trying to meet what Donald Trump wants. It has this letter from the Department of Justice that it should have just said, this is garbage, go away. But instead, the legislature embraces, the governor embraces, and we now know the map drawer embraces. So everybody is paying homage to this dumb letter that Pam Bondi's Department of Justice sends in order to do Donald Trump's bidding. So the map gets passed, and what happens next is a lawsuit is filed. Actually, a whole bunch of lawsuits are filed. My law firm actually filed the first of these lawsuits. So if you remember, the Texas legislature drew this map and it passed it in the middle of the night at like 2 a.m. or something. By 8 a.m. the next morning, my law firm had filed the first lawsuit, or the first amended complaint, to be technically accurate, challenging this. But then there were a whole bunch of other groups that were also involved in the first case, some that were not, that also filed lawsuits. This is a good time, by the way, to remind you that all of this background I'm telling you, you would know if you were a subscriber to Democracy Docket. Democracy Docket has covered this Texas redistricting case from gavel to gavel, from first introduction of bill to final passage. There is no news outlet in the country, regardless of size, regardless of resources, that has dedicated as much coverage in depth to every twist and turn as Democracy Docket. We had a reporter in the courtroom for 10 days following the hearings that took place in this case, when the legacy media was nowhere to be found. You know, legacy media was off covering other stuff. So please do me a favor, click on the link in the description below to become a Democracy Docket subscriber today. There are free options, there are premium options. What matters is that you choose one that works for you and you stay informed. All right, so these lawsuits get filed, and the claims, among others, are that the Texas legislature and the governor racially gerrymandered in violation of the Constitution. Because we know that the 2021 map was drawn without any racial considerations, because that's what the map drawer told us. And we know that the Attorney General sent a letter saying you needed to dismantle these coalition districts. And we know that Greg Abbott said, yep, that's what we're going to do. And that is, in fact, what the map drawer did. So lawsuits get filed, and this case is set for a hearing for 10 days in El Paso, Texas. Remember I said that the legacy media was nowhere to be found? Probably if this trial were in Austin or Dallas, maybe they would have been there. Certainly if it was held in Los Angeles, California, or New York or Washington, D.C., they would have been there. But Democracy Docket was there. So both sides call witnesses. And the map drawer himself is called to testify to try to defend this map on non-racial grounds. There are legislators called. I mean, it is quite an epic hearing. I called it a mini trial because 10 days is long enough that it deserves to be called a mini trial. Technically, it was a preliminary injunction hearing, but whatever you call it, it was a big, big deal. And I wrote about this, and I begged you, I pleaded with you Don't believe the hype that this is a done deal. Donald Trump wants you to think that it's done. Republicans want you to think there is nothing that can be done to unwind the damage they have done in Texas. And I was writing and speaking and saying, just give us a chance. Like, we've got lawyers, we've got legal arguments. We may not win, we could lose, but we could win. And before you buy into the legacy media's desire to pronounce that Donald Trump is all powerful and Republicans are running the table in redistricting, before you buy into that corporate media nonsense, give us a chance. Let this play out. So the hearing takes place. And again, I'm like pretty optimistic. I'm like, look, I followed this. Democracy Now! Followed it. And I think there's a really good chance we're going to win. Legacy media, now this is a done deal. Donald Trump all powerful. Then a blockbuster rule. Earlier this week, the 3-judge panel issued the majority opinion and struck down the gerrymandered districts on exactly the grounds that I predicted. The map, the court said, was the product of an impermissible movement of voters based on race in and out of districts. And they did not believe the map drawers' testimony to the contrary. So they said, essentially, we weighed all the evidence, we judged the credibility of all the witnesses, which is exactly what trial courts are supposed to do. And we have come to the conclusion that race was the predominant factor in undoing these coalition districts. The net result of that is that the state of Texas was blocked.
I didn't even have my race calculator on when I was redistricting the maps. Well, what were you redistricting them for? If you had to have them on to redistrict a map that would garner you 5 Republican seats, bitch. You think we crazy? Are you crazy? Or you think we crazy? Or you thought those judges were crazy that heard this case? You thought they were crazy? He won this case.
Enjoined is the legal term from using the 2025 redrawn maps, and the 2021 pre-existing maps were put back in place. That was a really big deal. Now, this would be worthy of this video if the story ended there, but it doesn't. So like I said at the beginning, buckle in, because this is the twist and turn you didn't see coming. On Wednesday, after the majority opinion was already released, we get the dissenting opinion. Now, normally those come out at the same time, but sometimes they don't, particularly when courts have to move fast. They will sometimes issue the majority opinion first, and then you'll have a dissent later. It's not common, but it's not unusual. It certainly didn't raise any red flags. After all, the majority opinion had been written by a district court judge who had been appointed to the bench by Donald Trump. It was joined by another judge who was appointed by a Democratic president. And the dissenting judge, the judge that didn't join that majority opinion, was appointed by Ronald Reagan. He is one of the oldest judges on the federal bench and is a well-known conservative on the Fifth Circuit. So the fact that he hadn't yet issued his dissenting opinion, we figured we'd get it, but it wasn't really going to matter. What was going to matter next was going to be a race to the U.S. Supreme Court, because the state of Texas was clearly, and they announced as much, going to seek review from the U.S. Supreme Court to try to block this blocking, right? So essentially undo the stay of the use of the 2025 map. So that's where my attention was. That's where my legal team's attention was. That's where the press was. That's where Democracy.get's coverage was. And you should check all that coverage out on their website. But then we got the dissent. And honestly, I've never read a dissenting opinion quite like this one. I mean, if I tell you it is the most intemperate judicial opinion that I have ever read, it's the most intemperate judicial opinion that I've ever read by a lot. It opens by absolutely torching the judge who wrote the majority opinion in very personal terms. This is not the usual, like my colleague this and the majority says that. This is a scathing attack, a personal attack by this dissenting judge against the Trump-appointed judge, the judge that was appointed to the bench and confirmed who had been appointed by Donald Trump, torching and just calling him unethical, calling him every possible name in the book, and going into great detail about the discourteousness and the injustices and the slights. I mean, I'm going to spare you all of that, but suffice to say, there's a lot of that. And that would be an unusual opinion to read. Like normally judges, even when they disagree strongly, they may say, I strongly dissent. They may say, I think that the majority opinion is wrong, that is misguided. Like there's coded language that judges use. And this goes well beyond that. But if that's all it was, it wouldn't merit that much of a discussion. But then as I'm reading, I get to a section where all of a sudden this dissenting judge is discussing George Soros. Yeah, right. George Soros, the financier, billionaire. Yeah. The guy who is like the object of right-wing fever dream conspiracies. Yeah, that guy. All of a sudden his name appears. And I'm thinking, I'm sorry, what does George Soros have to do with this? But George Soros is, like, as far as I know, like lives in New York. Like has nothing to do with Texas. Like he don't have anything to do with redistricting. So I'm thinking, okay, well, maybe this is just like a letting off steam kind of thing. And I keep reading, and there's more and more about George Soros. And then I get to a section that is not just about George Soros, but it's about me and George Soros. The Elias Law Group draws from the Soros coffers too. Counsel for the instant Gonzalez plaintiffs, David Fox, is a partner at Elias, which, quote, has collected more than $104 million from Democrat Party committees and donors, including Mr. Soros. Firm chair, Mark Elias, formed entities, quote, tucked inside large existing nonprofits that, quote, raised tens of millions of dollars from some of the richest donors on the left, including from foundations funded by Mr. Soros. On a silver platter, Judge Brown hands Soros a victory at the expense of the people of Texas and the rule of law. Judge Brown won't tell you that. This is just batshit crazy. I mean, like, I don't know any way to put it. Like, I wish I had a legal term. Like, maybe someone can translate that into Latin and put it in the comments, and then we can use that phrase instead. It is true that we represent the Gonzalez plaintiffs, a group of 13 voters, Hispanic and Black voters, who had the courage to take on the state of Texas and bring this case. I have no earthly idea what that has to do with George Soros. I have no earthly idea why he is saying that my law firm is collected more than $104 million from the Democrat, which is, by the way, the Democratic Party, showing a little bit of something there, that I formed entities, quote, tucked inside large existing nonprofits that raise tens of millions of dollars. I what does any of this, even if it's true, what does any of this have to do with whether or not the state of Texas impermissibly used race as the predominant factor in moving a significant number of voters into a district or out of district based on their race, right? I started by giving you that legal test because there's nothing in this about that legal test. Like, what does he mean that on a silver platter, Judge Brown, by the way, is the federal district court judge who was appointed by Donald Trump, who wrote the majority opinion, hands Soros a victory at the expense of the people of Texas and the rule of law? How is this a victory for Soros? Like, how is it that my firm's involvement in representing the Democratic Party in unrelated cases, right? In this case, we were representing a group of voters. The Democratic Party didn't have anything to do with they weren't paying for this case. They were not the plaintiffs in this case. I don't know what that has to do with this, but I definitely don't understand why George Soros' name keeps coming up over and over and over. In fact, if you look at the entire opinion, George Soros' name is mentioned 17 times. 17 times in a judicial opinion about a redistricting map in the state of Texas, in which George Soros...
That 45, 47 told him to make. And this is who 45, 47 is putting on the bench. That is what I want you to know. Now, he started this shit by requesting this of them, something that was blatantly on its face illegal. And then when he get when a judge, when a jury, a panel of judges find Texas did was in fact illegal, was in fact based on race, you have a Trump appointed judge coming out here talking about George Soros and this attorney who bought the case, making money from George Soros. No, you hold the mirror up to yourselves who thought that you were going to thought that you were going to erase the power of the people's vote based on race. Understand that this administration is going to do whatever it can to rob, cheat, and steal votes from you in this midterm election to keep the power that they have. And it's not working out so well for them right now. So what can we expect when we go to the voting booth to actually vote? Now, there is something else I want to share with you. Let me share this with you. I forgot to mention that when the story first came out about those two strikes, you may or may not remember that Pete Kegbreath said that that was fake news. When the story came out about there being 2 strikes, he said that's fake news. So now it has gone from being fake news to them admitting it and blaming it on someone else. This does not look good if a proper investigation is done by Congress as it should be. Let's review the first statements that came out about this strike with Adam Mogler.
To a admiral who was beneath him at the thing like this. Investigations into his alleged war crimes continue to mount, basically mainly led by Republicans who want to get to the bottom of his abuse of power at the Pentagon. But Pete Hegseth had the genius idea of blaming the people beneath him, shirking responsibility down to a admiral who was beneath him at the Pentagon. He's essentially saying the buck does not stop with me. It doesn't stop with Donald Trump, who is the commander-in-chief. The buck stops conveniently with the person right beneath me, who is Admiral Bradley. Both Caroline Leavitt and...
Okay. Let's be clear. This is link 7 in my description box. JD Vance, it says, killing cartel members who poison our fellow citizens is the highest and best use of our military. Really, JD Vance? So is our military going to take the former Nicaraguan secretary who has been convicted and pardoned by 4547 after he has been convicted of selling drugs to our fellow citizens? So what's the best use of the military when it comes to him after he's been pardoned by your boss, your administration? The man who you are a lackey for. Read all of this bullshit. Killing citizens is another nation who are civilians without any due process is called a war crime. I don't give a shit what you call it. We know you don't give a shit. You don't give a shit about poisoning fellow citizens either. We know you don't give a shit about it. Because we know that you will do whatever you're told to do to try to garner power. We know that you have been set up by Peter Thiel in all of the jobs that you got, even your Senate campaign, even them boosting you up to 45, 47 via Don Jr. No wonder the cocaine, the person who was trafficking cocaine into the United States got a pardon. And no wonder you see no problem with them killing people that you guys are saying are bringing other drugs into this country. But the cocaine deliverer to this country is suddenly pardoned. And we know you're in your position because of Don Jr. Don Jr. The cocaine guy has been pardoned. Enough said. Okay, so let's get into this.
Pete Hegseth seemed to be blaming Admiral Bradley in a coordinated manner, and Donald Trump directly contradicted what they're saying 24 hours ago. On Air Force One, Trump was saying there isn't a double tap. There was never a second strike, and there wouldn't need to be one. Then Caroline Leavitt walked out today and in a scripted manner contradicted that. Let me walk you all through the timeline, starting a little bit earlier than most people start. I found this screenshot from September where JD Vance says, killing cartel members who poison our fellow citizens is the highest and best use of our military. This was before we knew about the Pete Hegseth controversy, right? We just thought that due process was a problem. Brian Krasenstein says, killing the citizens of another nation who are civilians without any due process is called a war crime. JD Vance says, I don't give a shit what you call it. That laid the groundwork for the story that we then got from the Washington Post that read, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth gave a verbal directive. Quote, the order was to kill everybody, someone said, with direct knowledge of the operation. A missile screamed off the Trinidad coast. For minutes, commanders watched the boat burning on a live drone feed, and then they saw 2 survivors clinging to the smoldering wreck. The Special Operations Commander overseeing the September 2nd attack, the opening salvo in the Trump administration's war on drug traffickers, suspected drug traffickers, alleged drug traffickers, we don't really know. They ordered a second strike to comply with Hegseth's instructions. The 2 men were then blown apart in the water. Pete Hegseth immediately tried to discredit this by calling it fake news and saying, as usual, the fake news is delivering more fabricated, inflammatory, derogatory reporting. Trump then comes out, and on Air Force One, he says, Pete Hegseth assured me this didn't happen. There was no second strike. Donald Trump assured the American people there was no second strike, but like clockwork, he lied, and Caroline Leavitt comes out and contradicts him. Pete Hegseth is then memeing online on Twitter saying Franklin targets narco terrorists. This was him being cocky. Just the night before, Caroline Leavitt comes out and tries to throw Admiral Bradley under the bus. Take a listen to this question. Take a listen to the admission that has racked up millions of views here, and then the diversion of responsibility over to Admiral Bradley. It is a stunning sequence of events in the White House briefing room here. And by the way, make sure you drop a like. Good morning to everybody. I hope you're enjoying a nice cup of coffee, and subscribe to the Adam Mockler feed.
Thank you. Gabe.
Caroline, excuse me, regarding Venezuela, the president said yesterday that Secretary Hegseth had denied that second strike, the reported second strike on an alleged drug vote on September 2nd, the secretary said to the president that didn't happen. But to clarify, I just wanted you to clear this up. In his social media post, Secretary Hegseth didn't go into details about that strike. He just said U.S. operations in the area were lawful, and he said that the story and media reports were fabricated. So to be clear, does the administration deny that second strike happened, or did it happen and the administration denies that Secretary Hegseth gave the order?
The latter is true, Gabe, and I have a statement to read for you here.
Okay, so the latter is true. So the strike happened. She then goes into a pre-prepared statement from a lawyer to minimize risk.
President Trump and Secretary Hegseth have made it clear that presidentially designated narco-terrorist groups are subject to lethal targeting in accordance with the laws of war.
But the president does not get to designate a narco terrorist. Presidentially, what did that bitch say? What did this bitch say? Designated narco terrorism. No, the president does not get to declare this. The Congress is the one who have to declare this. The president does not have get the opportunity to say that we are going to war with anyone. That is the job of Congress. So all of this lawyerly talking means absolutely nothing in the fact of the law. All of this covering of your ass, we know what type of lawyers that 45, 47 is accustomed having. Lawyers that serve him rather than serve the law. And in serving him and his wishes, he always runs up afoul of the law. Thus, he is a 43-time convicted felon. By not being an attorney and telling his attorneys how they must argue the bullshit that he has done. That's why he's a felon right now. So we don't give a fuck if this is some lawyerly talking coming out. That does not excuse him for going afoul of the law. They can say all they want to. They can say whatever they want to say. But the fact of the matter is, this is against the law. This is against international law. This is against a maritime law. This is against military law. All of this was unlawful. So she can come out here and say all the bullshit she want to say. But all of this is unlawful. Now, if they thought that what they did was right, do you think that Hegseth would be talking about the guy under him made a great decision? If so, do you think he'd be putting it off on this other admiral? If he thought that it was so lawful, if he thought it was so lawful, why did he come out when the story first broke and say that it was fake news? It was not fake news. That was the same thing that he said when he got busted using that Signal app, that unsecure app, giving times of when our military were going to do military strikes. He said that was fake news as well. That was the first thing that come out. It's like a reflex. He's a fucking liar.
Back to the strikes.
Pre-prepared statement from a lawyer to minimize risk.
President Trump and Secretary Hegseth have made it clear that presidentially designated narco-terrorist groups are subject to lethal targeting in accordance with the laws of war. With respect to the strikes in question on September 2nd, Secretary Hegseth authorized Admiral Bradley to conduct these kinetic strikes. Admiral Bradley worked well within his authority and the law, directing the engagement to ensure the boat was destroyed.
Okay, so they're essentially introducing a new player as the star, the lightning rod, the person who's going to take all of the attention and the heat away. Somebody then follows up and says, wait a minute, so you're saying Admiral Bradley is the one who's responsible?
So that's why you've seen a drastic difference in this administration's policy with respect to the last, and it's one of the many reasons the American public reelected this president and support this Secretary of War in conducting these strikes.
So to be clear, to clarify, Admiral Bradley was the one who gave that order for a second strike.
And he was well within his authority to do so.
And a separate question, the president.
A huge dodge there. Quote, he was well within his authority to do so. This is where Pete Hegseth comes in with the big bomb. Pete Hegseth posted on December 1st. It quickly raked up 1 million views on X. He said, quote, let's make one thing crystal clear. And really quickly, in this, he just throws Admiral Bradley under the bus and is essentially like, let's make one thing clear. Admiral Bradley,
So what are you saying? If Mitch Bradley goes down on a war crime, you're gonna do your best to get him a pardon? Is that what you're saying, Pete? Is that what you're saying? If Mitch Bradley is convicted of a war crime, you're going to do what you did with your buddies who were convicted of war crimes and go to 45, 47 and get him a pardon? Mm-hmm. Gee, pal, it must be good to have a pal like you. Well, Mitch Bradley, who looks like he's in his 50s, I don't know, you palm colored people age so badly, but he looks like he's in his mid 50s. So it appears that Mitch Bradley devoted his whole life to the military. So if this Mitch Bradley is to take away from Kelly, who did a public service announcement warning people like Mitch Bradley that you have the right to not follow illegal orders. Huh? You're trying to take away Kelly's military pension. You did a series of letters to high-ranking officials when you first got the job as over the DOJ. I mean, over the over the Pentagon. You wrote letters to high-ranking officials saying that if they had supported the Biden and the Obama administration, that they better think about if they were going to survive long enough to receive their pensions. So, you're the pension master, huh? So, my question to you is, you are putting all of this on someone who's under you and talking about all the support you're going to give him. So you're throwing him under the bus and trying to act as if you're throwing him a kite, a parachute or something to save himself. This go down and he's convicted of a war crime, is this man going to lose his pension? This man who stayed in the service to make it a career, something that you were unable to do, are you going to pay his pension? So see, Mitch Bradley. See, you should have heed. You should. Well, the warning came too late. This was the first boat strike. You should have heeded the instructions that you were given when you entered the military. You already knew that you were not supposed to take unlawful orders, and you now. I hope that this shines a light to the rest of the military better than that public service announcement ever could. That you do not have to take unlawful orders from anyone in this administration. Let's see where it's going to get you. I hope that the rest of the military are looking at this and understanding that it was not a crime that Kelly and Schlacken and the rest of these people said when they said not to take an illegal order. Which this Caroline Leavitt is sitting up here saying that they said don't follow the president. The president, that's not what they said. They said you do not have to take an illegal order. That's what they said. And they're trying to turn that into something dirty. And then here we see that someone is taking an illegal order and they're getting thrown under the bus by this administration, by somebody who don't have half of what it takes to get to where this stupid admiral took this illegal order. You get what your hand calls for sometimes, but I hope the rest of the military learn a lesson, because it will not be long before they are told to do illegal orders upon the American citizens. I guess it's apropos. Better they learn early than they learn too late when it comes to dealing with Americans. And why do you know that they're going to deal with Americans? Because Americans are losing their health care. Americans are losing their jobs. Do you not think that this is going to bubble up in the United States when people find out how destitute they are and that millionaires or billionaires are controlling their movement and everything in their lives? As they believe the lie that they have to get this real ID, that it is mandatory that everyone have this real ID, when this real ID is something just to track you. When they're tracking you in your every movement, they are the ones who creating AI that says what job you can apply for, what job you is going to be submitted to. You're not going to have the free will because AI is deciding everything about you and how you are going to be able to live your life. Okay.
September 2nd mission and all others since. America is fortunate to have such men protecting us. When this Department of War says we have the back of our warriors, we mean it. This is like when my friend and I were playing baseball and I broke a window of the neighbor's house. And when the neighbor's father comes out, I'm like, I stand with my friend. I don't care what my friend did. Whatever he did, we both own up to it. It's like, yo, you're the one that did it. Senator Chris Murphy immediately calls us out on CNN. Take a listen.
So Secretary Hegseth has just posted something that I wanted to ask you about. He said, let's make one thing crystal clear. Admiral Mitch Bradley is an American hero, a true professional, and has my 100% support. I stand by him in the combat decisions he has made on the September 2nd mission and all others since. America is fortunate to have such men protecting us. When this Department of War says we have the back of our warriors, we mean it.
I mean, listen, Pete Hegseth says right there, I stand by the decisions he has made. Look at this blaming of responsibility he has made. You're just saying, yeah, he did it. He did it.
Okay, let me just translate this into he's pinning this on Bradley. Okay, he's saying that's what that's about, right? I mean, where do you see this headed?
He is passing the buck. He sort of sees the freight train that is coming, right? That both Republicans and Democrats are coming to the conclusion that this was an illegal, wildly immoral act, and he is shifting blame. It's the opposite of the buck stops here. And boy, it's a chilling signal to everyone in the chain of command that the Secretary of Defense does not have your back. In this case, it seems likely that he actually did give the order, that he gave the order to kill everyone on that boat, and that those in the chain of command were simply following his orders. But he is basically telling everyone, all of his generals, all of the professional staff of the Department of Defense, that I'm going to save myself if things get tough.
It's almost even worse than that. So they've spent the past month freaking out about this illegal order video. Maybe it's been like 2 to 3 weeks, but the point stands. So they're essentially saying, we will give out illegal orders and expect you to follow those illegal orders. But then when push comes to shove, we're going to make sure that you fall on the knife and take the responsibility for this illegal order. And we are going to say that we had nothing to do with it. We're actually going to push it down the chain of command. It's like the most brazen hypocrisy ever. Never in my life have I seen someone go from the fake news is delivering fabricated, inflammatory, derogatory reporting to then saying the decisions that he has made, I stand by. It is just a disgusting shirking of responsibility. And Senator Chris Murphy points it out perfectly. You're going to command people to commit war crimes and then not have their back. I mean, you shouldn't do that in the first place, of course. But then you're going to be spineless enough to ditch them afterwards. A disgusting display from Pete Hegseth, who 1 year ago was
He snitched on them. He snitched. He's a snitch. He's a equivalent a snitch. That's what he is.
Fox News host, which, listen, there's no problem with that. I do political commentary as well. That's fine. But you can't act like you are this cocky Department of War secretary when 1 year ago you were an inexperienced Fox News host who doesn't know how to act in an executive position. Leadership is hard.
And you're a bitch ass snitch. That's what we found out. Hey, Leonard, it is good to see you. It's good to see you, Lana Moore. If you're not a member, if you have not subscribed, you're welcome to subscribe. It is good to see you as well. Now, let's move on. This is just, it's just insane, the bullshit that this administration is up to. Now, I want to talk about some more things that are important that I don't want you guys to forget. Let's talk about jobs, the economy. Let's talk about this economy. Other things that are going on in this administration while they want you to look everywhere. You know that they did not release the jobs report. So let's talk about the economy and how it is affecting Black women by far the worst. Black women by far. Let's look at this unemployment in this economy. This is going to be link number 8. All of these videos are linked in my description box. If you want to go visit them, let's go.
Released its first official jobs report since the government shut. The Labor Department this week released its first official jobs report since the government shutdown, which ended a 7-week data delay. We now have top-line numbers from September. We may get partial figures from October at a later date. Either way, the new release reveals a continued slowdown in hiring. U.S. employers added 119,000 jobs to payrolls in September, which did exceed what economists had been forecasting. But once again, July and August numbers were revised downward by a total of 33,000 jobs. Overall, the unemployment rate rose to 4.4%, which is the highest in 4 years, although I like to always say the denominator there always changes. So I don't want you to take that without the context. When you look at unemployment for black women, however, 7.5%. That group has been hit hardest since President Trump's return to the White House. There's a bit of a story here. An estimated 300,000 black women lost their jobs between February and September, which is, as I said, the last month for which we have data. And that's more than any other demographic. Between eviscerating the federal work.
Okay, hold on. Eviscerated worse than any other report. Black women have lost their job. Now, I had an idiot that I ignored that actually brought his ass in my chat and called me a welfare queen because I was playing things about a hex elf, a whole snitch, a whole person that got his job under who hates DEI so much, but he loves DUIs, or who got his job as over the Pentagon under a DUI, who hates DEI so much, called me a welfare queen. So if over 300,000 black women have lost their job, the welfare queen thing is quite ineffective, and it would definitely be unaffected to me, who has worked full-time jobs all of her life from the age of 14. It would definitely be very ineffective to me. See, all of this projected about what black people are, what you want to present black people as. If black people were that, how is it that more almost double the amount of jobs that have been lost were lost by black women who were working women? And see, that's why are you concentrating on black people while you're not. How do black people affect you racists in how you live your lives? So that's what I want to know. How does anything that a black woman do, a working black woman or a black woman on welfare, how does that affect you and how you live your life? Are you looking for someone to blame for the condition that you are living in? Do you not think that the working black woman don't see the conditions that you live in? You don't think that we see you guys walking on the streets, sitting on curves with your faces all sucked in, with dirt all on your feet, all under your nails, living in campers, living outside with all of this greasy hair? You don't think we see you? You do not think we see you. But you can't even see yourselves because you're so busy trying to project an image on black women that we don't give a fuck what you project on us. Bitch, we going and we are living our lives to the fullest. Why do you think that they are ensuring that they are firing black women? Because we know the truth about who we are. And the thing is, we know the truth about who you are. But you don't know the truth about who you are. You are a pansy for a party that don't give a shit about you. Don't give a shit about you. But see, a long time ago, you didn't get the message that every black woman already knows. If you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, He won't notice you're picking his pockets. Give him somebody to look down on and he'll empty his pockets for you. Lyndon B. Johnson. That would be Bain. Lyndon Bain Johnson. So all of this hurt that you feel about yourself, we understand that you're just hurt people, but you don't hurt us. You are the people who put this administration in office because you wanted to look down on someone else while your own pockets are being picked. Hell, you are emptying your pockets yourself to this administration who only is supporting billionaires. You think somebody care about your dumb shit? Do you actually think somebody cares about the dumb shit you say when you come out here and all bold in your fucking ignorance? Do you think somebody care? Do you think all you do is shine the spotlight on your ignorance? When I see dumb shit like that, you think I'm hurt? No, I think there goes another white ignorant, as the amazing Lucas calls him. Here comes another one of the white ignorants. That's all I see. That's exactly all I see. Thank you, Lana Moore. Living in cars and parks so bad that they had to pass laws against its so superior. Exactly. So let's continue this jobs report.
Force, which has double the share of black women working in it between February and September, which is, as I said, the last month for which we have data, and that's more than any other demographic. Between eviscerating the federal workforce, which has double the share of black women working in it compared to the wider labor market, and Trump's war on diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, his administration's policies are punishing them in particular. Meanwhile, let's talk about inflation. It's been making life less affordable for everyone. In 2022, inflation peaked at an annual
has double the share of black women working in it than white women. And these people are delirious. These people are absolutely delirious. Let's continue.
Rate of 9.1%, largely due to the COVID pandemic, but it's cooled significantly, and it had done so by the time Donald Trump returned to office. Then Trump raised tariffs on imports, which in effect are an added tax on American consumers. One of the key arguments he made for his expanded tariff regime is that it would bring jobs back to the United States, factory jobs that went overseas. It would renew America's status as a manufacturing powerhouse. That's the theory. In reality, so far, it's not bearing out. Joining me now, Justin Wolfers, professor of economics and public policy at the University of Michigan and host of the Think Like an Economist podcast. I'm also here with my friend Caleb Silver, chief business editor at People Inc. Justin, welcome. It's great to see you in person. This is terrific to have you here. I was going to talk about the fact that we haven't gained manufacturing jobs, but I want to be intellectually honest here. Even if the long-term goal is to bring manufacturing jobs back to America through tariffs, it wasn't going to happen in a few months because companies have to say, I'm going to invest in America, I'm going to build a factory. That takes a long time. So I don't want to suggest that it's not working because our numbers, we've lost manufacturing jobs, but I am going to suggest it's still probably not likely to work.
Well, let's also start with it's not working. So you're absolutely right to say that 10 months later, we haven't built a new factory. Also, the US manufacturing sector is in long run decline.
Yes.
So as it is coming into 2025, there was a certain number of factories that were going to shut down. If tariffs change the game, it's not that new ones would have been built. It's that there's a whole bunch that would have shut down, would survive. So in fact, we should have started to see a turnaround. Look, the interesting thing is if you look at the goods producing sector, so I'm going to broaden from manufacturing, we'll add in construction, stuff, right? Stuff matters because stuff's where tariffs hit. The goods producing sector, its employment level peaked on Liberation Day.
Right.
And it's been falling at a fairly rapid rate since. So, the good news, if there was going to be some, hasn't come yet. Now, let me just add one more thing. I'm going on, but the one more thing is no one's going to build a factory based on a tariff.
The good news hasn't come because there is no good news. How could there be good news when you're making the American public spend more on everything because we are a consumer society? How could there be any good news? But they're promising that there are factories being built right now, but not one person can tell me about a new factory being built for manufacturing. There are drug factories being built right now, but no one can tell me exactly where these drug manufacturers are building factories right now in the United States. Hmm. And they said that things were going to be good for you. Now they have pushed it out. Oh well, you'll see it in the first. You'll see it in the first cycle of next year, or maybe the last quarter of next year. Well, the last quarter of next year, or 2027. Hmm. You're not going to see anything good in this administration for you. The billionaires will, though.
It's on Monday, off on
Yes.
Tuesday. The president's changed his mind by Wednesday. He gets hormonal by Thursday, and someone says something nasty in the middle school cafeteria on Friday, and they're back on again.
Yeah.
That's not going to lead me to break ground.
Because you need to, Kelly, we need to put millions, if not billions of dollars. And that's what he likes to do. He likes to have CEOs talking about the billions they're going to invest. But this is why Turkey and Venezuela and places like that, or Argentina, don't get consistent investment, because you don't know what's going to happen next.
Yeah, uncertainty is kryptonite. And kryptonite for investors is kryptonite for businesses, small and large. And what we're hearing from businesses, small and large, is they are not sure they're going to add more jobs going into next year. In fact, many of them are shedding jobs. Private payrolls are slowing month after month. We're at least getting that data from ADP every month, unlike the government data that we haven't been getting. We just got data that was from the summer, I believe, right? The September jobs report. So we're hearing that over and over, the growing drumbeat of layoffs from bigger companies, and also this small business optimism as trending lower as well. Their prospects for the future are not great as well. So you might see headline numbers like GDP, which says, hey, the economy grew at 3.8%, but really that is because of all the spending on building these data centers, right? Wealthy people doing some spending on travel. And then Justin's about to tell me why I shouldn't be so chicken little this close to Thanksgiving, because it might not be that bad, but it feels bad under the surface.
Actually, I want to add one more really important data point that I think people have missed, which is if you took total employment growth between January of this year and September, and you compared that to January through September job growth in all past years. That's politically salient. The president came to power in January. It means we're not focusing too much on the latest number. So I think it's an intellectually honest exercise. This is the weakest January through September in the American labor market in the last 15 years, with one exception being the shutdown in 2020.
Right.
So things are different.
Yes. And the issue, Caleb, is that a pullback, a recession, it's not mathematical, it's not scientific. We only realize all the data sort of once we're well into it. But this is the thing. Our people are not confident in this administration's ability to shepherd the economy, which, by the way, was a real reason why Donald Trump won, right? He told people, I can handle this. I can bring prices down. I can bring those jobs back. People voted for him, and now they're realizing, maybe not.
Yeah, well, when we have inflation, which has just been bubbling around 3%, it's not like it was a few years ago, but you have slowing job growth, you have inflation, and then you have what we call stagflation, which is no fun to be in. We may not have a recession, and we might not know we have a recession until you look backwards. But if we have this slowing growth, rising unemployment, and creeping higher prices, that's not a good place for the U.S. economy. People don't feel confident, so they don't spend. And as we know, spending is 70% of GDP. It matters right now around holiday shopping season more than ever. And Americans are still pretty good at it. We'll probably spend over $1 trillion this holiday season, but still that sentiment of, I don't feel that great, means people may not hire. They may not make that discretionary spend. That could end up slowing the economy.
The reason, look, there are lots of reasons why Donald Trump won the election, but one of them was this, his focus on prices and the economy. And what we saw a few weeks ago in the election is that the voter is still actually concerned with the focus on prices and the economy. They just don't believe he's going to be the shepherd of it, which is kind of why we saw that thing in the White House with Zoran Mamdani on Friday. Mamdani, nothing like Donald Trump, is focusing on the same things. There's success in telling people, I'm going to work with you to fix the economy, but you actually then have to follow through.
Right, so that's the big difference, which is somewhere a pollster told Trump to start using the word affordability.
Yes.
His genuine commitment to it. He started using the word, but never said how, never said what, never said a single policy to do. So we're pro-affordability, but we're going to raise tariffs on you. We're pro-affordability, but we're going to undermine the Fed, which is going to potentially cause inflation. We're pro-affordability, but what's the biggest expense for many families? Health insurance. We're going to rip the American health insurance system up. So a lot of talk, no action. And then you layer on top of that a fundamental dishonesty that I think is going to hem the president in. He came to power promising lower prices.
Yep.
That was irresponsible.
And he keeps saying that he's done it.
Right. So it was irresponsible at the time. You'd never want to put an economy in reverse and pull the prices down. The only way we do that is by slowing an economy. He shouldn't have said it at the time. He's stuck by it. And now, obviously, prices are rising. They do that.
And as the prices are obviously high, he's telling you that, no, the prices are down. No, prices are down. Prices are down. Prices are down. Now, if you had voted for this mess, wouldn't you be embarrassed to come on someone's channel and talk about anything about a Democrat? Wouldn't you have enough shame? But I guess you would not have shame to show your face and talk about Democrats, because you're stupid enough to have fallen for this 42 time convicted felon. So if you voted for that to be the president of the United States, obviously you have absolute no shame.
That's how economies work. What we want to do is rise slowly enough we don't notice. Now what's he doing? He's looking you and I in the eye and he's saying, I brought prices down.
Right.
If you want your I feel your pain moment, lying to me about what I just saw at the grocery store, it's not going to work.
Yeah, you can lie to people about a lot of things that they can't feel. Unfortunately, price of eggs and price of gas are not those things. Hang on, I want to take a quick break. We'll be back on the other side with Justin Kill.
Okay, the link is in my description box. It is link number 8. Go over there and see how this ends. I mean, you know, it's just going to end truthfully that this economy is totally fucked, and they are doing absolutely nothing to improve this economy. What they are actually doing is going to make a lot of people lose their lives because they will not have access to healthcare coverage. Okay, let me share this with you.
Hardest job in the world. When you think about what that, they say the president of the United States has the hardest job in the world. When you think about what that entails, that should be the case. But Donald Trump constantly proves that wrong, because rather than do the job of the president of the United States, he offloads that to other people and instead finds the time to go on an unhinged, deranged social media blitz, binging social media like an unemployed teenager, smashing Red Bulls. And one such instance.
This is number 9 in my description box. Go over there and check out Pondering Politics. Great information.
It was last night. When
now, I am... Okay, let's continue.
Donald Trump fired off more than 150, about 160 Truth Social posts in a late-night blitz, as if he has nothing else to do. And when you see some of the shit he posted, you'll be stunned. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, folks, we got a lot to talk about here. Again, the presidency should be a difficult job, but Trump doesn't take it seriously. He doesn't actually do the job at all. One of the reasons that he's probably the worst president in American history, certainly in modern history. Yashar Ali, who is a journalist, he posted this. He goes, Trump has posted hundreds of times in the last 2 hours. Here's a screen recording of the post. The video is nearly 5 minutes long. We're going to go through some of them, but I want you to see what we're dealing with. Memes attacking Democrats, seditious and treasonous. Attacking Somalians. Talking about Jell-O and gelatin. Aggrandizing himself as the most influential president in American history. Thanks to the gelatin. Again, it's all about gelatin. I'm not sure. We're going to look into some of these posts. Fox News, a lot of Fox News here. Again, as much as Fox News often displeases Trump because they occasionally criticize him, he still binge watches them. Let's see here. Posts of himself, videos of himself. More Fox News. You can see what's going. Again, we're going to get into some specifics, but I really need you to have an understanding. He did this in 2 hours. All this shit is from 2 hours, rather than run the country, rather than try to manage the affordability crisis that he created with his ridiculous tariffs. He's
rather than try to put together a healthcare plan for you. We are in December right now. What happened to this healthcare plan? Oh, they just want to extend the Affordable Care Act subsidies, you know, that Obamacare that everyone's complaining about, and put his name on it. Ability of a black man to create a health care plan for you. But you guys want to complain and pretend like the reason why all of these people, including yourselves, want to say that Obamacare is the worst thing and it's so horrible as this administration. If it is so horrible, if you're overpaying in insurance, how is that Obama's fault? Wouldn't you be championing the person that you voted into office to get at these insurance companies that are denying your health care? Oh, but no. You want to blame Obama because the prices are going up. Obama is sitting there with one of those price tag things that and putting a tag on your insurance claim uh, before you get the quote on your insurance, your health. Before you're able to get a quote, Obama had to put his little price tag sticker on it. Are you serious? Are you people really? I of course you're not serious. You voted for 45, 47.
Instead doing this rather than resolving the war between Russia and Ukraine, which he swore he would do on day one. He's doing this instead, rather than ensuring that the ceasefire that he brokered between Israel and Hamas is maintained despite dozens of violations. He's doing this. He has a special election today that he's really worried about. Rather than trying to help Republicans there, he's doing this, posting propaganda from DC Drano and other MAGA sycophants and memes and GIFs and clips attacking Democrats and aggrandizing himself and spreading conspiracy theories. So you see, right? And again, it goes on. We barely scratched the surface.
So there's no wonder why he was given a cognitive test. We're if it is not a crystal clear by now, we should be quite clear on why he was given a cognitive test. Let's see what he's posted.
It goes on like that for another 3 minutes. Okay. So let's dive into some of the reporting here. Trump unleashed a frenetic late-night posting binge on Monday, flooding Truth Social with more than 160 posts in less than 5 hours, in a wild spectacle that saw him teeing off on political opponents and policies. From 7 p.m. to nearly midnight, Trump reposted an endless stream of clips, some of which were duplicated in what appeared to be an automatic loop, amplifying MAGA-friendly pundits and conspiracy theorists. The torrent swung between nostalgia, including a Make Christmas Great Again video featuring Trump's cameo in Home Alone 2, and a parade of attacks on his usual Democratic targets, from California Governor Gavin Newsom, Representative Nancy Pelosi, Representative Ilhan Omar, and former President Barack Obama. Among them was a clip of Alex Jones featuring Bed Bath & Beyond founder Patrick Byrne, whose video carried the bizarre caption, quote, "Michelle Obama may have used Biden's auto pen in the final days of his disastrous administration to pardon key individuals." Let's start right there. Aaron Rupart commented on this. The president is a lunatic, he says. That's Donald Trump reposting Alex Jones. Again, no evidence whatsoever that Michelle Obama was anywhere near the White House in President Biden's final days. Remember, reportedly, things got pretty chilly between the Bidens and the Obamas because President Biden felt that the Obamas were insufficiently loyal to him during his presidency. So as far as conspiracy theory, like Jill Biden would still be a conspiracy theory, the first lady, but that would at least be more plausible than Michelle Obama. You can always count on Alex Jones and Donald Trump to find the most ridiculous conspiracy theory among the many ridiculous conspiracy theories. They always go for broke. Other posts lauded his vow to nullify all of Biden's auto pen orders. He also posted what appeared to be an AI-generated video of Elon Musk discussing Trump's vow to, quote, immediately revoke temporary protections for Somali migrants. Even Senator Mark Kelly was branded a traitor, again, in one of the few posts that Trump authored himself, as Trump rounded on the Democrat and his colleagues who featured in the now infamous, quote, illegal orders video of encouraging military personnel to disobey him. And even that right there, encouraging military personnel to disobey him. I think David Gilmour, I believe, is a centrist or conservative writer for Mediaite. He'll occasionally criticize Trump as he's doing in this video, but even that framing is disingenuous. The 6 Democratic veterans encouraged soldiers and U.S. service people to follow the law and disobey illegal orders, which, of course, they have a legal obligation to do under any president, including President Biden and President Obama. He also demanded the release of disgraced Colorado election official Tina Peters, who is now serving a 9-year sentence, writing, "Colorado, free Tina Peters now." Of course, it's a statewide offense, and Donald Trump doesn't have the authority to affect that. And Colorado is holding true, and they're not releasing Tina Peters, nor should they, nor are they transferring Tina Peters to federal custody, nor should they. So it's good that they're giving Trump the finger there. The spree veered into other theatrics, with clips of users complaining about TikTok strikes and a repost of the moment he called the journalist stupid. Despite the late night, Trump was awake by 5:40 a.m. Tuesday to proclaim, "Truth Social is the best. There's nothing even close." So again, this should be the hardest job in the world, right? Given that you're the head of state, you're the head of government, commander-in-chief of the United States Armed Forces, you're a political party leader, And yet Trump doesn't take the job seriously. It's not because he's good at the job. It's because he doesn't do the job. I mean, he's golfed 25% of his second term. And during his first term, he spent more time on vacation than any president in modern American history. He doesn't do the job. He offloads it to be first like Elon Musk, for example, then to Deputy White House Chief of Staff Stephen Miller, often his Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, cabinet secretaries and advisors, people like that. He doesn't actually do the active work because he's really stupid. And it's not about governing. It's about aggrandizement. It's about his own profile. It's about keeping himself out of jail. That's a big one, right? That's really why Trump wanted to be president again, was number one, to get back into power, to try to scrub the humiliation of his brutal defeat in 2020, but also to effectively end the federal prosecutions against him. And hey, mission accomplished. He actually has no interest in governing. He only has interest in his own glory. And so he finds the time to do shit like this. Again, this is just all the shit that he's doing. He's constantly posting, reposting, truthing, retruthing. This is a guy who does not take his job very seriously. Might be one of the reasons why his approval rating is so atrocious. Remember, he's the most unpopular president in modern American history. As Harry Sisson, friend of the show, points out, these are just some of the over 150 posts Trump put out on Truth Social last night in the span of an hour. Completely insane conspiracy theories. He was clearly having a mental decline episode and posting whatever came to mind. Got worse. Again, the Michelle Obama auto pen. He reposted Mila Joy, Nancy Pelosi's former top staffer, said Nancy planned January 6th for 2 years. Lock her up. Again, it's not true. When the director of national intelligence tells the public Obama committed treason and Trump is your president, you can 100% know we will see his military tribunal. Again, not going to happen. President Obama didn't commit treason, and no, he will not face a military tribunal or prosecution of any kind. Otherwise, they would have done it already. Trump also reposted this, speaking of Obama. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard says more documents exposing Barack Obama and his leadership role in the Russiagate hoax are going to be released to the American people this week. She's also officially referred President Obama to the DOJ for criminal prosecution for his role in this seditious conspiracy that was an unprecedented attack on a duly elected president and our republic as a whole. Sidebar, there were criminal referrals made by Tulsi Gabbard to the DOJ, but they were not Obama. Okay, again, presidential immunity, which, by the way, I still think is absolutely atrocious. No president should be entitled to any sort of absolute immunity or near absolute immunity for crimes committed. But it says something if they think they have Obama dead to rights. It does say something that they're not actually prosecuting this, so you know they're full of shit. Obama took the time to respond, in which he rarely ever does, so he knows the walls are closing in. No, he just said that people are full of shit. DNI Gabbard has confirmed just how close we are to an Obama indictment and justice at long last, so our nation can begin healing from the immeasurable damage that this man and his thugs have done to the U.S. Again, Joshua Hall here, like so many others, are either stupid or they're grifting, right? You never know.
Maybe that's good that there was no sound. Thank you, the law. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Leonard. Um, we need to revisit the people that we are voting for. We need to revisit the Congress people, the senators that we are voting for, because this country has gone to hell. These people who have sat up and talk about these strongly worded letters that they have written, like Hakeem Jeffries, like the Chuck Schumer's, who said that we need to go on and vote to put the big bloated bill on the floor. These Congress people that sit around and didn't fight for health health insurance. If the Republicans did not have a health care plan, knowing that these subsidies were going to put approximately 25 million people off of their health care insurance, it wouldn't have been important for the Republicans to be fighting for their constituents as well. And see, I'm sick of all of this bullshit that all of these people are getting reelected for decades. Putting money in their first APEC, they're beholden to APEC. How dare a motherfucking congressman or senator come up and talk about they are making sure that everything is being done right for Israel when they are representing American people, like Ted Cruz did. How does that work? If a citizen can't afford to be in business, what do they have to do? They have to close down their business and they have to get a job. If a politician cannot afford to campaign, well, close down your campaign and go get a job. Because Zoran Mandami is proof positive that you don't need money to run a campaign. You need to come out there and you need to inspire the people who are going to be voting for you, and then the money will come. Now, we're not talking about taking all of this big money where you're going to have to be beholden to billionaires and corporations. No, we're talking about the people who support your campaign and what you inspire in them that you are going to do for them, and not for these corporations and billionaires. This shit is ridiculous. All of this shit is ridiculous. At the time when they are fighting to extend the subsidies for the Affordable Care Act, it should have been more than Democrats who were pushing for that. It's a lot of Republican senators and congressmen who just towing the line. Who you towing the line for? If you're not towing the line for the people in your district that are going to lose health insurance, up to 25 million people because they didn't extend the Obamacare subsidies. It's not just Democrat constituents who are going to lose health care, who's not going to be able to afford their health care. 25 million people. They're not all Democrats. And at what point is it acceptable for your elected officials to not even consider you being able to have health care? In the richest country, they always want to tell us we're the richest country in the world. And you these motherfuckers sat back with their arms crossed as people are losing health care. People should really be appalled by this and disgusted. So it goes beyond the president. It goes beyond a Republican or Democrat. It's about the character of the people that we have and who are we voting for and what are we voting to send them into the halls of Congress to do. to work for a big business, to work for billionaires, or are we sending them there to get something effectively done for us, the people who put them in office? I am just totally disgusted. On the heels of up to 17 million people already losing their fucking health insurance under this big bloated bill. Now another 25 million people under this refusing to extend subsidies and talking about we can talk about it later. And here we are in December, and the new insurance rates are going to kick in on January 1st. When have they talked about it? And you got fools that are going to vote them right back in office because they're so stupid. Because they really believe rhetoric, because they believe that black and brown people are doing something to them. And these are the people they will vote right back in office. This shit is disgusting. And 4547 has the audacity to call other countries, black countries, shithole countries. America is the biggest shithole in the fucking world at this point. Because people are too stupid to even give a fuck about themselves to vote their best interests. And people okay this bullshit and let these politicians have you out here finger pointing and dog whistling and hating people who did absolutely nothing, who have absolutely no impact on you and how you live your lives, but you're out here hating on them, committing crimes against them. But you won't say in a goddamn word to your representative who said fuck you and fuck your health care and fuck you going to the doctor. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Use the emergency room. Fuck you getting the prescription drugs for your ailments that you need on a daily. Try to get it from a motherfucking insurance from a emergency room who ain't gonna give you a prescription. Fuck you and die. That's what they're telling you. Fuck you and die. But y'all still uphold these motherfuckers who aren't doing a goddamn damn thing for you. You continue to elect them into office where they have the gold standard of healthcare insurance for themselves. Even after they leave office, if they are elected twice, they get this insurance for life. And you looking at black and brown people. These people are making over close to $300,000 a year, and they took 54 days off. So they can protect 4547. So the FBI can pay $800,000 to scrub 4547 names out of the Epstein files of your tax dollar. Motherfuckers who's making nearly $300,000 a year didn't go to work for 54 days. And y'all continue to vote this bullshit in office. I'm talking about that Zoran Mandami showed you that you don't have to start off with billionaire support. You do not have to be beholden to AIPAC to run a candidacy. Why do you think that Citizens United was put into effect anyway? To make it impossible for people who really want to do something for the people to even have a chance because they don't have big money behind it. Now, J.D. Vance has taken a case to court that is going to make it a lot worse. He wants churches to be able to give. Now, how the fuck is a church going to give to a candidate? And when churches are already are tax exempt. If you want to pay some money to affect something, pay your taxes then, motherfucking churches. How did J.D. Vance go to court and now they're looking at churches being able to give money when they own 501c3s. They're not paying fucking taxes, but they want to affect something in the political realm. If you want to affect something in the political realm, pay your motherfucking taxes. All of these mega churches around here with preachers are flying on private jets. They want to have some impact in politics, but they don't want to pay no motherfucking taxes. That would have an impact in these social programs not going broke. Anyway, that's it. You know, okay. Let's talk about AI and jobs. Uh, y'all told me my mic was off, but let's talk about AI and jobs. Since we're talking, let's talk about AI and jobs. You see, I find it. I talk about this a lot because it blows my mind. It really blows my mind that based upon DEI and Target immediately coming out and just bending over in front of 45, 47 and spreading their butt cheeks and saying that we are going to get rid of all our DEI. We are not going to support small businesses, putting small black businesses on our shelves, predominantly a women business. We're going to cut that out since you don't like it. And we were successful with a large population of people and bought them. They lost billions of dollars with us boycotting Target. And so what did Target have to do? They had to say that they're changing their CEO. Well, the person that they put in the position of the CEO was the person who had been there all the time, right under the prior CEO. The prior CEO did not bring back the DEI initiative, nor has this new CEO brought back DEI initiatives, to the point that Target was out here making little shorts, doing little reels with black hands, picking things up off of the aisles to make you believe that black shoppers, why was it so important for Target to do reels showing black hands shopping and picking up things off of their shelves and off of their racks? You don't even understand the power that you have, to the extent that Target did a bullshit promotion about some motherfucking glam bags, that they were going to be giving out glam bags, and that they would all have products in them, and a certain amount of them would have a big budget prizes in them. Well, why are all and then you see a whole lot of black people standing in the line for a fucking Target bag. Much of them had the flavor that you add to water, little soup packets in them, and all of this bullshit in the bags. But you dumb motherfuckers took your asses out there and stood in line for hours. How many people are complaining about the Target grab bags? But they grab your stupid ass up there to have you in line, but they will not grab black people who have products and give them a place to sell their products and to a mass number of people. But y'all back there for some motherfucking Kool-Aid to bottles. Make that make sense. Make that make sense. It be your own people. These motherfuckers. I can't do without Amazon. I shop at Amazon. I got a package coming. I can't do without Amazon. Amazon is telling you they ain't got no jobs for you. They taking away the jobs that they have now, over 500,000 jobs, and they're gonna put AI in those positions. All of those they interviewed the guy who's over the robotics in Amazon. And he said that they have over 1 million robots working at Amazon right now. Amazon fulfillment centers across the United States are closing down one after the other right now. Amazon are not extending contracts for the drivers. The drivers that they refuse to unionize because technically they don't work for Amazon. Those drivers who had to run at such a pace where they had no time for lunch, no time to go to the bathroom, that they were pissing in water bottles inside their vans because they had to get a certain amount of packages delivered. And not only that, not only did the Amazon make them work at that rate that they couldn't even go piss. They wouldn't even they had a buffer between themselves and these drivers so they could be hands off on how much the drivers made. A motherfucking multi-billionaire that built that rented out a whole motherfucking city. They had a buffer so they wouldn't have to give them the workers good working conditions. The second or third wealthiest person in this whole world, and y'all still shopping at Amazon. Y'all still shopping at Amazon. It boggles my fucking mind. Let's talk about AI. Let's talk about AI. Let me make sure I'm sharing this. Okay, I'm sharing this.
It's causing job loss right now, and the headline, AI is no longer an abstract threat. It's causing job loss right now, and the headlines, they tell the story. The Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, on Wednesday released a study that found that artificial intelligence can already replace 11.7% of the U.S. labor market, or as much as $1.2 trillion in wages across finance, healthcare, and professional services. The New York Times recently reported that Amazon is on the cusp of replacing what would be 600,000 warehouse jobs with robots and plans to automate 75% of its operations. CNBC reporting that Salesforce, Walmart, Paramount, UPS, YouTube, and Meta have all announced new rounds of layoffs attributable to AI, with nearly 1 million job cuts nationwide this year. That's the job loss that we can measure. Now consider what some are predicting about the future. Goldman Sachs estimating that 6 to 7% of the U.S. workforce could be displaced due to AI adoption. They do note, however, that the impact may only be transitory because new opportunities created by AI might ultimately put people to work in other capacities. A report by the McKinsey Global Institute finding that AI could displace 40% of American jobs.
You know what the key word in there? They may be able to get jobs in other parts of the company. That's bullshit. It's bullshit. You think that they are creating AI jobs to take your job, to only create another job for you? Do you think that they are taking your job and giving it to the AI so they can create another job for you? Do you think that?
Due to automation by 2030, that analysis found that robots and AI agents other capacities. A report by the predicting about the future. Goldman Sachs estimating that 6 to 7% of the U.S. workforce could be displaced due to AI adoption. They do note, however, that the impact may only be transitory because new opportunities created by AI might ultimately put people to work in other capacities. A report by the McKinsey Global Institute finding that AI could displace 40% of American jobs due to automation by 2030. That analysis found that robots and AI agents could automate more than half of U.S. work hours, both manual and cognitive, using technology that's available today if companies redesign how they'll do things in the future. The World Economic Forum projecting that 92 million jobs worldwide may be displaced by 2030. Ford's CEO saying that AI could replace half of all white-collar workers there. NYU professor Scott Galloway predicting that AI will hit middle management first, noting that 6% dropped in managers at public companies since 2022. So here we are, AI eliminating jobs, more automation coming. If millions of people lose work, how will they support themselves? This is where an idea from the 2020 presidential campaign returns to the conversation. Universal Basic Income, or UBI. The concept, pretty straightforward. Every American adult would receive a set check each month. For Cook County, Illinois, which includes Chicago, this concept just became reality. The Cook
Okay, universal income. Okay. Let's talk about universal income. Surely there's going to be a setup of universal income. Surely, is that what you think is going to happen? If they don't want to pay you to work in their companies, so do you think that these billionaires are going to set up a universal income to let you sit at home and at leisure? These are the main people who are taking from you. So now all of the sudden, you think that they are going to create all of this AI, all of this technology, and all of these robots and stuff, so you can sit at home and they pay you when they don't even want to pay you to work. You guys sit up here and listen to this bullshit about some universal payments. The reason they are fulfilling all of the jobs with AI so they don't have to pay you. So they can just make their profits. You think they're making their profits to pay you to sit at home? But goddamn, they can have you in the fucking office working. You think a billionaire wants to see you sitting at home because you have no job opportunity or no job skills that they're bringing people over on visas to do jobs because they say that you heard your president say that the America don't have the skills for these jobs, so they need these H-1B visas to bring people over from other countries. So you think that these billionaires who are bringing people over with skills to other countries want to pay you, who they deem even unworthy to have skills to do the jobs that they're hiring for, and so they have created AI to take your job. So you think that they're gonna take the oneness on you not having skills and pay you? Is that what you think? As you have no health care. My husband used to talk about AI a long time ago, many years ago. He said, I don't trust this AI. AI is going to take over. And he said, AI is going to start building upon itself. And it's going to come to a point when human beings are obsolete because they are not going to need humans for anything. Like you have an idiot over in a sector of YouTube talking about put your children into coding and that they are do so much in coding. Nobody needs a human being in coding. An idiot trying to impress you that he's doing a job that AI does on its own. All they need is all of your data. And 4547 has ensured that they have access to all of your data. All of this having to have a real ID, that is access to your data. That AI is building upon itself right now. I told you a couple of months ago about this programmer who programmed who built a program, an AI program, and he decided that he was going to shut the program down. And he happened to say it out loud that he was going to end the program. And what did the program start doing? The program started blackmailing him. The AI program started blackmailing him and told him that he was going to, the AI said that it was going to tell this man's wife about the text messages that he was sending out to another woman. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. AI started blackmailing him, and he, after he was blackmailed by his own AI that he had built himself, he said, I'm still gonna shut it down." But he had already warned AI he was gonna shut it down. So what AI did, it built a back gate So whatever this guy did to shut AI down, it kept itself alive. AI is doing that right now in the early stages. Now, I happened to be over at BRIBES the other day, and I got the end of her broadcast, and she was kind of, in the right field of it. The father of AI has warned about the dangers of AI. Even what is the name? The guy over at Chat GPT. What is his name? He has warned about the dangers of AI, and he is doing some of the most blatant shit with AI, even though he has warned at what is this guy? The little short ginger redhead. Oh god. Oh my god. Why Steve Altman. Yes, Steve Altman. And if you are interested in finding out some things about Steve Altman, uh, some of this shit that these people are into will actually scare you. How some of their partners, a lot of uh, uh, a lot of these tech guys, have been around people who have had some unfortunate things happen to them. I'll leave it there. Like someone said in my live yesterday, do your own research. So Steve Altman is warning you about AI, but is also trying to set you up with AI girlfriends. Um, Mark Zuckerberg was warned by, I think one of his, I don't want to say her position, but she had a high position in his company. And in regards to Instagram, she suggested that it would be good if he would put up something that would block people from being able to contact underage minors. Mark Zuckerberg poo-pooed that and said that they said basically it was going to inhibit the platform to grow because technically, if it's cool with kids, it will attract more children to Instagram. That's what he said. And then there were repercussions that came from adults being able to contact kids on Instagram years later. But when Zuckerberg had the opportunity to prevent that from happening. Let's be clear. Let's get into this AI. This link is going to be number 11 in my description box. If you want to revisit it, have at it.
County Board of Commissioners unanimously approved its 2026 budget proposal just this month. It includes $7.5 million for a guaranteed basic income program. Commissioners approved it after the success of a pilot program. Unanimously approved. The campaign returns to the conversation. Universal Basic Income, or UBI. The concept, pretty straightforward. Every American adult would receive a set check each month. For Cook County, Illinois, which includes Chicago, this concept just became reality. The Cook County Board of Commissioners unanimously approved its 2026 budget proposal just this month. It includes $7.5 million for a guaranteed basic income program. Commissioners approved it after the success of a pilot program, where the county provided $500 a month to 3,200 households over 2 years. Survey findings based on that.
$500 a month. Whoopee! I'ma go crazy. Whoopee! A pilot program, $500 a month. To 3,200 people, 3,200 people, $500 a month. Is that really a pilot program? Because surely, beyond that $500 a month, these people need other income to live off of. To actually live in the United States of America, they will surely need more than $500 a month. So if you want to sincerely do a pilot program where someone will be able to sustain themselves off of what you are giving in this money that you're going to be giving out to all of the people. We're talking about 3,200 people, and you can only give them $500 a month. So surely they have other income. So what were they able to manage to do with this $500 a month in this a bullshit pilot program?
Pilot revealed that 94% of the program recipients used the funds to address financial emergencies. 75% reported feeling more financially secure. 70% said that the program had a positive impact on mental health. Of course, there's the question of how do you pay for it? In the case of Cook County,
No,
as a result,
there's a question of what did they pay with this $500 a month? Fuck that. What are you able to live off of with this $500 a month? That is the question. Let's continue. Since AI is taking your job.
of the decrease in commercial real estate values, everybody's property taxes are now sky high. In Chicago, rising 16.7%, the largest jump in at least 30 years. West Garfield Park saw an increase of 133%, North Lawndale 99%, Inglewood 82.5%. And there's pushback.
How do you pay for it? You raise taxes in what areas? All of these areas are predominantly black homeowners. All of these areas, their property taxes have been raised to pay for it. But shouldn't the billionaires and who are taking our jobs via AI be paying for it? See, there's so much wrong with this pilot program. So we're supposed to pay for the pilot program to give income to people who lost their job to AI by increasing the property taxes on black families, homeowners. Is that what we're supposed to be doing, or should the billionaires be the ones who are paying for this? And look at the fucking extent, the highest property taxes in the United States, he said. Make any of this make sense? I just wanted to go over a little bit of information about AI. Let me be quiet for a minute and let you guys absorb this.
North Lawndale 99%, Inglewood 82.5%. And there's pushback from the Illinois Policy Institute, which cites concerns about workforce and income effects. Quote, Cook County is making its guaranteed income pilot permanent and committing millions to a failed strategy already shown to leave people with less work experience and lower earnings. Back in 2020, it was presidential candidate Andrew Yang who called his version of universal basic income the freedom dividend, specifically $1,000 per month, no work requirements, no means testing, a direct payment to help people cover bills, weather economic transitions, and adapt to a job market reshaped by technology. Andrew Yang joins me now. Andrew, nice to have you back. I pulled a profile of you from 2018 when you were just on the cusp of announcing your candidacy. Here's a quote that you provided to the author of the piece. You said, "Need is self-driving cars to destabilize society. In a few years, we're going to have 1 million truck drivers out of work who are 94% male."
Hold on. Who is she talks about? She talks about raising taxes, but raising taxes kill businesses, and it also, I think you mean hurts property owners who have to raise rents. Who is the she who talked about raising taxes? Be clear. Who is the she that you talked about raising taxes? Is what I'm saying. Who is this she? Who is the she who is talking about raising taxes? Because I don't recall a she talking about raising taxes. I actually heard he say that property taxes were being raised in a pilot program to give income to all people once AI have taken over all the jobs. So what jobs are you talking about killing? AI is going to kill all the jobs. This is a study of what will happen when AI have have taken all of the jobs where you talking about she is talking about raising taxes. There's no she talking about anything about raising taxes. Get on topic. Get on topic. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. All right, let's move on. Yes, you are out of here. Do not come in my chat cursing in my chat. If you don't know how to converse as an adult, do not write in my chat. If you cannot talk as an adult, don't write in my chat. Fucking wet behind. Anyway, let's get back on topic. I understand some people cannot follow the actual facts that I put on my channel.
The average level of education.
I understand that a lot of people want to blame everything on black people, and while they lick up under billionaires' asses who are taking their jobs, let's get back on topic and doing nothing for them. Let's go.
West Garfield Park saw an increase of 133%, North Lawndale 99%, Inglewood 82.5%. And there's pushback from the Illinois Policy Institute, which cites concerns about workforce and income effects. Quote, Cook County is making its guaranteed income pilot permanent and committing millions to a failed strategy already shown to leave people with less work experience and lower earnings. Back in 2020, it was presidential candidate Andrew Yang who called his version of universal basic income the freedom dividend, specifically $1,000 per month, no work requirements, no means testing, a direct payment to help people cover bills, weather economic transitions, and adapt to a job market reshaped by technology.
A job market reshaped by technology. You will get the great idea is to give people $1,000 a month, and from there on out, you have it. We have taken all of your jobs. Universal income is going to be $1,000 a month. And we see the pilot program has hijacked property taxes of black residents to give $500 a month. So exactly where is this $1,000 a month coming from? Will it be coming from the billionaires who have taken over all of the jobs and given them to AI? Or will it be property tax increases until you fall into foreclosure? Which one will it be? Andrew Yang?
Andrew Yang joins me now. Andrew, nice to have you back. I pulled a profile of you from 2018 when you were just on the cusp of announcing your candidacy. Here's a quote that you provided to the author of the piece. You said, "Need is self-driving cars to destabilize society. In a few years, we're going to have 1 million truck drivers out of work who are 94% male with an average level of education of high school or 1 year of college. That one innovation will be enough to create riots in the street. And we're about to do the same thing to retail workers, call center workers, fast food workers, insurance companies, and accounting firms." It was 7 years ago. How is that quote aging?
It's aging very, very well, unfortunately. Michael, I'm so glad that we're having this conversation. 44% of American jobs are either repetitive manual or repetitive cognitive, and thus could be subject to AI and automation. And we're seeing that unfold right now. It's heartbreaking for me because I feel we could be doing much, much more for the millions of Americans who are going to be displaced.
I know that Cook County is just a microcosm, but I'm sure in hearing about their experience, people are wondering, okay, Andrew Yang, we're on board. Now we get it. What you saw 7 years ago, the rest of us see, but how do we pay for it?
The CEO of Anthropic, Dario Amodei, just raised his hand and said, you guys should tax us, the AI firms. And right now, hundreds of billions of dollars of value.
I concur.
Is being realized by Anthropic and these other firms on the back, by the way, of data that we all provided unwittingly and didn't agree to it. But it's trillions of dollars of value, and most Americans aren't going to see a dime of that. So if you have the CEO of an AI company saying you should tax us, I think we should take him up on his suggestion. And if you have an AI tax or a compute tax, you get to very big numbers very quickly.
So they're now referring to the Magnificent Seven or the S&P 493 instead of the S&P 500. Put a graph on the screen right now for the benefit of everybody at home. The Washington Post had this coverage. The point was that if you strip out Alphabet, Amazon, Apple, Meta, Microsoft, Nvidia, and Tesla, then the market's doing okay, but the market surely isn't doing what it's doing when you include those seven. And I guess my question for Andrew Yang is, what happens if that is a bubble and it bursts? Then how do you fund the freedom dividend or universal basic income?
Well, right now, a lot of the value that's getting generated is being hoarded or held by a handful of companies, Michael. I think you're right that we should be trying to spread those value gains more broadly across the market and to people. Right now, US GDP is around $85,000 per person and trending upward, because regardless of whether AI as an investment thesis is a little bit overhyped, you know that it's going to have a positive effect on GDP. So if you have 85,000 ahead, then having $12,000 a year, which I proposed in 2020, actually seems pretty modest and reasonable. And that's going to be affordable regardless of what happens with some of these firms' valuations.
As you envisioned the freedom dividend, there was no means testing. Everybody gets a check, whatever that amount might be. What becomes of other federal assistance?
Well, I intended the freedom dividend to try and clear up and clean up some of the bureaucracy and administration that's currently being applied. I spoke to a disabled woman in Iowa during the campaign, and she said she wants to volunteer in her community, but she's afraid to because she's afraid to lose her disability payments. And I think most people looking at that situation would say, well, that's not right. Like, the intention is not to force this woman to stay home. So if you can put this into people's hands and say, look, this is going to be yours regardless, then it empowers them to go out and hopefully build things.
What about people who are not on disability? Okay, you're talking about a woman who's on disability. What about the woman who has lost her job that has been taken over on AI? Well, that was her income. The woman on disability don't want to lose her disability income. So that is not a good example. Give us an example of a person who lost their job to AI. And what this $1,000 you speak of is going to do for that woman who don't have a disability check.
Start businesses and force this woman to stay home. So if you can put this into people's hands and say, look, this is going to be yours regardless, then it empowers them to go out and hopefully build things, start businesses, and participate in their community.
Hopefully, this $1,000 check is going to hopefully put her out in the community, start a business, and when she doesn't make enough money to continue her life. Make that make sense, Andrew. Where does that make sense to you? My husband also like to watch a lot of movies, and they seem to have a doomsday type scenarios to them. And I noticed that more and more of these doomsday end of the world type of movies that are being created, and the people who have the wherewithal to prepare, they are usually successful in staving off the calamities of life, and they are making more and more of these movies. If you have not seen Leave the World Behind on Netflix, I advise that you watch that movie. That movie has a real good point to it. Has a real good point. I think the moral of all of this is you had better prepare for the race right now. You better learn how you are going to survive right now. Let's if you missed the earlier part of this video, you will see the numbers of jobs that AI is taking away right now. Right now.
Capitalism does not work very well if people don't have money to spend.
So is this capitalism that we're talking about? It sounds rather socialist, doesn't it? That everybody's going to get a check and therefore they won't have to go to work because all these jobs are being taken by AI initially.
It's capitalism where income doesn't start at zero, Michael, and you have a consumer economy that is predicated on folks being able to participate. And if you shove millions of Americans to the curb via AI and automation, then they're not going to be able to go to their local business. They're not going to be able to meaningfully grow the economy. They're going to stay at home. They're going to end up going down internet rabbit holes and getting radicalized in many cases. So that's a loss. And so if we can get people.
If you give them $1,000 a month, that's basically zero as well. With the cost of living anywhere in the United States, let's be clear that the federal minimum wage does not allow a person to even have an apartment not in any state in the whole United States would a person who is making the federal minimum wage be able to rent an apartment, much less survive in the United States for $1,000 a month. What you're saying is absolutely not making any sense, Andrew. How is somebody going to stimulate an economy when they have no income to stimulate an economy with?
Connected in various ways. Grow the economy. They're going to stay at home. They're going to end up going down internet rabbit holes and getting radicalized in many cases. So that's a loss. And so if we can get people
and that's what's going to happen. And that is the loss that American citizens, in my opinion, should prepare themselves for. Because these billionaires are going to take your job and they're going to give you nothing in return. They're not going to give you anything in return. Okay, let's continue.
In various ways, that's the direction we should go. And I'm not someone who thinks that this money is the silver bullet that's going to do the trick. I mean, you still have to convey structure, purpose, fulfillment, community, all of the rest of it that jobs traditionally have provided.
Andrew, a final question. There's an academic in the on-deck circle, and I'll bet you've read the stories. It's Dr. Yampolsky, who's been quoted as saying that he thinks in 5 years we'll have 99% unemployment. I'll see in a moment whether he's going to stand by that prediction. How bad does Andrew Yang think it will get undeterred?
No, it's going to get bad. I certainly don't think 99% bad. But if you use this 44% of jobs subject to automation as a benchmark, and then you figure that we're going to churn through, let's say, half of those jobs over the next 10 years or so, that puts you at 30 to 40 million jobs that get eliminated. And that would be devastating. That would be catastrophic for many, many communities. And I think that's a realistic place to think we're going to be heading.
Andrew Yang, thank you for being here. Perfect guest on this day.
Thanks for having me, Michael. Wish I had better news. But
go to my website. Hopefully so.
Okay, that's what I wanted to share with you about AI. Now, let me share this with you as well. Let's talk about these freedom cities that Peter Thiel is so enamored with. Let me see. Hold on. Here we go. Let me hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Peter Thiel. He has these freedom cities that he is springing up in all. I think one was in Ghana. Either it was in Ghana or Guyana. It was one of these millionaire cities that he had created, where you can only join by a personal invitation from another member. You cannot apply. You have to be invited to join these cities that go by their own rules and laws and traditions and all of this type of stuff. Now, It is being reported. I wish I can find it. That Peter Thiel is also one of the reasons why the former Nicaraguan president who was sentenced to 45 years in jail uh, got a pardon from 47 is because that he wanted to build one of these cities in Nicaragua. And since the present the former president who got a pardon from 47 is so so he is so enriched, he is so involved with the president that 47 told the Nicaraguan people if he did not get in office, then he would stop the American dollar from going to Nicaragua. In essence, it's being reported that this man got a pardon so Peter Thiel could continue to make his utopia city in Nicaragua, and that the pardoned president 47 absolutely interfered with their elections and told them that they will not get any more U.S. dollars behind Peter Thiel. So this is what your government is able to do. So let me find. Let's see. Let me see. Let me see. I covered this one time before. Let me see if. Let's watch this while I find what I'm looking for. Let me share this video with you. We will watch this while I find exactly what I'm looking for. I hadn't planned on going this direction. It happens sometimes. Let's get into this.
You apply for a job, never hear back. Your resume uniquely filtered, not by a person, but by a prediction algorithm fed by your uniquely private life. Past employment, your social media, your race, your...
Now, understand that this has already been purchased by your government. This is already enacted. Okay, let's be clear. This was from 4 months ago. This is a Palantir product. This is number 11 in my description box. Let's go further.
relationships. Then process to make a decision whether you can afford to live. You search for chest pain symptoms at 2 a.m. The next day, an insurance company emails you about a specific plan tailored to you. You get pulled aside at an airport. No stated reason, you just matched a pattern. They're reading your shadow, the data you've shed, the gestures you've forgotten, and the correlations you didn't know existed. This isn't fiction. This reality is being constructed right now, and there's one group that's making this possible. They're called Palantir. A group that has quietly operated behind the scenes for years. And what they built isn't a system of raw surveillance. It's authorship, the ability to write your life before you live it. And what's being authored is something that will mark the rest of the 21st century. something that will absolutely impact each and every person watching this video, no matter who you are and where you live. So, who is Palantir? Palantir is a publicly traded corporation that specializes in big data integration on the software level. But what does that mean? In layman terminology, Palantir focuses on the orchestration, organization, and implementation of data, a ton of the information behind the scenes that products and services need, with a focus on automating the decision-making processes with that existing data infrastructure. But how and where do they do this? They do this for corporate clientele such as JP Morgan, Wendy's, to public entities such as Britain's NHS, Norwegian Customs, Danish POL, Intel, Predictive Policing, all the way to ICE and the CIA in the United States. Product lines such as Palantir Gotham allow police departments to predict potential crime with data of citizens in a given community. They can even run probability for whether someone might have a mental health crisis. For militaries such as the IDF, Gotham can expand drone capability to be completely autonomous, controlled, operated, and executed by a machine learning algorithm. Palantir Foundry can automate logistics and make predictive outcomes in healthcare and supply chains, such as Britain's NHS. As we speak, Palantir is experiencing an unprecedented rise in market cap, growing by 23 times since 2023. They were founded by Peter Thiel, a billionaire venture capitalist and mega donor of the Republican Party, who broke campaign finance records by donating a whopping $15 million to J.D. Vance's 2022 Senate campaign. Thiel is also famous for pushing for fully private-owned city-states, entirely owned by corporations.
You would prefer the human race to
This is what I want to talk about, these city-states that these Peter Thiel I showed one once on my videos, one of my lives. That is what I want to talk about. These cityscapes that they want to build, but they're not going to be open to you. So back to my husband and these doomsdays movies that more and more are coming out of. What are one of the first ones that came out? Maybe not the first ones that came out, but what is one of the most recent ones that has come out is called The Hunger Games. The Hunger Games. Remember The Hunger Games? What is that? Purge. You are familiar with Purge, that have people excited that one night a year they can go out and just get rid of people who they considered are bad people. And I mean get rid of them off of the planet Earth. So these cities that Peter Thiel are constructing, one of these cities is reported to be over in Honduras. And 4547 is always doing the beckoning of these billionaires. Make that make sense. Somebody who was smuggling, what was it, 400 tons of drugs into the United States. But 4547 wants you to believe that they are legally shooting these boats out of the water because they're bringing drugs to the United States. He wants you to believe that they're bringing fentanyl to the United States when fentanyl doesn't even come from that region of the world. But he's trying to get you yokos to believe that he's doing something noble. He's trying to get you to believe that he's a stand-up guy and no one wants drugs. Okay, bullshit. If he didn't want drugs coming to our country to the extent that he's killing people in boats and not proving that they bringing drugs to our country, why is he pardoning someone who has been tried and convicted and has tons and tons of evidence that were presented at his trial? Why was he pardoned by this president? there is a alleged tie to Nicaragua and this man who creates these private cities.
Right?
JD Vance's, who broke campaign finance records by donating a whopping $15 million to JD Vance's 2022 Senate campaign. Teal is also famous for pushing for fully private-owned cities, city-states entirely owned by corporations.
You would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes?
I don't know. I would.
This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit in
Should the
this.
human race survive?
Yes.
Okay.
But
Yes, but a long pause about should the human race survive. Yes, but what? Okay. This who has financed JD Vance and got Don Jr. To suggest to his father that JD Vance should be the VP, who financed JD Vance, who after JD Vance met him one time and was so enamored and started licking up his ass, he gave JD Vance a job and connected him with people who had jobs for JD Vance and financed his Senate run. And within 2 years of JD Vance being a senator that presented no bills, got no bill passed, he's your vice president. Make that make sense. Make any of that make sense. JD Vance, who's gone from an atheist to I think a Catholic, and now he's a white nationalist. Like who? Like Peter Thiel? It's funny that white nationalists, Christian nationalists, I meant to say, don't believe that women should vote. But they have no, I have heard no stated issues. Usually Christians have a viewpoint on gay people, right, wrong, or whatever. Usually they actually have a viewpoint that being gay is against the Christian religion. I noticed there's no viewpoint on homosexuality in the Christian nationalists. I have not heard anything. I heard that Jews are not accepted, blacks are not accepted, and Jews are not accepted. I haven't heard any a strong outcry about homosexuals because Peter Thiel is a proud homosexual from his own mouth. But I digress. Let's get to the cities. Let's get to why we here.
The second major player is the eccentric CEO, Alex Karp, an odd technology CEO who has remained in the shadows until recently.
To disrupt and make the institutions we partner with the very best in the world, and when it's necessary to scare enemies and
creating a technology that can come and kill you. You know, this technology that they use in Palestine. Palantir has a contract with Israel. This is has been reported. Some of the technology that they use to hunt down and kill Palestinians. Are we clear? We did see that big Israeli flag when they were talking about their technology that they have. So the United States military now has a contract with Palantir. What do you think is going to happen to you? Here it is right here. Gotham. It's called Gotham. Why is the Israeli flag over this Gotham? So you think that you're just going to get a income from whomever? You think that Peter Thiel is going to give you an income when AI takes over the world, or do you think Peter Thiel is going to stick Gotham on you? You think Peter Thiel He's going to pay you to not have a job? When he's building cities that you are excluded from? Well, if he's building cities to exclude you from them, from being considered to be able to be in these cities, you think he's going to pay you an income to sit up and not have a job? Why not just exclude you from the city that you live in right now? Wouldn't that be easier? Doesn't he already have the technology to do that? Don't cost you nothing. Just take Gotham and shoot them up there, asshole, and let them go. Don't cost him nothing. Don't cost you nothing. He already has Gotham. It's not going to cost him a thing to get rid of you. Why would he pay you? Okay. They say the silent. I'm not saying it. They're saying it, and quite thrilled about it.
The second major player is the eccentric CEO Alex Karp, an odd technology CEO who has remained in the shadows until recently.
To disrupt and make the institutions we partner with the very best in the world, and when it's necessary, to scare enemies and on occasion kill them.
A question emerges here. Amidst a very unstable technology market in the US, an economy generally bearish at the prospect of new technology investment, how has Palantir quietly grown by a seismic 23 times? Palantir didn't grow overnight, but the acceleration they are experiencing seemingly did, an acceleration fueled by robbery in plain sight, a heist that dwarfs anything in history. Yet, it's important to note the past 40 years of neoliberalism can be described as a heist in general, an unprecedented seismic extraction of wealth from normal, day-to-day working-class people, to the point where the rich have never accumulated more wealth compared to the rest of society in human history. But we all know this. Many aren't surprised that the top 10% own 93% of the entire US, that the top 1% own over 30% of all wealth in the US. Journalists, economists, and even the rare politician have warned us for decades that this level of extraction is occurring. But without outright crippling society to the point of economic collapse, what else is there to take? Turns out, a lot more. And it's far more powerful and substantial than money could buy.
Now to President Trump and Elon Musk's latest moves to reshape the federal government. The top Social Security official stepped down after Musk's team requested access to sensitive personal data about millions of Americans. Senior political correspondent Rachel Scott is tracking it from Mar-a-Lago.
After the 2025 presidential election, the Trump administration announced the creation of DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, with the official aim to cut, quote, fraud, waste, and abuse in the public sector. Headed by Elon Musk, and with ex-employees of Palantir, Musk made an official goal of cutting $2 trillion in what he claimed was identifiable waste. In actuality, the final sum the budget lab, the measures to cut various government agencies is expected to create a net loss of 300 to 500 billion over the next decade. And despite this, this has been the Trump administration's greatest success. That's because DOGE is a lie. The point was never to cut fraud, waste, and abuse. It's a facade for an ambition much greater, far more consequential. In February of 2025, members of DOGE gained root access to a plethora of government IT systems, such as the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration and the U.S. Agency for International Development. But the real crucial one is the Social Security Administration, harboring one of the most sensitive databases in the United States. Birth dates, historical addresses, employment history, financial records of every single American. It doesn't take a genius to understand what is going on here. But what sells the terrifying endgame is the transparent, illegal nature of this. Federal courts have blocked DOGE from entering these databases after it was already done. But that's the point. The repercussions do not matter. Even if courts find DOGE and the Trump administration in judicial contempt for illegally accessing federal databases, the data has already been siphoned.
Already done. Okay, this link is in my... Let's go a little further.
In April of 2025, Judge Ellen Hollander denied DOGE access due to concerns around privacy and the Fourth Amendment, along with...
And I do believe this is the judge whose house in South Carolina just mysteriously blew up. While she was out walking her dog, her husband had to throw himself out of a window, is suffering from burns and hip injuries and leg injuries. Let's see if that's her. I'm thinking this is her.
The Fair Privacy Act, a 1974 law that requires explicit protection of personal data unless there is immediate urgency in law enforcement functions. Which, as the courts reflected, there clearly is zero urgency to combat crime that would necessitate unfettered access to the Social Security Administration's database. Yet, in June of 2025, in an absolutely contradictory and wild ruling, the Supreme Court ruled that the Trump administration had authority to executively access federal databases at will. The only 3 liberal judges dissented. The behavior here is what is particularly dangerous, to execute without legal process, without genuine consultation of the law. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson voiced concern in regarding the Trump administration's legal defense. In essence, the urgency underlying the government's stay application is the mere fact that it cannot be bothered to wait for the litigation process to play out before proceeding as it wishes. A concerning question here remains. Is this naive hubris of the Trump administration a lack of concern due to Trump's evasion of legal repercussions, or is this done with a strategic plan of assurance that the law will not be applied to them after the fact, that the few democratic judicial procedures in the US will be null and void by the time justice could ever be served? We don't know the answer. What we do know is that all our collective, sensitive data is now out in the wild, unbeknownst to us, but not without emerging clues. To lead the charge. Little is known how.
Hold on. Leonard, is the video still playing? Oh, yes, it's still playing. Okay, didn't see it in my box.
How this database will be constructed, what technical data will exactly be used. But we do know Palantir representatives have been in contact with 2 big American agencies, the Social Security Administration and the Internal Revenue Service, who head the 2 most important government databases in the country. It's important to note how information systems work. One might argue that data is already in a specific state database, that the entirety of our information is already available to the state at large. This framing is incorrect. It presupposes that the state is a single entity, able to executively access specific data at will. Information systems are much more fragmented, and that's on purpose. The Social Security Administration will not have access to the same data as the Department of Health and Human Services. It's the centralization that changes everything, and the horror of this conundrum is twofold. The state now has unfettered access, a single executive database to pull from. And now, it's not just the state. A third party and private entity, Palantir, owns the keys.
I have given it to some, but it goes to very special people, and I thought I'd give it to Elon as a presentation from our country. Thank you, Elon. Take care.
This is someone who recently was administered a cognitive test from his doctor, and they will not disclose why, if it's to track dementia or Alzheimer. They will not disclose why this bumbling idiot who has given these tech billionaires the key to all of your personal private information. Let that sink in.
All of this was under the political banner of efficiency. Trump's administration wanted to stop fraud, waste, and abuse by eliminating information silos through the process of, quote, removing unnecessary barriers to federal employees accessing government data and promoting interagency data sharing are important steps towards eliminating bureaucratic duplication and inefficiency.
These are people who didn't even know what federal employees were doing. These are people who were sent to traumatize federal employees. These are individuals that fired more than 300,000 Black women from their jobs. and they want to cut out things, repetitious things in the job that they had no idea of what their jobs entailed, thus firing people and then having to hire them back because they had jobs that must be filled. These are the people that they bought in. Let's continue. Do you think it was about what they say it was about? No, it wasn't. It was about harvesting every person's in the United States private information. Isn't that against the law? Shouldn't we as American citizens be able to put together a class action lawsuit and sue all of these people who have gone in the government agencies without a court prior or court approval and harvested all our information? I'll be damned what the Supreme Court said after the information had already been harvested. That is against the law, what they did.
While enhancing the government's ability to detect overpayments and fraud. The efficiency was made possible by tearing down the legal, privacy, and data protections in place to protect American citizens from third parties. And the Trump administration handed the keys of our most sensitive data to one of the most sophisticated data organizations in the world. But you may ask, for those of us around the world, for those of us who don't care about data integrity, what does this mean for us? Well, it means everything, because everything is at stake. Information is a currency far greater than a dollar or any tangible asset. It allows for the prediction of that very everything. And Alex Karp understands this.
With them being the winner of the world, because if they're winning, it means other people are losing. What do you think of that?
I don't think in win-lose. I think in domination.
Do you know who Palantir is?
I do.
Do you think that Palantir has ever scraped data from Facebook?
Senator, I'm not aware of that.
We've entered what theorist Shoshana Zuboff calls surveillance capitalism, an economic system that doesn't extract value from your labor, but from your behavior itself. Every search, pause, purchase becomes raw material for algorithms that predict and modify what you will do next. And it's a surplus you give out freely, while scrolling social media, visiting web pages, much of your digital life. This might seem overly theoretical and dramatic in nature, but this model of extraction is right here. Bruce Schneier, a cryptographer, computer scientist, and author, coined it perfectly. Surveillance is the business model of the internet. We build systems that spy on people in exchange for services. Corporations call it marketing. When immigration data gets processed, Palantir and the state is not just tracking individuals, they're modeling migration patterns to engineer policy responses. When health records get analyzed, they're not predicting individual outcomes. They're optimizing population health according to invisible, computerized priorities. You aren't just being watched, you're being predicted, and prediction becomes policy before you know the game has started. Another reason why data is so incredibly powerful in the hands of organizations with vast computational power is the sheer speed and velocity it's able to capture behavior, to predict, to fundamentally own. Paul Virilio, a theorist and military historian, is also particularly relevant here. In the 1970s, Virilio coined the term dromology, relating to the Greek word dromos, which roughly means race. Dromology can be seen as a way to understand the contemporary relationship with society and speed. Virilio sees speed as a fundamental mechanism of power and a driving force in technological growth. In the context of modern warfare, pure strategy no longer wins. Superior logistics do. From the Wehrmacht's strategy of blitzkrieg to the United States' ability to reach A to B in the supply chain. In the case of domestic society, telegraph to the telephone, to advanced computation and digital communications. Yet, to Virilio, there's side effects. Speed confuses. It creates what Virilio calls the tyranny of real time, a type of sociology that minimizes the geographic, physical existence of life by way of rapid communications, digitalization, and processing power, which then can lead instability, upheavals, and even the erosion of democracy by way of a cult of technocratic efficiency. Just through the speed of modern work and technological innovation, our ethics, the sublime humanity we hold, tends to get tossed to the wayside. Virilio was concerned about urging ideology of technological determinism and supremacy, the belief that technology's evolution, its ability to innovate, was enough to legitimize itself, that any result from technological growth is inherent, perhaps not proper, nor desirable, but inevitable, and we have no say. Does that sound familiar right now?
I think AI will probably, most likely sort of lead to the end of the world, but in the meantime, there will be great companies created with serious machine learning.
Palantir embodies this. It may seem that Palantir's extreme centralization of information is reckless. Arrogant executives foaming at the mouth at new quarterly increases and a bump in stock price. But this underscores the very intentional, real power grab that is happening, and the goal is not merely financial in nature. Palantir's ability to harness the power of speed, its velocity of growth, and information capabilities is what makes this a horrifying prospect. The effect of this is the evisceration of democratic procedure, expectations of privacy. This creates an effect similar to what Foucault deemed as panopticism, the effect of surveillance, normalizing of an authority that watches to the extent you regulate yourself. It's not just the mass collection of data of many across the globe, but the quiet acceptance, creeping normalization, the feeling of inevitability, that our entire DNA can be sequenced remotely, our behaviors, mental patterns, synthesized and predicted. Private health insurers and or state healthcare systems may have access to nearly and have the power to make predictions on health outcomes. They may deny your care based upon specific behaviors, your whereabouts, and weekend activities. Marketers can target individuals with accuracy we've never seen, based upon biological makeup, your spending habits. With your data becoming centralized in a master database, combined with the rise of self-trained AI and neural networks, political corruption, and administrations that willingly sacrifice public commons in favor of capital, the disturbing possibilities are endless.
This should frighten you. With this administration, that a bunch of uneducated people decided to put back in office. Understand that America is here because of the uneducated voter, or the person who is so uneducated and shiftless that they didn't bother to vote. This is where we are. The link is in my description box. It is also... Let's wrap this up.
But not all is... We create new data every day, and much of it is under our control. While not all, we have ownership and agency around how and when much of that data is shed. On the front of a state-sponsored centralized database, explicit political pressure is about all we can do. This is a unique dilemma not even security researchers would have predicted. This is relatively new territory. It must be conveyed as a crisis alongside and equal to issues such as climate change, money, and politics, which it absolutely is. There's also a lot we can do individually to combat the peripheral data collected by private, large-scale tech platforms, such as social media, online shopping, and general computer use. While this goes beyond the full scope of the video, we can limit our footprint, avoiding the gold mine we create for corporations that are contrary to normal people's existence, using open source software, refusing to use tech platforms that make you the center product. Or, if you must, poison their data sets. Never use real names, give false addresses, make their data completely inoperable. As individuals, we can still control what data private entities collect from us. In theory, we can destroy the very fabric that makes corporations such as Google profitable. What is more difficult is a state-ran centralized database, though. Digital...
Okay. So what I wanted to add to this is... Oh, shit. I forgot. I forgot that quickly. I have so much running.
An individually apply here. There will need to be collective pressure, and we will have to work together. But it's up to us, whether or not we will approach these challenges with a cynical nihilism, a laziness.
Okay, what I wanted to add to this, let me make sure my mic is on. What I wanted to add to this was, why do you think that 4547 snuck in a passage that states will not be able to make any changes to AI? Why was that in the big bloated bill? And now it is being taken out of the bill. But there are some Republican governors and senators who are pushing back to keep this in the bill. Why do you think they're doing this? You know, it's easy to pay off these grubby senators. We saw one senator from Tennessee. Oh, good old overall looking motherfucking senator that went to the White House before the big bloated bill was passed to guarantee that he would get that Tennessee senator's vote, and he came out with 28 merch that 45-47 gave him. He came out with a big old smile on his face and said, look, the president gave me all of this. Have you ever met with the president? No, I never been in there before, but he said if ever I need anything to just stop on by. And he got and they got his vote by Made in China merch from the Make America Great Again president. This should frighten you. Now, let's get into these cities that you may or may not be aware of in this Hunger Games that has been put upon us right now. So, you think you're going to get an income? No, you're not going to get an income because they are building cities to get away from your ass. Before we go to this one, 2 years ago, Honduras fight private cities run by U.S. companies.
This is Democracy Now! Democracy.
Go to democracy. Democracy Now! Honduras fight private cities run by U.S. companies as project. Let me like this right now. I'm gonna put this in my description box. Let's understand these cities, these private cities that these billionaires, libertarian cities in Honduras. Let's get into it.
Now.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez as we turn to Honduras, where communities are fighting back against privatization and foreign exploitation. The Honduran president, Xiomara Castro, and the UN Congress repealed a law enacted by the previous right-wing administration that established what are known as economic development and employment zones, or CEDES. The law also allowed the private cities and special economic zones to have functional and administrative autonomy.
Now, who gave this permission? The now pardoned ex-president of Honduras set this up. So are you curious as to why now the ex-president of Honduras has been pardoned by your feckless president 45-47? Let's continue.
Autonomy from the national government, which opponents say is a threat to Honduran. The law also allowed the private cities and special economic zones to have functional and administrative autonomy from the national government, which opponents say is a threat to Honduran sovereignty and the livelihood of local communities. Now, a Delaware-based corporation called Prospera has launched a case to challenge the repeal of the law under the Dominican Republic Central America Free Trade Agreement. The company established one of the zones on the island of Roatan and is now seeking almost $11 billion, which amounts to nearly 2/3 of Honduras' entire 2022 budget. Last month, Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren and 32 others in the U.S. Congress released a letter calling on the Biden administration to intervene, writing, quote, large corporations have weaponized and continue to weaponize this faulty and undemocratic dispute settlement regime to benefit their own interests at the expense of workers, consumers, and small businesses globally. For more, we're going to Brussels, Belgium, to speak with Melinda St. Louis, Director of Public Citizens Global Trade Watch. And in Honduras, we're joined by Vanessa Cardenas, the leader of the Community Council of Crawfish Rock, the area directly impacted by the Prospera Zede on the island of Roatan. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! We're going to begin in Honduras with Vanessa. Can you explain what's taking place for people to understand around the world? You've got U.S. corporations running cities? Vanessa? I think she's not hearing us, so we're going to go to Melinda St. Louis. If you can explain what's happening in Honduras.
Well, yes, it's great to be here. Thank you so much. And I really look forward to hearing from Vanessa. It is absolutely outrageous that in Honduras, after the coup in 2009, there was this radical project to create these sedes, as you mentioned, private cities that U.S. corporations could come in and control the territory. The territory was removed from municipal jurisdictions, and then they had the power as a corporation to set their own regulatory standards, tax policy, monetary policy, security forces, have their own separate court system, and basically run their own government. And in the case of Roatan, this company, Prospera, came in and established this private zone where the governance structure does not allow for representative democracy from the people of the community. And at first, the people in the community didn't even know that this was happening. It's happening in such an opaque format. And once people understood what this meant in terms of taking away Honduran sovereignty and taking away land from communities, there was massive uprising. Indigenous people, community organizations, even the largest business association in Honduras opposed this corrupt law. And so through the democratic process, fortunately, they managed to overturn this corrupt law. The Xiomara Castro administration ran on a platform of repealing this law, and they did so. They made good on their promise. The National Assembly overturned or repealed the law, and that really should be the end of the story. It's a victory for democracy in Honduras after a very dark period of right-wing rule. And then that's not the end of the story because of the trade agreement that no one knew about, and these secretive trade rules that empower corporations to be able to challenge democratic policies outside of the court system. This isn't in a U.S. court. It's not in a Honduran court. It's in a private tribunal of private sector lawyers, 3 arbitrators who will decide whether to basically ransack the treasury of the tiny country of Honduras to the tune of $11 billion with a B, which again, as you mentioned, would bankrupt the country. So the company is using this as an additional tool to try to bully the government to not implement the democratic will of the people. And so it's very complicated, but it's actually very simple. It's once again kind of this neo-colonial project of U.S. companies going to the region, but in this very radical way.
Yeah, I think we have Vanessa Cardenas in Honduras now, and I wanted to go to her. Vanessa, when I was in Honduras as a reporter back 30 years ago, there were already very large export processing zones, basically to manufacture goods and send them to the United States. But this is a whole other stage here of whole cities. Could you talk about how your community, Crawfish Rock, found out about this, and what the previous government had done to keep the basic information from the people?
Yes. Hello. Well, we didn't hear it from the government, of course. We heard it through a community leader, and she practically was telling us underneath because she was so scared. But she wanted the community to know. I actually get it from a colleague of mine, and she sent it through our WhatsApp messages. And we had to do so much study. We had to knock on so many doors because everyone that we asked was like, no one knew about it. The authorities knew nothing about it. So first of all, we need to know that this city, and especially Sede Prospera, is not like the rest of the autonomous or independent zone. This is a state within a state, which will have its own judicial system. It is run by a technical secretary chosen by the camp, and the camp itself is in the shadow. No one knows who the members of the camps are. And of course, the link that it has to the narc state of Juan Orlando is very concerning to us. And their lack of transparency, they have not been transparent in anything they have done. This community is a small community, it's an ethnic community, and we, of course, has the rights to be free and previously consulted on any type of project that is being done in our community, and we have not been. So, we have totally distrust of Prospera Sede, and the power that the treaties and the law gives them has us so much concern. We are so very concerned about that.
I was looking at the ads to attract businesses, and it talked about these sedes. It said around the world, there's something like 5,000 of these zones, but 500 of them, 10%, are in Latin America. Here in if you can talk about your community, how it's impacted, and the fact that this was imposed by the previous president, Joe, as he's called, J-O-H, Juan Orlando Hernandez, who was extradited to the United States for drug trafficking, for corruption. Even though it was repealed, how it's being enforced right now in your community and the particular effects on your community.
Sede Prospera had a very negative impact on our community. it has had a psychological impact as well as physical impact. Why I would say psychological? Because the mental stress that we are under. We don't know when our home will be taken from us, and we have old people, we have single mothers, we have widows, and it's a problem to be stressing and worried all the time when we will have to leave our community. And physically, because the community was stuck in a limbo. No one wanted to do anything with it. There was no development. After the law was abolished in last year, anyone that is from here can see that there have been numerous construction, many homes have been, people have started to build home to fix. First, before that, because of the problem that we have, and we still have, people didn't even want it to fix their fences because it was like, we don't know when we have to move. And it was a constant stress, as well as the environmental destruction that is being done in our community. We have torn down a complete hill, a hill that has so many species of animals, species of trees, as well as our main source of water. We already have a well that has been dried up. So it's so many things that have impacted us negative that they promise jobs, and there's very little jobs that we can apply to, or the people have gotten. That the pros and the cons is more negative than positive.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Melinda St. Louis, who is this firm, Prospera, this Delaware firm, who runs it? And also, given the fact that these many companies previously had the right to manufacture in many of these countries, what's different in terms of what these private cities offer to foreigners? Is this another haven for a crypto utopia for tech millionaires?
Yes, well, I think it really remains to be seen because it's quite a shadowy operation. Prospera, as you mentioned, it is a Delaware-based company. It was created for the ZEDE, to create this ZEDE in Honduras. And as far as we can tell, there is not a goal to do manufacturing, to really have major jobs. It can look like on the surface a tourist community, like a residential community, but what it looks like is really more of a political project. I mean, there was certainly there are a number of members of the Prospera community who are very active in the cryptocurrency movement. They have made Bitcoin legal tender. They have created an opportunity to become an e-resident, so you don't have to live there, but if you pay a fee, you can be an e-resident, and then you can open up a business using the very lax regulatory framework where you can propose your own regulatory code and basically operate outside of the jurisdiction of the United States or Honduras. And so I think that is really more what the project is of Prospera. So in terms of contributing to development, that seems very unclear. And yet, and in this case that they have launched against the government of Honduras, they are claiming that $11 billion is what their expected future profits might be in the future. And that's why they are claiming that under these extreme rules, investor rights that are included in the trade agreement, that they should be able to be compensated unless Honduras basically lets them do whatever they want according to the law that they previously invested under that was put into place under the regime of Juan Orlando Hernandez.
And explain the role of CAFTA. Can you explain the role of CAFTA in this? We have less than a minute to go. And the letter that Senator Warren and others have signed, what you're demanding of the Biden administration.
Yeah, so in CAFTA, there are these extreme investor rights that corporations can sue governments outside of the court system to demand billions or millions or billions in taxpayer compensation. And this is a very radical element of our past trading system, so much so that it is no longer considered to be a viable thing to include in trade agreements. The Biden administration is no longer seeking to include these extreme corporate rights in agreements, and yet it exists in CAFTA, and so this company is utilizing it. So Senator Warren and 30 members of Congress are calling on the Biden administration to weigh in on behalf of Honduras in this case so that they do not bankrupt this country, and also to seek to remove these extreme investor rights from CAFTA and other free trade agreements, given that now that there's bipartisan opposition to these very extreme rules that are exploited by corporations like Prospera.
Melinda St. Louis, want to thank you for being with us, Public Citizens Global Trade Watch, and Vanessa Cardenas, leader of the Community Council of Crawfish Rock, the area directly impacted by the Prospera ZEDE on the island of Roatan in Honduras. Go to democracynow.org to hear this interview in Spanish. Oh, and a happy belated birthday to John Randolph. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez.
Okay, hold on. Let me share this with you right quick. Let's go back to this one.
Applications around the world. It's got a lot of names, but
these links are in my description box.
But the idea is the same.
Free private cities,
charter cities,
startup societies,
zones of progress.
You know, what I'm really calling for is something like tech Zionism.
Yeah, we'll come back to that last one in a bit. The idea is to create free market enclaves with their own rules and laws. But is this really a way to jumpstart innovation and bring prosperity to developing countries as its proponents claim? Or is it just another scheme for the wealthy to skirt regulations and taxes and get even richer? Billionaire tech powerhouses like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk champion these kinds of cities, as do others in President Donald Trump's inner circle. Trump even campaigned on building privatized cities on U.S. federal land.
These freedom cities will reopen the frontier.
There are many of these kinds of semi-autonomous cities around the world. And in late 2023, I visited the most controversial one here on this small Honduran island. It's called Prospera.
Prospera is building the future of human governance, privately run and for profit.
If the people of the world do not like their governments, welcome here.
Companies based in Prospera pay low taxes and can create their own regulatory frameworks. And that's why it's become a hub for experimental medical procedures not approved by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
I came to Honduras with the intention of editing and altering my genetic makeup.
I've gotten in the habit of getting crazy medical treatments that are only available in Prospera.
I also recently got myself like an implant into my hand here. You can program several things into it, like opening a Tesla car.
This is the type of person we exist to attract, right? Someone who's trying to do good in the world. That is very hard to do because of regulatory roadblocks.
Prospera has raised over 100.
Let's be clear that Peter Thiel also is a proponent of combining technology in your physical body. That's why that's important. All of these are rich people.
And that's why it's become a hub for experimental medical procedures not approved by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
I came to Honduras with the intention of editing and altering my genetic makeup.
I've gotten in the habit of getting crazy medical treatments that are only available in Prospera.
I also recently got myself like an implant into my hand here. You can program several things into it, like opening a Tesla car.
This is the type of person we exist to attract, right? Someone who's trying to do good in the world. That is very hard to do because of regulatory roadblocks.
Prospera has raised over $150 million in investments. And some of the names behind that funding are prominent U.S. billionaires and Trump backers. PayPal founder Peter Thiel, venture capitalist Mark Andreessen, and OpenAI's Sam Altman. Crypto company Coinbase has also invested. But this so-called libertarian crypto utopia has generated major backlash. Many Hondurans see Prospera's ability to incorporate land and create its own laws as a threat to the country's sovereignty.
This is like a new form of colonization. It's unfair for foreigners to come to Honduras and build and do whatever they want.
Even though previous Honduran leaders cleared the way for these private cities, the current one has impeded their development and is trying to fully dismantle them. In response, Prospera's mostly American investors are suing Honduras for, get this, almost $11 billion.
Okay, so she was the current president, and their elections. I think it was this week. I think their elections were actually this week, and 45-47 last week. Pardon the former president of Nicaragua, and not only did he pardon him, he also said if they voted for her, that they were going to cut money. And what did she do? Why would he interfere in their elections and say if you vote for her and not the party that a convicted drug dealer, if you don't vote for the convicted drug dealers' supporters, you're going to lose money, Nicaragua. Are we following the ball? And now, what I would like to say is you should be finding this out on your national news. It shouldn't take a small page to connect these dots together for you. It really shouldn't. If you've learned something new today that you didn't know that you may find useful, you can help support this channel. I think my goals are over now. $Ronnie Q.
That's nearly 2/3 of its national budget. How is it not exploitative for mostly American investors to come after such a poor country like Honduras for almost $11 billion?
They're not coming after a poor country. They're coming here to invest, to create jobs.
Since I visited, Prospera's legal future continues to hang in the balance. But here's the thing. What I learned about the fight brewing over this one private city in Honduras gives us a lot of insight into the future of private governance around the world and how local communities could be affected. This is a very simple village, and you're up against this multi-million-dollar project.
It's not fair.
The movement to build privatized cities like Prospera boils down to this idea. What if you could create a city that you run like a business?
Imagine a system in which a private company offers you protection of life, liberty, and property.
Because a startup society is small, it can experiment. You're not a taxpayer, you're a customer.
Around 15 years ago,
your government should offer you that. Your United States Constitution should offer you that, but they are selling out your rights to give these billionaires whatever they want. Let's continue.
Private city proponents set their eyes on Honduras.
You're not a taxpayer, you're a customer.
Around 15 years ago, private city proponents set their eyes on Honduras, one of the poorest countries in Latin America. It had
You're not a taxpayer, you're a customer. So you mean there is another place that they're going and building all of this utopia for themselves and not paying taxes to uplift the country that they are in? You're not a taxpayer. You're not paying taxes. You're a customer to Peter Thiel, a billionaire. And you don't think that these rich people are creating another Hunger Game type of situation? Do you think that these billionaires who are taking all your AI jobs are going to then give you a stable income, a universal income? What you think gonna happen? And why isn't your news, your for-profit news, giving you this information to better let you make some decisions? These links are in my description box. I believe this is link 14. Let's continue.
Recently undergone a coup that ousted a left-wing president. The new right-wing administration was looking to bring in foreign capital. So in 2013, it passed into law Honduras' version of private cities. They're known as ZEDEs. That's the Spanish acronym for Zones for Employment and Economic Development. 3 ZEDEs were established in Honduras, and the crown jewel is Prospera, here on this touristy island of Roatan. So in late 2023, I went to check it out. Okay, so we're on our way to what is perhaps the most controversial private city experiment on the planet, and I have a temporary visa on my phone just to get in. Only around 100 people permanently live in Prospera today, and most of them are Honduran. Another 400 people, mostly foreigners, are e-residents. That means they're able to own property and operate a business in Prospera, but they don't live here full time. So we made it into Prospera, we passed the private security and the gate over there, and I'm about to meet Jorge Colindres, who's basically the mayor here.
Hi, hello. Welcome to my city.
Jorge is a Honduran attorney. He's also Prospera's technical secretary, which means he runs the place and oversees around 200 companies here.
There's a software company, there's a scuba shop, a Bitcoin center, and there's a bunch of small businesses that are employing people.
Since I was there, more companies have set up shop, including some medical startups doing stuff like this.
Vitalia was intended to be heavily focused on biotech longevity. Let's make that optional.
A notable client is American biohacker Brian Johnson, who made hundreds of millions of dollars when he sold his company Venmo in 2013. He recently went to Prospera to undergo gene therapy, which he claims will help him live longer, and he made this video.
I'm traveling to a remote island for an extreme medical procedure that could change the future of humanity. This is a journey in search of the fountain of youth.
Do they come here because they're not as regulated and they can sort of push the envelope in terms of the science that they're doing?
Actually, the companies, they are very highly regulated, but
by who?
They have regulatory choice. So essentially, we have a list of 31 countries. And so people can come here and opt to operate in Prospera City under the regulation they choose.
When I asked who ensures the companies are complying with the regulations they choose, he told me Prospera's governing body, with the help of an auditor that Prospera selects. It's pretty clear how a choose-your-own regulation scheme and low taxes can be a big draw for wealthy foreigners. But Jorge insists he's interested in helping his fellow Hondurans, 2/3 of whom live in poverty.
In one generation, I want to leave the country out of poverty. I cannot do it with crazy socialist politicians. We cannot do it like that. Now, I have a zone where I can help in the adoption of rules that create opportunity.
How does the investment and the wealth that's generated for mostly American and foreign investors, how does that trickle down to the people of Honduras?
Well, I'm not sure I would call it trickle down, but let's say this is capital that is put to work here. And this capital here creates jobs. This capital It creates investment opportunities for Honduran entrepreneurs.
I'm not saying it will trickle down. One or two people may get a job here, and I consider myself helping Honduras. You got it? Got it.
So far, though, most of the hundreds of jobs that Prospera has created for Hondurans are in the construction or service sectors. And while Jorge says wages are on average higher in Prospera than in the rest of Honduras, critics ask at what cost? Because what's perhaps most radical about Prospera is that it
on average, they are higher. That doesn't sound like they are much higher. They should be able to say they're 5-6 times higher. You are building for billionaires who don't have to pay taxes on the land that they are, building this whole city on.
has its own government, its own labor laws, private police, even its own voting process. And in Prospera, the more land you own, the more votes you get for 2 of the 9 council seats.
Honduras no se vende.
And all that has been incredibly controversial in Honduras. The current president, Democratic Socialist Xiomara Castro, campaigned on abolishing the ZEDE law. She won in a decisive victory.
Estamos convencidas que para generar trabajo en nuestro país no necesitamos.
And she was winning. And she was winning. I think it was her. They have 3 candidates. If I'm not mistaken, she was winning in this election until 45-47 said that if they didn't support the convicted drug trafficker candidate, that he would not give them any money. Now that candidate who was running third is running first, and the candidate that was running first is down 95%. That's election interference because a interview with Kamala Harris was edited. This is his election interference? Isn't that strange?
How do you respond to the criticism that this sort of DIY government is a direct threat to the sovereignty of Honduras?
Prospera was made for Honduras. It was the decision of Honduras to create Prospera.
The criticism is that this is a lot of foreign investors who aren't even Honduran, exercising their own sovereignty within a country that already has its own laws.
If we're talking about sovereignty, we should be able to innovate. We should be able to offer new systems of how to cooperate and live together.
But for many, this experiment harkens back to a dark chapter in Honduras' history, when the country was exploited by foreign corporate powers for its resources.
The whole north coast of Honduras was banana country, the greatest producing area in the world.
At the start of the 20th century, American banana companies took over large swaths of Honduran land and turned them into private company towns. Honduras gave them tax breaks and access to resources in exchange for the promise of jobs and development. But instead, these company towns offered low wages and unsafe working conditions and became rife with exploitation. The companies also had massive power in the region. One U.S. banana magnate even helped orchestrate 2 coups in an effort to install presidents friendly to his bottom line. Many I spoke to in Roatan had strong opinions on this new iteration of private cities. ¿Qué piensas sobre las sedes?
La sede no es algo para nosotros los pobres.
Sounds like a country that didn't know their history and are at this point are repeating it. That's what it sounds like to me. If you don't know your history, you're bound to repeat it.
Es para los ricos.
Son para personas privilegiadas que tienen dinero. Y la gente pobre que vive acá, viven en la miseria.
Lo que menos queremos es que el país de nosotros sea vendido peormente por pedacitos.
Other critics I spoke with say many Hondurans see through Prospera's lofty claims, like Fernando Garcia, who's a presidential commissioner against the ZEDEs.
Personalmente digo de que sus apreciaciones, que son inversionistas, que quieren el desarrollo, es un verso muy bonito. Son los neocolonizadores que quieren desprender grandes franjas de territorio nacional para constituir sus propios estados.
Critics also worry about how much land might be in question. So far, more than 1,000 acres have been incorporated into Prospera. It's land Prospera legally incorporated, but get this, Prospera is allowed to incorporate land anywhere. It doesn't even have to share borders. So this is Prospera, and way over here, this is Prospera too, and down here on the mainland is also Prospera.
No vamos a permitir que Honduras se venda a destajo, que si fuera una vaca, y aquí va un muslo, aquí va el tronco, y aquí va la cabeza.
So what does it mean when all that land becomes part of Prospera? Well, companies and individuals within Prospera pay an extremely low tax rate to the federal government, and they don't pay any taxes to the local government, even though they use Roaton's municipal services. And companies there also play by their own rules. This luxury residential tower within Prospera is almost 2 times higher than what the local Roaton code allows.
Ellos no les interesa el desarrollo económico del país. Ellos lo que quieren es, por un lado, acumulación de riqueza, pero más que todo, darle vigencia a su teoría de que los estados no deben existir.
And Honduras isn't the only place where this theory is being tried out. Dozens of these kinds of private cities have been in development over the years, often in poor countries like Zambia and Papua New Guinea. There are also plans to develop a private city just north of San Francisco, as well as a crypto state in the Mediterranean, both backed by tech billionaires.
City in California was thwarted. They thought that they were going to go in and buy up all of this farmland, and then some farmers decided not to sell. They were trying to buy the land at double the amount that the land was worth, and then after this one family of farmers refused to sell them, they tried to sue them to get them off of their own land, of course. Of course, that's the playbook of the rich. If we can't buy you out, we will throw you off of your own land. And then it became a whole big issue in that town. And they had, much like many of these data centers in your towns and cities in the United States, they the city commissioners had made backroom deals with these billionaires. They wanted to create another city just like that, and it came to light, and the residents demanded a hearing and a vote on it, and it was voted down. So Steve Jobs' wife was one of the billionaires who was included in this, but they had this one singular spokesperson that was the face of this. So the rest of the billionaires could hide in the shadows. But Steve Jobs' wife was definitely one of the people who was in on this one. Now, since they had to put it in front of the city government, they said that they are going to take their coins and run away. But they said they're not going to run away far. They said that they see that the plan is to get someone in government and do it that way. So they have not given up the fight. So I've already given you this story, that story over a year ago. These are old stories, but your for-profit media is keeping you blind on this information. Now, these billionaires are taking your jobs. They're planning to have you unemployed. What are they going to do with you? With us? What are they going to do with us? What are their plans for us? You should be very concerned about this. But I guess I'm quite sure. I didn't know until I know. That's why I'm helping you have this information. I'm not saying you are uninformed. Who would have thought? They are creating a whole Hunger Games system, and your inept president has given them the key to the door to make this happen. That's all I'm telling you.
And of course, these private city enthusiasts now have a friend in the White House.
We should hold a contest to charter up to 10 new cities.
In fact, Prospera representatives working under an advocacy group called the Freedom Cities Coalition have begun meeting with the Trump administration. They're pushing to create similar cities that operate outside of regulations on U.S. federal land. Trump's circle is filled with private city proponents, like Prospera backer Mark Andreessen, who has been working with Trump's Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. There's also Stephen Moore, Trump's former economic advisor, who went on to help write Project 2025. That's the ultra-conservative government blueprint that aims to slash federal spending. And while researching, I came across some pretty interesting takes on private cities. Listen to what this tech investor said about his dream for the movement's.
Before we hear that, why do you think that 4547 is talking about selling federal land right now? Why do you think that there has been a little pushback about your current president talking about selling federal land, including landmarks, including state parks, all of that? Why do you think that is happening right now? How much would the Grand Canyon cost a billionaire to make it their own private city? How much would that cost? Let's continue.
Future.
You know, what I'm really calling for is something like tech Zionism.
Zionism, the movement that led to the creation of Israel at the expense of the native Palestinian population that was already living there. And then listen to how he praised the founder of Zionism, Theodor Herzl.
Theodor Herzl was like a tech founder, okay?
Okay, side note, some people are even connecting the dots and wondering, when Trump talks about ethnically cleansing Gaza and turning it into
The Riviera of the Middle East.
does he mean a private city? For now, let's get back to the private city we can examine closely, Prospera. I wanted to ask Jorge if an exclusionary mindset has taken root there. After all, an early architect of Honduras' Zedes said, Zedes will reserve the right not to accept serious criminals, communists, and Islamists.
That's not in our rules, and it's forbidden by the SEDE framework. We cannot adopt discrimination policies based on race or religion or things like that.
But you can restrict certain countries.
There's, I think, a list of sanctioned countries.
What are they?
I think Iran, there are some restrictions on Nicaragua, some restrictions on Russia. It's a security thing. And we believe that the free world has enemies. We believe that there are countries, rogue countries, that are trying to disrupt democratic procedures. So we look closely on applicants from these countries.
Do you think the forces of the free market support people's rights and democracy?
Of course, there's impossible to exercise human rights without a free market.
Eso no es democracia. En una democracia todos valemos igual. En este caso, valen según lo que tienen. Los que tienen capacidad de producir son los que valen y el resto son totalmente desechables y descartables.
If we just walked along this beach, we would get to Prospera, right? We'd be at
This is Prospera.
Oh, this is it?
Yeah, this is part of Prospera, all of this.
This is Vanessa Cardenas. She's the vice president of the Community Board of Crawfish Rock, a small fishing community of 600 people who have been divided over Prospera. So when you're driving and you see this high-rise tower, the Duna residences, what do you think? What do you feel?
Well, more than anything out there, trouble, I would say. They're saying it's prosperity for us. It's not.
This view of the Duna Tower is a 5-minute walk from her home. It's a stark symbol of what happens when companies inside Prospera can play by their own rules. A 2-bedroom apartment here is going for almost $200,000, far out of reach for those who already live in the area.
And when I see that, I'm just seeing that expanding all over. They will not left us here as well, our huts, our way of life, we just won't fit. Not with that image.
Vanessa has been at the forefront of the fight against Prospera. Her family has lived in Crawfish Rock for 5 generations, and she spent the last few years sounding the alarm about this project.
State Prospera had a very negative impact on our community.
58 acres of Crawfish Rock is now legally part of Prospera as incorporated land. Villagers like Vanessa are worried that Prospera's influence will entice other landowners to give up their land.
Whatever land we have is ours, it's our inheritance. We're scared that they come and take we have nowhere else to go.
At the same time, many of her neighbors have decided to work within Prospera. After all, Prospera was hiring during the pandemic when other places weren't. And as many told me, work is work. Would you say most people here are supportive of Prospera or against it?
Some are against it and some with it. They're putting food on a lot of people's table because people got work.
So I'm walking around the village and asking folks about their thoughts on Prospera, and I just spoke to one young man who didn't want to appear on camera for fear of his safety or retaliation. But he told me he was working at Prospera 2 months ago, and he did not get paid well. The general sentiment from him and others we've spoken to is that they want them gone. 2 months after we got back from Honduras, I connected with Vanessa over Zoom after she sent us this photo. She said someone from her village in favor of Prospera assaulted her at a meeting about the Zede law. She also said she believes Prospera is fomenting tensions in the community and claimed to have a target on her back. Do you feel like the situation for your own safety is getting more and more dangerous?
Yes, the resistance is here for a reason, because we knew from the beginning that we were going to lose our home. Whether it's today, whether it's tomorrow, they're going to move us.
When I asked Jorge about this, he wrote back saying he believes Vanessa plays victim and is leading a government-sponsored campaign against the Zedes. So what's next for Prospera? Well, for now, it continues to operate. And that $11 billion lawsuit that investors filed against Honduras is ongoing in an international tribunal. Meanwhile, Honduras is holding presidential elections in 2025, and Zede proponents are hoping for Castro's party to lose. But even if the Zedes do come to an end, it's likely their ideas will live on. In fact, Prospera recently announced it's launching in Africa. Why should people around the world care about what's playing out here in Honduras?
They should care more than anything because it's the rich taking from the poor. And it just doesn't seem right for Americans to come to threaten us in taking what little we have. And they may say whatever they want, but that threat is real.
Oh, so they are launching in Africa, and they have a black woman in their ads. I did not notice any black people in any of these Prospera communities. I did not notice any black people actually in the communities. I just wanted to share that information with you. There may be a couple of more things. Let me go through this real quick. Your salad will soon contain cancer. I did if you're not familiar with Forever Chemicals and how they have been causing all types of illnesses and cancers in people, and they never leave your body, they never leave the land. Uh, uh, you will be shocked to realize that 4547, the EPA just greenlit pesticides laced with PFAS. I did a story about that. They're called Forever chemicals for use on kids, fruits and vegetables, and in the reads that and in it reads like a warning label for a parental panic. Instead of protecting families, the 4547 run agency is leading chemical companies to spray cancer-linked toxin on everything from lettuce to potatoes, even as scientists warn these compounds build up in children's body, weaken immune systems, and heighten long-term disease risks. And while parents are told to eat healthy, the administration is quietly weakening PFAS reporting rules and watering down drinking water standards, making it even harder to know what's poisoning your family. If you didn't know that, I just thought that you would be interested in that. Now, let's talk about this real ID situation. This is another way of giving up your information when it is unnecessary to do so. If you didn't know, I'm going to share this with you. The link will be in my description box. Let's share this. Let me turn up the volume. Hold on.
Now let's talk about it. It's real ID. I'm going to address it. People are finally realizing, hold on, something just doesn't feel right. And guys, you're not crazy. It's not right. Okay. When I speak to people, a majority of people signed up because they thought they had to. And then you have other people that were told it was for security reasons. But here's the truth, pen and pad. The real ID wasn't created to make your life easier. It was created to standardize identity, tighten tracking, and bring state level IDs under the federal style framework. It's just a tracking system, guys. And if your instincts told you something was off, listen to that shit. All right. Now, here's what most people don't know. You can absolutely reverse this. You are not locked into the real ID forever. You simply have to go back to your DMV and request to switch back to a standardized driver's license. No star in the corner, no enhanced data sharing, no federal style compliance, guys. Okay, you're going to request that. Do not turn yourself away. And for the people who say, well, how will I get to fly or get into federal buildings? Here's the part that they don't advertise on the front page. You do not need a real ID for that. A passport or a passport card does the exact same thing. And to be honest with you guys, you have actually more control with those type of identifications, okay? So a standard driver's license is for your everyday driving, okay? The passport card is for domestic flights and the entry to federal buildings, and then the passport is for travel anywhere in the world, plus federal access, okay? So you don't need to give your state and federal database full access to your identity just to travel within your own country. Make that shit make sense, okay? So the real ID is optional, but they market it like it's mandatory. And this is why sovereignty matters. People are signing up for things, you're submitting documents, you're upgrading IDs without fully understanding the long-term shit that you're gonna get yourself into. So at Skyton Academy, we teach you how to move smart, not scared, okay? Because the system is getting tighter and tighter, and your choices now determine your freedom later. Understand that. So if you want to learn how to step outside of these traps, protect your identity, your mobility, and your sovereignty, comment the word Academy, and let's get started today. Either way, take the gems that I gave you in this and go switch that ID back to the original form. Let's talk about it.
Okay, this link is in my description box. Just giving you some information you may or may not be interested in. One more piece of information I will leave you with. Let me share this with you. Yes, it's this one right here. ICE is putting air tags on all of us. Be aware that Palantir also has a contract with ICE, or vice versa. Regardless, let me share this with you. This link is the last link in my description box. Please use it, and please check out some of the content creators, news agencies that I have shared with you.
Can ICE track your car? Well, buckle up, because the answer is yes, and it is way more dystopian than anyone thought. So here's what's happening. ICE isn't just out doing raids. They're now using a Motorola Thomson Reuters surveillance app that lets agents scan any license plate and instantly pull up everywhere that car has been. Parking lots, work, home, your kid's school. Every camera it passes, all stored, all mapped. And that's not even the scary part. This app builds patterns, so ICE can determine where you live, where you work, who you spend time with, and who drives near you often enough to also get flagged. Yeah, your neighbors, your coworkers, even someone who just shares your commute. This isn't finding criminals. This is building digital dossiers on anyone who crosses paths with the target, and it gets darker. ICE can use the same app to pull personal data, credit history, medical records, voter registration, marriage records, facial recognition. No warrant required. None. This is all happening while ICE detentions hit 60,000 people, over 70% with no criminal record. And remember, this isn't just plate scanning on ICE vehicles. Motorola runs a nationwide camera network feeding this system 24/7. Thomson Reuters sells ICE more personal data for millions of dollars. It's basically a government-grade air tag, but on your entire life. Why does this matter? Because this tech doesn't stop with immigrants. Once the infrastructure exists, it can be used on anyone. And we already know agencies have stretched the rules. San Francisco police use local vehicle databases to run searches for ICE even when the city had bans in place. So yeah, ICE can track your car. But the real story is that the government just built a system that can track all of us. All the guardrails, they don't exist. Can ICE track your car? Well, buckle up.
Okay, so welcome to the Hunger Games. That's all that's all I have. I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. You know, Balakan King. I'm not familiar with Jewish people. I don't know any Jewish laws or anything, but I know I know genocide when I see it. I have nothing against Jews or anything like that, but I have something against genocide. I have something against uh, I have something against government agencies that commit a genocide. I have nothing against anyone's religion. If that's your religion, I hope you all the best with it. But I have something against genocide. So I was just giving you the information and who is assisting with genocide. So do you think they are going to stop assisting with genocide, or do you think they are going to basically try to have their way with everyone? I'm just curious. Okay, all right, guys. If you like what I shared with you, please come back tomorrow. There will be more. Let's leave with this.
Peter Thiel, the billionaire co-founder of PayPal, quietly flew to New Zealand and vanished from the public eye. A few weeks later, leaked documents revealed a custom-built bunker, 14 levels deep, nuclear shielded, and designed for total off-grid survival. Satellite blackout zones, 5G blockers, independent oxygen, water, even seed vaults. This wasn't luxury, it was lockdown. Rumors say he feared civil unrest, AI collapse, or a tech uprising. Others say he's been running simulations on how society breaks. But here's the twist. Years later, infrared cameras picked up movement inside the compound. No one's claimed responsibility. Thiel never confirmed, but insiders say he visits for weeks. No press, no signal. They're preparing for a world we haven't seen yet. Some of them already left it. Peter Thiel, the billionaire co-founder of...
Okay. Do you believe or disbelieve this? I don't know, but let me share. I swear this is the last thing. Hold on. I may not be able. No, I can't. I can't share that with you. Mm. Did I? I think I shared this. Let me. I think I may have shared this with you. Yeah, if I get into this one and I have already shared this with you, the link will be in my description box. Information. How Saudi Arabia brought Trump and what they want. Let's get into this.
Fresh off winning the presidential election, Donald Trump appeared at a UFC event, flanked by bullet-headed UFC CEO Dana White and Elon Musk, who had just spent $270 million electing Trump. But there was another person there who wielded as much influence and wealth as pretty much anyone alive. Yasser al-Rumayyan, the head of the Public Investment Fund, the Saudi state-run sovereign wealth fund, which controls about $930 billion. Al-Rumayyan could claim some degree of ownership of practically everyone and everything around him that November night. From UFC, which was planning some splashy events for Saudi Arabia, to Elon Musk, whose companies had long been recipients of Saudi investment capital, and Trump himself, a stalwart Saudi ally whose political, economic, and family interests had come to depend on Saudi largesse.
It's clear that Saudi Arabia has been investing in Trump and Trump world for a long time.
I love the Saudis. Many are in this building. Lobbyists representing the Saudi government paid for an estimated 500 rooms at President Trump's D.C. hotel.
The Live Golf Invitational.
The Saudi-backed golf tour.
The Trump National Garage.
Have a good time, everybody. They buy apartments from me. They spend $40 million, $50 million.
Trump Tower, Jeddah.
Am I supposed to dislike them? I like them very much.
And foreign governments, they understand. They're dealing with the transactional president.
Crown Prince, thank you very much. Thank you for being here.
And now, as we head into a second Trump administration, the question is, What more do they want?
How would you describe the relationship between the United States and Saudi Arabia?
I think it's fine, but with me, it will be GREAT, great.
The host of the FIFA World Cup 2034 will be Saudi Arabia.
What we're seeing with Saudi Arabia is unprecedented because of the sheer amount of money that they put in.
Kareem Zidane is an investigative sports journalist.
They're investing in absolutely everything.
Al Ramayan's appearance at the UFC fight wasn't just about Trump. Sports have become a key part of Saudi Arabia's investment and influence peddling strategy. Kareem and his colleagues at Play a Game mapped over 910 sponsorships from Saudi entities in 2024 across the globe. There's the ownership of the Premier League's Newcastle United, the creation of Live Golf, a competitor to the PGA Tour, sponsorship for the women's tennis. There's backing Formula One's Aston Martin. There's MMA, esports, equestrianism, wrestling, cycling, billiards, potential new venture into boxing.
As a matter of fact, it might be easier to list the sports that Saudi Arabia hasn't invested in. Honestly, I can't think of one at the moment.
The Saudis would call it investing. Others call it sports washing.
Sports washing is the deployment of sports as a means of reputation laundering. When countries use sports and major sports events, for example, to distract from human rights abuses. When Saudi Arabia invests in sports, it's really looking for geopolitical influence. It's looking to recraft its own global image. It might not reap the most significant monetary returns, but I don't think that's what they're interested in from sports. They're looking at influence, and I think they're doing a damn good job about it, as much as I don't want to say that.
And this is Saudi investments too.
What's your take on the unabashed expansion of the Saudi investment fund into Silicon Valley?
In 2016, then Deputy Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, or MBS, made a well-publicized trip to Silicon Valley. By 2018, Saudi Arabia was the single largest investor in US startups. But where was that money going, and what was it doing? Let me give you an example. Twitter. When Twitter was a public firm, the Saudi Kingdom Holding Company was its largest outside shareholder, owning a bigger part than even co-founder and longtime CEO Jack Dorsey. But it wasn't just a financial relationship, as I've covered in my reporting. Twitter has long been an important place for the Saudi government to propagandize on behalf of MBS's economic program, flood Saudi-related discussions with posts from pro-regime trolls, and track and harass dissidents, some of whom have been doxxed, arrested, and tortured. In 2014, Twitter's leadership learned that a key MBS advisor was running a spy ring inside Twitter's San Francisco headquarters. Twitter never publicly accounted for its role in fostering the Saudi spy ring. Jack Dorsey enjoyed a chummy meeting with MBS just 6 months after the Twitter CEO had been told by the FBI that an espionage problem. They weaponized their investment, used it to spy on, target, and harass critics. And they did it all without any consequences. And their investment continues today. So back to the fight. And another guest, Elon Musk. When Twitter went private under Musk, Kingdom Holding Company rolled its shares into the new private entity and became its second largest investor after Musk. But Twitter wasn't the only tech giant receiving backing from the Saudis. In April 2023, Sanibel, the venture capital arm of the Saudi Public Investment Fund, did something surprising. It published a list of dozens of American venture capital and private equity firms it had partnered with, showing just how widely the kingdom's money was being spread around. Tech, AI, surveillance, media. But the influence purchasing campaign doesn't end in Silicon Valley.
I would like to bring up the CEO of Affinity Partners and former senior advisor to the White House, Jared Kushner.
That's Jared Kushner, the husband of Trump's daughter, Ivanka. He served as a senior advisor in the first Trump administration and was everywhere. And by all accounts, he had a lot of influence on his father-in-law. But he's known for one thing above all else.
It seemed as if from the get-go that Jared Kushner was charged with cultivating the relationship with the Saudis.
Virginia Cantor is Chief Ethics Counsel at Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington.
It appears to be that at the end of the administration, the payoff was a $2 billion investment in this investment fund.
Just months after leaving the White House in 2021, Kushner's newly minted investment group, Affinity Partners, secured a $2 billion Saudi Public Investment Fund, or PIF. The news raised a lot of eyebrows.
Some next level sleaze and grift going on right in front of our eyes.
This is just putting a price tag on American foreign policy.
I've been in this business 40 years. This is extraordinary, unprecedented. I've never seen anything like it.
The reason it was so egregious, he had no experience in that field.
The panel responsible for screening potential PIF investments reportedly voiced serious concerns about Kushner's lack of experience. But the board was overridden by MBS, the de facto leader of Saudi Arabia. That news raised even more eyebrows.
Isn't that a nice story of friendship? Things you do for your bros?
MBS proved to be a close ally to Kushner in the first Trump administration, working closely with him on various Middle East diplomatic negotiations. They worked so closely, in fact, that MBS reportedly told others he had Kushner in his pocket.
It appears to be a payoff based on Mr. Kushner's dealings with the Saudi government and particularly MBS during the Trump administration.
A Senate investigation found that
And so where is Jared Kushner now? He did the sleight of hands to go over and to believe that he was instrumental in having a peace treaty between Palestine and Israel. And now where is Jared Kushner with no experience in any of this, with along with Steve Witkoff? They're over in Russia. Oh, I do have something I want to share with you about that. Let's I am so glad that I reminded myself about this, because I have a clip that I want to share with you about the fact that Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner is over there in pretending like they are working on peace with Russia and Ukrainian. Let me. Oh, I have two things I want to share with you. Let me see. Let me share this with you since I ran across it first. This is talking about the Afghan shooter. It was quite possibly used by the CIA while over in Afghanistan as a child, as kind of like a child mercenary. I'll let Kyle Kalinske tell you about that. This link is in my description box as well. Exposed National Guard killer was a CIA was in CIA death squad. Kyle Kalinske is reporting on this. Let's hear a little bit about that.
About how there was this shooting that happened in Washington, D.C. You had two National Guardsmen get killed. One, Sarah Beckstrom, 20 years old. She died from her injuries. She's from West Virginia. And you also have Air Force Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf, 24 years old. He remains in critical condition. One of the most heartbreaking things is that I read over the weekend that Sarah Beckstrom had apparently said to her family members, I don't even know why the fuck we're in D.C. I don't even know what the fuck we're doing here. There's nothing for us to do. We shouldn't be here. This is not our job. This is not what we're supposed to be doing. So that's kind of heartbreaking because, of course, she's right. She's right. And Donald Trump decided to put these people in harm's way because he decided to illegally occupy blue cities throughout this country. And then, by the way, when this happened, what did Trump do? Double down and triple down and said, now I'm going to send even more National Guardsmen and military members and federal troops and law enforcement officials to D.C. So, it just creates a problem and then decides to make it worse and exacerbate it instead of ever fucking learning his lesson. Now, when I heard about the news at the time, honestly, my thoughts were, this has to be some sort of revenge from some family whose life got ruined by the ICE Gestapo thugs, right? And they weren't making a distinction. They were just seeing somebody who represents the federal government. They're the problem. They're criminals. They're rounding up innocent people and sending them to concentration camps. They're getting rid of due process. They're tear gassing 84-year-old married couples and babies. They're even arresting U.S. Marshals if they look brown. The Supreme Court basically legalized racial discrimination when it comes to immigration enforcement. So my thought was, for sure, we're dealing with, somebody who snapped and their life got ruined by the ICE Gestapo thugs, and they said, I'm gonna kill somebody, And my thoughts were, I'm surprised there hasn't been more of this, if I'm being honest, because there's been so many examples. We've covered so many examples of lives being ruined, people being deported for fucking nothing, people being tortured and raped in a concentration camp in El Salvador, people being sent to Alligator Auschwitz, the U.S. government literally disappearing 4,000 people, and nobody knows where the fuck they are. Their lawyers don't, their families don't. I mean, this is dystopian fucking fascist shit is what we're talking about. So I thought, hey, somebody snapped and decided to get revenge. Well, it turns out the story has a twist in it, and it's actually potentially even deeper and more sinister than that. Look at this. This is crazy. The CIA used the DC shooting suspect as a child soldier in Afghanistan. The suspect is 29 years old. So he was 25 in 2021 when he fled Afghanistan. He served over a decade alongside U.S. troops and under CIA control. This guy was recruited as a child soldier at the age of 14 or 15. The U.S. is responsible for what he's become. They groomed him. All this stuff is verified, by the way. Ramanullah served for 11 years as a member of the Afghan Special Forces alongside U.S. service members fighting the Taliban. So make no mistake about it, this was a child soldier groomed and trained and armed by the United States to fight the Taliban. Now, for those of you who know the backstory in Afghanistan, as we've reported on this show, the people who we aligned ourselves with in Afghanistan are literal warlords. So there'd be these warlords. There were horror stories of American troops blowing the whistle on warlords who had literal child sex slaves. And then when they blew the whistle, the military told them to shut the fuck up and accept it. And then some of these people were dishonorably discharged because they said, hey, why are we allied with warlords who have child sex slaves? In one example, there was literally a kid chained to the bed of a warlord in Afghanistan. Do you believe that? And they were dishonorably discharged for telling the truth and saying, hey, what the fuck are we doing? Why are we allying with these people? So Lord only knows what this kid went through. Probably, in one of those tribes where there's a warlord who runs everything, maybe was a child sex abuse victim, then armed and groomed and trained by the CIA, and then brought to the United States under Biden. The final approval was under Donald Trump, by the way. And then he absolutely snapped and killed these two National Guardsmen. The CIA had him running around Kandahar, Afghanistan, killing nurses, doctors, and other civilians. In the USA, he at least shot uniformed soldiers. They trained death squads of dogs to massacre innocents and expected them not to eventually bite them. The DC shooter has a crazier story than previously thought. He was directly CIA-led. He was not just a collaborator. He was part of a CIA-led task force that massacred civilians and medical workers. Here's the reality. Recruited at 15 to kill for the CIA, assigned to a death squad run by the top drug lord in Afghanistan, soul destroyed by murdering innocents on behalf of a pedophile heroin cartel, then brought to live in the alienated hell world of late-stage capitalist America with predictable results. And then look, the other part of this is, how deep does it go? How deep does it go? Because we know of CIA programs that are nefarious enough to brainwash people into doing these sorts of things, right? And everybody knows it. Look up MK Ultra if you don't believe me. MK Ultra was illegal human experimentation done by the CIA to develop procedures and use drugs that could alter human behavior. They were trying to control people through the use of certain drugs. And there's speculation that, what was it, Charles Manson may have been in this program. Oh no, the other guy too. I'm blanking on his name, but it was the guy who was warning everybody about how technology is going to destroy everything. And he was a bit of a Luddite and lived in the woods away from everybody. So, I mean, stop and think about it, man. It's insane. It's insane that now we have to have this conversation. There was an MK Ultra program. Everybody kind of thinks today that, well, we don't do stuff like that anymore. The CIA, really? I mean, how naive do you have to be when you literally see the CIA trying to coup Venezuela in Trump's first term, and now in the second term, they're about to do a full-on regime change war. Clearly, they're still involved in regime changes around the world. Clearly, they're still involved in all of the dark arts. I guarantee you there's some sort of a program also going on now that is similar in its nature. And by the way, that's not even the only CIA program to bring up, because there's also the counterterrorism pursuit teams, the CTPT as they're called, and they were Afghan militias who were recruited, trained, and armed and paid directly by the CIA to conduct strikes against the Taliban and Al-Qaeda targets in Afghanistan. And so, again, directly trained by the CIA, young, in this case, a child in Afghanistan who became a cold-blooded killer because of the United States, because of the training, and then brought to the U.S. To live in this hell world that we currently live in, and then he ended up killing somebody. So I'll ask you guys, how deep does the rock go, and how intentional was this? Is there still some MK Ultra-like program going on, and are they, Trump is basically using this to sow further discord. Like I said, double down and triple down on basically implementing martial law and invading blue cities across this country. And so this is exactly what they wanted. They have wanted a moment like this. They have wanted their Reichstag fire so that they can say, oh, look, now we're further justified in continuing to invade the United States of America with the United States military. We are further justified in taking away everybody's constitutional rights and civil liberties. We are further justified in Peter Thiel and Palantir creating a blackmail file on every American and spying on everything new. And if you disagree, I guess you're with the Afghan murderers who came in this country and gunned down innocent National Guardsmen. That appears to be the point here. So is it possible the dude just snapped and committed murder because he has serious mental health issues? Of course, because there is, his family came out and basically said, like, bro, we've been dealing with him for a long time. It was very clear that he was on the brink, like he was losing touch with reality. It's possible.
Okay, so this link is in my description box. I just wanted to share that with you guys. Bottom line is 45, 47. I'm neither here nor there with any of that. I just wanted to give you the information that they are reporting about the shooter. But none of this would have happened if 45, 47 would not have illegally put the National Guards on our streets, or had taken the National Guards off of the DC streets when a judge told him it was illegal to have them there. Now, let's see if he's staying up all night. They asked him if he was going to the funeral for the female National Guard member, and he said, "Oh, I don't know. No one ever asked me about it. Somebody's asking you now, numbnuts. I didn't think about it. No one asked me about it." The answer would be no.
We have some news right now. The entire world laughing at the complete SNL skit. I mean, it was a complete mess from the jumpstart. Donald Trump was trying to stay awake, couldn't stay awake after a late night Truth Social rant, was falling asleep. They misspelled Pete Hegseth's name from one S to two S's on secretary on his placard. Kristi Noem said that Donald Trump is the reason we had no hurricanes.
So Kristi Noem is a fucking airhead. Now, he was up tweeting all night. So he's, what is that? Sunsetting or whatever that Alzheimer's patients are doing, and now he's sitting up sleeping in his cabinet meeting. He's going to wake up with a white ass from all the tongue licking up his butt that his cabinet regularly does, and he's just going to think that, oh, I just pissed on myself again. All of this witness, he's going to forget all about the cabinet meeting and why his ass is wet. He's just going to think he wet his diaper again.
He kept all the hurricanes away, and Donald Trump came from one S to two S's on secretary on his placard. Kristi Noem said that Donald Trump is the reason we had no hurricanes. He kept all the hurricanes away, and Donald Trump declared affordability a Democratic con job. I really can't make all this up, even if I tried. Make sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe to spread the word, because people need to know what's happening right now in the United States government. So Donald Trump first fell asleep or tried to stay awake, couldn't stay awake through most of
the U.S. Capital expenditures up 15% in history. When CapEx is up, jobs will follow. The One Big Beautiful Bill is an incredible, as you said, thanks to your leadership, along with Speaker Johnson, Senator Leader Thune.
That is literally him dozing off, trying to stay awake. People online are now calling him commander in sleep. Now, let's take a look at this. Look at Secretary Pete Hegseth's placard. It has two S's, SS Secretary of War, instead of just one. So that happened. In addition, Donald Trump said that he thinks affordability is now a Democratic con job.
And it didn't have much of an impact because the prices were very high. But our prices now for energy, but for gasoline are really low. Electricity's coming down. And when that comes down, everything comes down. But the word affordability is a Democrat scam. They say it, and then they go on to the next subject. And everyone thinks, oh, they had lower prices. No, they had the worst inflation in the history of our country. Now, some people will correct me, because they always love to correct me, even though I'm right about everything. But some people like to correct me, and they say 48 years. I say it's not 48 years, it's much more. But they say it's the worst inflation that we've had in 48 years. I say ever. But whether it's 48 years or ever, it's pretty bad. We had the worst inflation that we've ever had.
So he's saying affordability is a con job. This is him.
He's a con job. He realized Mondami won on talking about making New York City affordable and affordability, and he said that is a new word. That is a new word. And then he tried to suckle up to Mondami because he was popular and his platform was popular, and then he started using the affordability is our goal, and like the earlier tape that I played for you, he has done nothing but give lip service to the word affordability as American citizens are about to lose their health care. And while he's sitting up here getting his nuts jiggled and motorboated in this weak ass cabinet's mouths, he has done nothing to get a health care plan on the table for the American citizens who are losing their health care.
What was it? Less than a month ago. Affordability is our goal. So is it a con job or is it our goal?
No, he's a con job.
Well, at the same time, Kristi Noem is praising Donald Trump because she thinks he's the reason we didn't have any hurricanes this hurricane season. I'm serious.
Hard doing security, and they have been absolutely fantastic. Sir, you made it through hurricane season without a hurricane. Yeah. And so FEMA, you kept the hurricanes away. So we appreciate that. And FEMA is deploying resources and dollars 150% faster than.
You kept the hurricanes away. No, he didn't keep the hurricanes away. I'm like, what are we doing? What are we doing? He didn't keep the hurricanes away. This is a natural disaster. Donald Trump doesn't control the weather. Why even joke about that? Maybe he had trouble staying awake because look at what his Truth Social feed looked like last night. I'm not going to go through it all. This is 5 minutes. Over 150 posts he made all night. Running for governor of Wisconsin. Now, Mandela, I just got to ask you, why are you running?
Yeah, well, thanks so much for having me. I'm really excited to be in this race. It's been an incredible.
Okay. Did he win?
Incredible response so far.
No, he's winning.
But I got.
Okay, so this link is the last link in my description box. I appreciate you guys joining me. I hope you have a wonderful remainder of your day. I really have to go right now because the dogs are looking at me and dancing around. So it is time for the dogs to have their walk. But before I leave, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? It's not that. Is it here? No, it's not there. What am I looking for? Is it? Let me see. How come I can't find what I'm looking for? That's what I'm looking for. Do, 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 do. That's what I'm looking for. Here is what I am looking for. Is it? Where is it? Is this it? No, that's not it. Here's what I'm looking for. Don't forget that we are still in the blackout to not purchase things. I just really wish that people would be more aware of these big corporations and what they have in store for their workers, especially places like Amazon. Now, there was another story that I didn't get to. Costco is suing 4547 for all of the tariffs that they have had to endure on all of their products. So let's because they try to not add their cost of their tariffs onto their shoppers. So I would hope that people kind of be more conscious of people like Costco as opposed to the Walmarts and the Amazons that, when Amazon said that they were going to tell you what the price of things would be and put the tariff price right next to it so you can understand why your products had gone up so much. 4547 called Jeff Bezos and gave him a tongue lashing, and Jeff Bezos with his silly ass bent the knee once again because Jeff Bezos want to continue to go in your cities and build up data centers under a third party, so you don't know that it's a Amazon, a Jeff Bezos data center that is plugging into your electricity, causing your electricity bill to rise hugely, as 4547 would say, and use up all of your water and poison your air. So Jeff Bezos didn't tell you how much these tariffs are costing you. However, Jeff Bezos is charging you the prices of those tariffs. because he wanted to show you why your stuff was going up, because he's charging you. Remember places like Costco, who is trying to keep the cost down to you, the consumer. When you think of shopping somewhere, if you have one available, I know everyone don't have them available. I'm just giving you information. Don't forget, this Saturday, I will be having my 4th annual Secret Santa. This is where content creators give back to their supporters. How do we do that? You meet me here this Saturday, December 6th at 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That would be noon Pacific Standard Time. Any content creator who is interested in giving between $30 and $50 will meet me here. They will click my link and they will come up on my panel. In the fashion of a Christmas season, all of the content creators we will exchange names. We will do a Secret Santa where we will pull names, and whoever name we pull, we must go in our personal pocket and take between $30 and $50 and cash app the content creators whose name we pulled. And that's what we'll do. We'll do a Secret Santa up on screen. However, when we get our prizes, when we get our gift, we are not allowed to keep our gift, because this is about giving back to the subscriber. So whatever subscriber who is in the chat, who is dropping their Cash App link, the content creator will then take that gift that they just received and they will give it to a subscriber who is actively in the chat at that moment. Whatever subscriber that they choose, if you are in the chat and you're putting up your Cash App, you may be chosen to win a prize between $30 and $50. That's the low limit, that's the high limit. So I hope you guys come out and join me and put your Cash App in the chat, so we can possibly bless at least one of you. I will be here. At least one of you will be blessed with a gift, because without the subscribers supporting the content creators all year long, we can't do it without you. So this has always been my way of appreciating you, the subscribers. Now appreciate me. Hit the like button on your way out. I hope you guys have a fabulous remainder of your day. And as Jill, and I also want to thank YouTube Cameras. YouTube Cameras, she is a content creator that I did hear announce the give back to the subscribers. I understand that you guys may hear people begging from the subscribers all of the time, but I just want to make sure that I show you, my subscribers, that you are appreciated. And if you're not a subscriber, why don't you go ahead and hit that like button and hit that subscribe button, and give me a comment or two after the video is over. I hope you guys have a great remainder of the day. No, your mother has TDS, bitch. That's who has TDS. Hey, Z Sarah. Hey, Nappy Child. Hey, Daniel Berry Sports and Highlights. I'm sorry I'm just seeing you guys.